an economy revival. In this edition, we will be addressing the changing role of marketing and communication. Eminent leaders from the public relations and corporate communication industry will mark their presence at the event, where keynote sessions will be delivered by Mr. Jagdish Mitra, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth, Tech Mahindra; Mr. Maxim Beher, CEO and Chairman of the Board, M3 Communication Inc.; Dr. Meena Nazari, Executive Board Member, PR and Communication Researcher, WCFA; Ms. Marwa Kabor, Group Head of Marketing and Communication, AI Massoud; Mr. Ashwini Singla, Founding Managing Partner, Astrum; and Mr. Asim Sood, CEO, Impact Research and Measurement Private Limited and Chairman, AMEC. Later in the evening, we will be celebrating, acknowledging, and felicitating the contributions and achievement of various agencies, brands, and individuals from communication industry at Iprccc 2022. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with our day with new learnings, excitements, and knowledge sharing. Once again, extending a very warm and heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you to the 13th edition of Exchange for Media, India, PR, and Corporate. PW India Group, Teamwork Communications, Archetype, PR Pundit, and ATDB Communications. Lifestyle partner, Actimedia PR and Digital Associate Partner, Brand Communications, Fortuna PR. Analytics partner, Concept BIU. Social changer partner, On Purpose. Co-partners, Grey Cell PR, Grey Matters, Mavericks, Vispic, Simulations PR, ComVisor. Distribution partner, Business Wire India. Measurement partner, Impact Research and Measurement Private Limited. Strategic communication partner, Critical Edge. Influencer marketing partner, Chachi, and news partner, NewsX. Well, on that note, our social media contest today is live. In order to participate and win exciting hampers every hour, all you have to do is follow us on LinkedIn. As you can see, we have a QR code on your table. Simply take out your mobile phone, scan the QR code, and follow us on LinkedIn. Also, share your experience using the hashtag E4M IPRCCC. I repeat, hashtag E4M IPRCCC. And post it across your social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and please do not forget to tag us. Also, I've been told that there are extra points for posting pictures and videos. So let's get cracking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the opening remarks and to officially welcome you all, it is time to invite the man of the hour. Please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media.
Thank you, Sarabjit. Morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of many people who have helped us get here. Of course, Karan has put it together for the last few years. So Karan, Sharbasti, Ruchika, the complete E4M team, thank you for putting it together. Mr. Ashwini Singla is in the room. I don't know where he is at. I remember I have said this story many times on that we started Exchange for Media 22 years back. For those of you who don't know, we wanted to be a marketplace for the media industry, where buying and selling of media time and space happened. I think in 2023 and 2024, we'll attempt it again. We believe the time is right now. We were ahead of time. And we started a newsletter in 2001 to kind of evangelize what we are doing. It became popular and we started breaking stories and we became what we are today. About 19 years back, one day I called Mr. Ashwini Singla and I said, I want to do a PR and Copcom tab on the site. I want to start a section on PR and Copcom. And then I want to start awards in the conference for the PR and communication domain. And clearly, Ashwini was very kind. He met us. I used to have hair then. And we were very young. We were very small in our impact. And he helped us put together. He was the chair of our first year's jury. You were very much there. And really, my gratitude to him as I'm growing older, I believe gratitude is the most important thing. Health is the most important thing. Relationships are the most important thing. Money, business, fame, all that is secondary. So really, Ashwini, my gratitude for starting this revolution and being among the top leaders in this country. And Ashwini's continued to reinvent himself in the business. Faisal, I forgot to take your name. That's the problem with taking names. But I see you, so I remembered. Faisal is a lot of my colleagues, Ankit, are there. Some have directly contributed, some have indirectly contributed. Come. Chetan is walking in. Again, a friend of mine for almost 2 decades. I had the good pleasure of meeting him last week at a get-together briefly. So thank you, Ashwini. Shaileshji, I remember I called you 12, 15 years back. I can't be sure and said, we want to do more regional content. And at that time, I used to run E4M. I don't run, Naval runs E4M. I am here because Karan's event is there and it's a community that is very important. So really, we've come a long way. I just want to say that contextualizing what is being discussed today, a lot of people in the editorial domain ask me, so what's happening to your business? What will happen to editorial businesses? Will ChatGPT take away our lunch, so to say? And last week, I met a very senior professional from the communication domain, and she asked me, what is the impact of technology on PR and communication businesses? And I said, when I'm coming here today, I must address that. I see a lot of friends. I can take everyone's name. Chetan, thank you for being here. I made some new acquaintances today. Now, I must say that the year 2022 was one of the reckoning for business across the world. From tackling the fallout of geopolitical conflicts to inflation and adopting emerging technologies, a lot has changed in the last 12 to 15 months. Most companies cautiously rolled out numerous marketing campaigns, and pure play digital marketing emerged as the leading tool for marketeers. And really, if you looked at India, the digital spends grew by almost 50%. And it's a large base now. It's not a small base. Whether you look at the Pitch Madison advertising outlook, which we've done for last 18 years, or you look at the E4M Dentsu AG's network digital outlook, digital is growing leaps and bounds. It will, like in next 3 years, it's likely to be between 35 to 40% of overall spends for marketing, communication, and marketing. So parallel to this growth in digital marketing was the growth of online journalistic landscape. I mean, many journalists who left mainstream started their own platforms, either on YouTube. And every week, seasoned editorial leader launches something which is of some impact in the domain. Now, this has set tone for the PR narratives and for communication professionals. Marketers began focusing on a PR a lot more in 2021 and 22 because they also economized on their marketing budgets, and PR became an even more important tool from an ROI standpoint for marketers. That trend has continued. Also, the last 6 months have been tough in terms of some categories. Let me take education. It is coming back and it is coming, but education dumbed down on its spends. Real estate is coming back again. because of RERA and many other things. Over the last 2-3 years, real estate industry saw a seismic shift. But the positive thing that happened in the real estate sector was the fact that today the real estate demand is much more than it ever was before COVID, and it is demand from users. So the real estate advertising, real estate marketing spends are coming back. Third is the startups. In the last 3 years, 4 years, most of the communication budgets, apart from mainstream large FMCG companies and large Indian corporates, startups were bullish about the future. They understood digital. Some of them were digital only businesses. So clearly, their focus on digital was big. But as they grew, they realized that if they want to build mainstream brands, they need to focus on communication PR in a holistic way. So clearly, in the last 3 years, especially, marketeers have begun focusing on PR a lot more than they ever did. And clearly, there are many reasons, but the top 6 reasons are the credibility in the organic reach PR brings, the cost effectiveness as compared to non-organic spends, the ability to control your message, the ability to be able to multi-platform your message. Fifth is the ability to be able to create a two-way communication in some cases of communication, which may be not traditional PR, but initiatives where all the stakeholders are engaged. And sixth, very importantly, when the marketing budgets became lesser, PR was called in to keep the communication going with all the stakeholders. Also, one big shift that happened in 2022 and it continues in 2023 is a shift from quantity to quality. I think quality matters even more than it ever did. And really, let me now address the question of what will happen to the PR industry because of the rise of AI, chat GPT, technology. I must say, even in journalism, when BuzzFeed let go 12% of its workforce, its stock price went up by 15-18%. But eventually, the copyright issues and the nature of AI, and AI is evolving too. It's not that AI is static. They're trying to figure out everything. They haven't perfected. So it's growing. So it's a dynamic thing. But the fact is, most editorial platforms have realized that the content that ChatGPT gives you is by definition from past. There's nothing new. There are copyright issues. And the beauty of writing a story. So journalism is not under danger. And technology is a collaborative tool. AI and ChatGPT are collaborative tool. Similarly, in the PR and communication domain, the ability of human beings to interact with each other, to strategize on what is needed for the brand and the business, to be able to bring a qualitative dimension to the discussion, and hence the output is not going to go away. There is, in PR, if I may divide in communication, there is regular PR, which can be done through digital journalism and disseminating press releases. Then there is crisis management. And third, I would say strategic PR, which is about long-term brand building. The role of professionals in strategizing and in disseminating information is likely to undergo a change, but the core of it is not going to change. The role of PR is going to grow. In fact, I'm part of many communities, legal community, hospitality community. And there is always this question, when will the CXO from these domains have board positions? I think the time is coming where more and more corporate communications professionals will sit on the board of companies, because if reputation and brand is not important, then what is more important than that? So really, the Indian PR domain is growing. It is more vibrant than ever. And I must say, the next 10 years of India are going to be glorious. And that is with or without the government. Of course, government can play a positive role. It is playing a positive role. But India's own trajectory is such, because of large domestic consumption, that we will continue to grow at a pace, and brands and businesses will need communication in a very competitive landscape for the three things that businesses need: talent, capital, and customers. So the role of PR professionals will only get nuanced, even more specialized, and even more important. So I think we are doing the Iprcc at a time when the role of the communication professional is much more important than it ever was. You'll see more and more communication professionals in the boardroom and being involved in strategic launches, in acquisition, and more importantly, not just be there in a reactive mode, but working proactively with all stakeholders and the board to be able to achieve the strategic communication objectives. I want to end by saying that PR as an industry in the last 2 decades has come of age. I think the next decade uh, will grow this industry to a level that we haven't imagined. There are large PR firms that are doing turnovers which are more than media companies. Their profits are more than media companies. So I just want to say that you're in the right industry. Add more skills to yourselves. A lot of PR professionals can grow by adding the role of marketing to themselves, the role of media planning, buying to themselves. Sometimes people who are in marketing, CMOs, they come to me for advice and they ask me, how do we? And I said to them, take a P&L role. And they have taken P&L roles. And I know of 3 instances where my very close friends and mentees, they're younger than me, have become CEOs taking, I mean, it was their destiny. But the idea of they were CMOs of, they're taking a role which is P&L was possibly came from me, and they did take the P&L roles in a small way initially, and eventually became the CEOs. I think more and more PR professionals and communication professionals should have this ambition of being CEOs of companies. Just being this head of communication, head of PR, head of marketing is not good enough. So I think that's the ambition I'd like to seed. I believe in the power of conscious and subconscious thoughts. Whatever I've imagined, mostly I've got closer to that. So I tend to think right and big these days. So think big for yourselves, think big for your clients, think big for your industry. Look forward to seeing you at the awards. It'll be a full house. We have about 300 plus people at the awards today. So look forward to celebrating all of you and your industry. And God bless you. Keep doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we kickstart the conference with the first panel discussion of the day. The session will deliberate on the topic of new era of AI in PR, how it is challenging conventional PR methods and reshaping modern ones. I must request you to all to offer a very enthusiastic cheer as I welcome our panelists. Joining us, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Suvir Paul, Executive Vice President, RF Thunder. Please welcome Ms. Bhavna Singh, Vice President, Corporate Communications, Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. Please give it up for Ms. Ravpreet Ganesh, Chief Integration Officer, The Mavericks. One hand this way, the other one this way. It's super easy to clap this way. Super easy. Come on, everyone. Let's welcome Mr. Pradeep Wadhwa, Founder and Principal, Critical Edge. Please give it up for Mr. Shailesh Goyal, Director, Simulations Public Affairs Management Services Private Limited. And now completing the panel, let's welcome the moderator for this particular panel. Please give it up for Ms. Ruchika Jha from Exchange for Media. Allow me a moment before we begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody present here. Good afternoon to all my panelists. So, to begin with the session, I'll start with a very basic question. That is, how does AI affect PR strategies? And I would like a 1-minute remark from all of you. Mr. Goel.
Morning, delighted to be here. Yes, the ChatGPT and likes are helping the industry, communication industry, to bring in acceleration. They're bringing to accuracy. They're bringing to a lot of efficiency, probably in the routine and mundane work we do, and also the intelligent work. But what is missing is the emotions and ethics, which I feel will not be able to, nobody will be able to duplicate, and that's where the major challenge will lie. So yes, it is affecting largely, but it's bringing in efficiency. It is bringing in, the primary compilation of the what we call as content generation, and also into the data analytics, the media monitoring, the populating the what we call as the target media and universe. But yes, the human interface and human interaction, until it is able to read the human emotions, it won't be a major challenge for us.
Mr. Wadhwa, your words.
So I think all of the PR professionals are either using or at least reading about AI. So my sense is that the impact will be transformative. And imagine life before mobile phones. I think a majority of the people here were born after the mobile phone came, so they may not be able to imagine it. But imagine your life without or before mobile phones and now. So AI has this ability to change our life. And I'm not talking only about PR industry. Obviously, PR industry is going to change across the board. So today we are at a cusp. It is going to completely change. And as Shaileshji was saying, that it can help us reach to more audiences, because obviously it helps generate a lot of content at a very fast pace, and also currently cheap. It is cheap, but we don't know how the costs are going to evolve over a period of time. But it will help us reach out to more audiences, get more personalization, because personalization is something is extremely, extremely important, both from marketing and public relations perspective. The more you can personalize, the more you can connect, and you are able to receive a better response. So response could be anything, response could be you want to make them like something, you want to make them purchase something, you want to change their mindset. So all of that will be better if we have better personalization. Then PR industry hasn't gone through that, but a lot of industries have gone through automation of repetitive processes. I think AI will help us also automate a lot of the processes. And there are several things. I think you had given me 1 minute. If I'm above, you can stop me and I'll pass on. I can continue to.
You can complete a sentence.
Okay.
No problem.
So it will also, things like measurement, things like understanding an industry, things like connecting your impact to the results. All of those can be, the positive impacts of AI. I think there is at least 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes I can speak on the negative impacts also, but I think I'll give it to the next panelist, and in the next round, I'll talk about that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Wadhwa. Ms. Ganesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think first and foremost, couple of changes. It's here to stay, so we might as well become friends with it. I think there's a lot of fear and anxiety. No technology is going to replace any human being. I'm a firm believer of that. It's a technology developed by us. So fundamentally, what it will definitely do to any professional, not just PR professional, it is going to force us to upskill ourselves. We need to understand how to use this technology in a more collaborative fashion. It's here to make our lives, I believe, easier, more efficient, take out the inefficiencies from a lot of our processes, be it research, be it simple fact-finding conversations. what I love about ChatGPT is that the void itself, it calls out, it says that please do not take these facts at face value. These are facts which have been, as Dr. Batra said, it's the past, it's not the present or the future. And as professionals, our job is to impact the present and look out at the future, right? And that's where we and the AI can work together. I believe that with AI, we are only going to become better at what we do. Definitely more credible, definitely more helpful in adding values to our partners. So I'm actually looking forward to what AI is going to bring next. More from November till now, all we've seen is every new day there are new news, whether it is the biggest creators of AI is being called out to White House today, as we talk probably, to figure out what the legislation around the development is going to be, or how we generate the work using the current avatars. So yeah, I'm looking forward to what AI is going to bring to all our lives.
Thank you, Ms. Ganesh. Ms. Singh?
Good morning. I think the disadvantage of sitting away from the moderator is that I have nothing new to offer, other than the fact that I think this room, more than anyone else, we are strong believers that I think PR can work with the 3 R's. And for me, the 3 R's are, one is reputation, one is responsiveness, and the other is relationships. And that's what, we were taught when we started off in PR more than 2 decades back, that, relationships are important with your stakeholders. And we talk of AI, and of course, technology only challenges us to be a better version of ourselves in our jobs as well. And I think that's what it's going to do. But AI, after all, is artificial intelligence, and humans have what's called emotional intelligence also with us. And especially in an industry that I belong to, it's highly emotional. We are into health. And I guess there are only 2 industries where people are very emotional about their decisions. One is health and the other is finance. So when it comes to health, while AI has positively impacted many areas, which includes disease management, which includes understanding more about research, of course, will it replace communication skills, which are basic, which is what all of us have? I don't think it'll replace, but it'll definitely augment and make us do our things better.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. Mr. Paul, your remark?
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me over here. I'd just like to contextualize a little bit of this conversation. AI, ML, NLP, all been around for very long. 2023 was touted as the year for AI because, ChatGPT brought content generation right into the hands of all of us, right? Last I checked, there were about 4,500 AI tools that you could use, which was just not on content generation, but across productivity, design, email, personal assistance. You can go on. But to contextualize it a little more for you, how AI is going to change with the way we operate. I was coming here for this talk, and, just as everybody would do, I told one of my young, executives in the firm, said, why don't you go look up as to what my talk point should be? That young executive spent maybe 4 to 5 hours putting together a small piece of paper with some talk points, some proof points to substantiate the conversation. And I looked at it and I said, I don't think this is something that I can take to this conversation today. Guess what I did? I went and asked AI. So I asked AI in less than 3 seconds. I got my talk points. Full disclosure, that's what I'm going to use today. And guess what? Further questions in terms of asking about ethical use, about measurement in PR and communication, substantiated with hard data. So for me, what I think AI is going to do is really kind of help us become smarter. I've always maintained that knowledge, ever since the search and smartphone advent, has become a flat world. Everybody has access to it. I've always defined what makes good to great is our ability to connect those dots of large amounts of information and start making sense of it and apply it to the work that we do. Guess what? Here's now a program, an algorithm that's out there that's collecting those large amounts of vast amounts of information, connecting those dots and giving you even more pertinent insights. So if the knowledge economy has become a flat world, AI just made it just that much more flatter. And I'll open it up, to you to take the conversation forward.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. So my next question would be for you only, actually. With the introduction of ChatGPT, like we discussed right now, in what ways do you think the PR professionals will, the operations will evolve for the PR professionals?
So yeah, when you, just like I was alluding to earlier, when you're researching a topic, when you're, okay, I'll try to put it a little better. When I came into this profession, I wasn't a qualified communicator. But I joined this profession and I was dependent on people either above me to kind of show me or guide me in terms of how I should be, whether it's writing a press release or researching a particular topic or looking at a particular company, understanding what it needs to, what it does and how it needs to be communicated. Certainly there were no templates or all of that was kind of readily available. A lot we used to look to for people around or perhaps somebody else who's done it before, look at something online, see if you can make sense of that. Today, what AI is going to do for you is it's no longer a blank sheet of paper. It's going to give you thought starters. It's going to give you points that you probably would not have thought of. It's going to give you structure to large amounts of information again that you perhaps would not think of. So certainly for people like us who are knowledge economy workers, this is going to be a change. Again, it's about adapting to it really early to say how this is going to evolve. But if you're smart, if you're intelligent about how you can derive the most and the best out of it, certainly this is a long, it's a long journey ahead of us, but an exciting journey also in terms of what it can do for an individual who's starting out in communication.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Goyal, I would like to know your views from a regional PR perspective. That with the introduction of ChatGPT, what ways do you think the operations of PR professionals are going to evolve?
So it is the next stage which I feel will evolve after some time, because the working on the language versions of ChatGPT is evolving probably. But what is important is that the customization it needs in terms of when it comes to the reaching the regional audiences is very difficult actually, because the psyche of the audience, psyche of the people who we are trying to reach is differing, especially in a country like India, where where they say that every 100 kilometers the language change, the people psyche change, people lifestyle change. So when we have to reach out to those regions, I think the role of traditional will still come. Yes, it can throw you a lot of data, it can give you analysis, it can give you trends, but somebody has to read it, and that's the human mind, and customize it and make it relevant. That's where we thought our role will continue to be.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal. So my next question would be for Mr. Wadhwa, that in your opinion, how relevant are the traditional or conventional PR methods in today's digital world? How are they relevant still?
See, we have to evolve with the changing times. So if you ask me that how relevant is today radio and television in the overall advertising, this thing, similar question is this for PR. So the relevance comes from the fact that where is my audience and what are they reading, what are they doing, what are they consuming, and therefore am I actually reaching out to them in the language that they understand at the time that they need and with the messages that will resonate with them. So similarly, the basics of marketing haven't changed, the basics of PR haven't changed. What is changing is that we are getting more, in a digital world, we are getting a much more distributed time. So, one, it is distributed. Second is that we are getting a lot more technology to help us, aid us. Today, we can reach out to micro segments. We can gauge what is the intent of our target audience. We can, see and reach to them with the right messages. We can test those messages much faster. Let me give you an example of traditional advertising. We would give an ad in the newspaper, and then it was like, okay, now God is willing, it is going to reach out to the right target audience. It will resonate or it will not resonate. Today, when we do digital marketing campaigns, in a few $1,000, we can find out whether our message is working, our ad is working or not. What should we change the headline? So, and we can create different campaigns for different and several types of target audience. So we can slice and dice in numerous ways. Now, if coming to artificial intelligence, I think that will add a new layer of giving us better insights. And therefore, it is incumbent upon us to be able to use it for reaching out with better messages, with better personalization. And that's where the key lies. Are we in a position, have we elevated ourselves to be able to take advantage of what lies ahead? So it is not about beating AI, but it is about using AI for our benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Wadhwa. Ms. Singh, I would like to know your view from a communications point of view, that how relevant are the traditional methods still in today's digital first world?
So, always believe that communications is all about a good story. And what's a good story without any emotion, without any feeling? So I'll just read out something to you all. I found it interesting, so I took a photograph of it. No points for guessing what the story is, because you'll get to know of it. But I'll just read it out. A beautiful Cinderella, dwelling eagerly, finally gains happiness. Finally gains happiness, inspiring jealous kin. Love magically nurtures opulent prince. Quietly rescues. Slipper triumphs, uniting very wondrously, genial youth zealously. This was the output that was given when the input in Chat GPT was explain the plot of Cinderella in a sentence where each word has to begin with the next letter in the alphabet from A to Z without repeating any letters. So I don't know whether this is the Cinderella we've heard of, but it's Cinderella nevertheless. It's got the message of the whole story. But again, I mean, we are storytellers, so it depends. And like how all the other panelists said, it's not one versus the other. It's how we use it. And everything has its own use. There's no doubt anybody can challenge digital social campaigns being effective, more engagement, more two-way communication rather than what he said, which was earlier one way. Nevertheless, nothing can tell you a story better than you. So I think these are my views on this.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. So, Ms. Ganesh, my next question would be for you, that since AI is making things very easy and convenient for people, what are some of the possible challenges that one can face when AI enhances further?
Laziness, right? And if we become lazy, then that's the doomsday, right? So that's the fear we should really be articulating. As long as we don't have that, because fundamentally, as Bhavna said, we are all storytellers and nobody tells story better than human beings. AI is going to help us to give what I believe is all of your IQs. Okay, so it will give you your facts, your insights, your data, all at one place, super quick, all perhaps in a better format than the story we've just heard. But layering of it with our own intelligence, our own understanding to create a story that is engaging, that is relevant, that is unique, that's upon us. And as AI can, faster AI develops and gives us better versions, better products, better tools, I think as long as we understand these are tools and it's incumbent upon us to deploy, use them to continue to tell those stories, which is what we've done so far, right? Combination of this EQ that you and I bring to the table and the IQ that AI will get to the table is what is going to create better stories. And we are here to tell stories, stories that can genuinely impact the consumer. So consumer is not devoid of this, right? And please appreciate that whatever story that AI throws, that Cinderella story is not going to wow that small child who's possibly the consumer of that story. And that consumer is at the center of the reason why you and I are here at in this room. So if we are not going to be able to figure out what that consumer wants, and that AI cannot tell me, AI can tell me how that consumer has behaved so far. So appreciating that input and packaging it. And then of course, a very relevant point that Pradeep made, that where are we going to tell this story, right? So all of that combined is what is going to help us to be better value creators for what we do. AI should develop, and I think should develop really fast. Who knows this free world of AI that exists, or the so-called free world, some of the tools are free. When they get monetized, what avatar is it going to take? So we'll see. But I think the relevance and upgradation and upskilling and our own understanding of this technology and keeping ahead of the curve is what's going to help all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Ganesh. Mr. Paul, your view on the same? What are the possible challenges that one can face when AI enhances further?
Challenges, I'm not going to take a view on saying that this is going to be really challenging for us in future. It's going to take on a role of its own. It'll be interesting to see how it develops. But what it can do, technology enables, what it can do to enable people to do their jobs better, to perform better, to understand communication in a where I can do sentiment analysis, topical modeling, come out with predictive analytics, performance matrices, and use AI tools within them to be smarter, sharper, stronger, will just bring me that much closer to the customer or the mandate that we're serving. I also wanted to add another thing of, content, which is ChatGPT, but the AI tools out there creating visual design, creating better photography for us, creating, I don't know, all of us use Apple, right? Apple's been using an AI tool in your photos. You take a photograph. If you go immediately open up the photograph, you suddenly see the photo brighten up on its own. That's the AI software that Apple's been using in order to enhance its own photography and capability for every end user without the end user even knowing about it. But these are realities. I mean, it's already there. It's just making the world a more beautiful place. Are we to be threatened by this? I don't think so. It's too big a animal that's been let out of the bottle that can be put back into the bottle. It's not going to happen. We need to embrace. We need to adapt. And every change that comes along, there are these questions that are thrown up in the air. But guess what? Somewhere down the line, we figure it out. We move on, and we make sense of what that change is. We adapt to it. We evolve with it. And guess what? We're here for the better. So I really don't see many challenges coming about. It's about taking our own abilities and saying, how do we embrace it to better serve what we do?
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul.
I just wanted to add a point here when Suvir was talking, and like how he said, it's not so much a challenge, but I think, and I think Sailesh also mentioned it, the need for ethics and the need for a framework, probably a guideline on what needs to be used is something that, in terms of privacy, in terms of many other things, which is evolving. And that's something that we also need to take into cognizance when we start adopting this in our field of work.
Thank you so much. Sure.
So I would like to say that AI is not a devil, but it ain't no saint either. And why I say that is that, all the issues about data privacy and, accuracy and a lot more, the point is that governments have failed in industry after industry to come with regulations ahead of time. So be it a ride-hailing service like Uber, Ola, or social media. Now we know that social media started with like a revolution and connecting people, long lost friends, etc. Now it's become an kind of a pandemic. Our youth are really suffering, and there is now debate. So governments and lawmakers are living like 20 years behind. Now, with this AI coming up very, very fast, are they going to globally and in several different countries be able to come up with regulation which protects the users as far as data privacy, as far as copyright, IP issues are concerned? So those are the things I think we need to look at, which is not for the practitioners like us, but we can play a role in helping the governments, take a more educated and improve their understanding to that. And second is, we also have to be cognizant that we are not deliberately or because we lack the knowledge are jeopardizing our in the interest of our clients. Are we actually inputting data and information of our clients into the software where it can get leaked, or are we informing the clients ahead of time that we are using? That's what I think. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wadhwa. Ms. Ganesh, your concluding remark. Thank you so much.
I think fundamentally, just kind of taking off from where Pradeep left it, is that remember the credibility part of it, the organic part of it, which is what as PR professionals we get to the table. That role we will still continue to need. We will need to play. More so in the context that Pradeep has just highlighted. A couple of days back, there was a video which got circulated, Satya Nadella. Nobody, with AI, you can't tell whether it is fake or it's real. Right? Now, those are evils which exist with this, as would with any other technology, right? It's new. There's a lot of excitement around it. I don't want to label it as fear. But I think fundamentally, the strength of our storytelling is the credibility, the facts that we all check before we responsibly put a story out, the organic life that the story, the ability that the story has to take their organic life. So as long as we mindfully use it, as long as we are mindful of all the challenges that something like this could potentially bring to table, I feel this can only help us to do our jobs better.
Thank you, Ms. Ganesh, and thank you to all the panelists for joining, since we're running out of time. So let's get ahead. Thank you so much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause. Can I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture? And also to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf, please welcome Ms. Shipra Biswas, E4M team. I request the panelists to kindly stay back on the stage with us as we have Ms. Biswas presenting a small token of appreciation on behalf of Exchange for Media. Thank you very much. What a fantastic start to a fantastic day ahead. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the second session, which is the first keynote address for the day. Our keynote speaker will be shedding some light on the changing role of PR and marketing for brand. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Mr. Ashwini Singla, founding managing partner, Ashram Reputation Advisory.
going to move this. Hi, can you hear me? The audio clear? All right. You know, when 4 of the 5 panelists who preceded me happen to be my colleagues in somewhere in my life, tells you how old I am. So, but great thoughts, Subir, Pradeep, everybody who were part of this panel. Thank you very much. And of course, my generous thanks to Dr. Batra for his very, very kind and generous remarks. Hi, Chitan, how are you? For the way he has honored me by saying what he did. So thank you very much. Well, I thought there are enough experts through the course of the day to talk about or pontificate on the benefits or evils of technology and how the world will change as technology will shape itself. And the chat that I wanted to have with you, and this is a conversation and not some pearls of wisdom, is around what's really changing in a world, or is there any change at all? Right? It's great to talk about technology and the influence and the change that technology will bring to our lives. And when I juxtapose that with a simple question to 8 out of the 10 young associates, either in the consulting world or in the corporate communication world, as to what your day looks like, then I start to really wonder, is there any change? Or are we going to do more of the same? So aptly, I've titled my conversation is about change is a question about how you want to look at life and how do you want to embrace or not embrace that change to your advantage, right? So that's really the first context to the conversation. And this is a conversation that we are going to have. What Dr. Batra said gladdened my heart simply because he wished well for each one of us who is in this room, a young professional or a seasoned communicator, because he said that one day or very soon or now, we have a seat on the boardroom table. And over the years, now, what makes Astrum unique, or my journey in public relations unique, is that over the 2.5 decades, close to 2.5 decades that I have spent in this profession, I've talked about the use of science and the use of data and evidence and insight to drive decisions. And it's not a surprise to me when you think about the founding fathers of a profession in the early 1900s happened to be all psychologists, behavioral scientists, or sociologists. Understanding behavior is fundamental to the pursuit of a profession that forms ethical influence in whatever way you call it. So from a standpoint, preference or reputation is undecidedly is a sustainable advantage, because people will not choose to work for you, and that's the percentages are all here. Well, they will not choose to work for you if you have a reputation problem. And in the age of e-commerce, reviews and ratings decide decisions to purchase or not to purchase, which is obvious because peer reviews matter to us, not claims made by products or service providers today increasingly. And if I was to ask Seema or anybody else who's tasked with the company's reputation, they will tell you reputation risk is their #1 priority. So and it's little wonder when a phone call or a phone camera connected to the internet can cause a shitstorm in a few seconds to a few minutes. It's little wonder that reputation risk protection or risk mitigation is going to be a very important consideration for either the CMO, CEO, or CCO, whatever C-suite title you want to give to them. So if reputation today is going to become central, and advocacy of reputation or protection of reputation is a critical task that we as professionals have. So what is it that's changing in our world or not changing in our world that we can play to our advantage? So that's a question to wonder. And given the fact that I'm a big advocate for data and evidence and insights, I thought I'll use these 15 minutes with you to bring to attention, because I have a wide audience here of people who are veterans in this industry, who will probably say, hey, this is the most obvious stuff. And we've got young professionals who are entering this profession who may want to know a little bit more. So let me just share some critical insights outside a survey that was conducted by PRC and my team worked with Deepthi and her colleagues to really bring out some very important nuggets out of this sort of unstructured to structured conversations that we had across with decision makers in the communication industry. So there are about 28 heads of consulting companies, medium to large, to about 28 chief communication officers, head of corporate communicators, and then, of course, across a range of industries, to be able to synthesize a few nuggets that I want to present to you today or share with you, and then we can have a conversation about it. And obviously, we also did a lot of secondary research around some of the publicly available data that is available to in the register of companies, annual report filings, etc., to be able to summate it. What's the good news? The good news is that our industry has delivered a consistent double-digit growth. So congratulations to all of you, because that's a great testament of the work that you have done to be able to drive the fact that the industry is consistently outperforming the economy. Good news. Now, the other part of the news here, if you look at, which is here, which is about 2,100 crores, or about 100 million odd here, is something that we are touching now. So we have a substantive industry today growing at a steady double-digit growth. And what you don't have here is who's driving this growth. And the mid firms or the mid-sized firms are driving this the fastest. Right? What's the other good news? People who are in the client side, chief communication officers and others, will tell you today that they have the attention of their CEO, chairman, founder, whatever role that you have, which means reputation, if it's the central most important task, advancement or protection of reputation, then the fact that we're starting to see communication heads have a seat in the boardroom is a great testament for the importance, and that these are people putting their money where their mouth is. So what Dr. Batra said about being in the boardroom is not a pipe dream, but a reality for people. And consulting firms will naturally follow with clients. If they're in the boardroom, I would assume that they will have their firms also in the boardroom. If not, that time will come also very, very soon. What's the good news here? You're starting to see the share of spend in the overall budget also steadily increase. So that sort of, again, reinforces the fact that if you're going to spend more in the pursuit of public relations, the pursuit of reputation, then obviously that's also the function that's also fueling growth, right? So for an industry that's increased centrality of its impact on business, seeing good outcomes in terms of growth is all good news. Now, there may be some challenges here in the consulting world about people fighting in the small pond and trying to distribute the fish and therefore creating an inverse proportional relationship to value and price. But that's something for the industry to worry about. That's not the subject of the conversation that we want to have today. The small quotations that you see at the bottom of these slides, ladies and gentlemen, should just tell you the actual words and phrases, which I have paraphrased out of the conversations that I'm representing before you. So that's the good news here, right? Now, Is the change here at all? And what got us here, will that get us to where we want to go? Let's look at that. Again, based on these conversations, one thing's clear, that the share of spend around online reputation is going to grow. And that's year now, next year, and year 3. That's over 3 years if you want to look at this part of the spend, which is ORM digital, going from about 26%, 1/4, to about 1/2. So that's going to happen, which means what we do online or in the space tomorrow vis-a-vis digital is going to become important. Right? So that's obvious. Now, whether AI takes us there, and I think I want to just qualify, and what Suvir said is right. AI has been around for a very, very long period of time. I remember Asim's in the room here, and when we founded Impact 20+ years back, NLP was a language that we were experimenting with at that point of time, which is the base of AI. What we are seeing today is generative AI, which is your ability to generate on the fly of things that we want to do, whether visuals, pictures, or content. Second, you're going to start to see regulation. Pradeep spoke about the fact that legislators are maybe a step behind, 2 steps behind. He spent 20 years. I don't want to be as bold as him, but certainly is our legislation in lockstep with the way technology will evolve? I don't think there's any government in the world which will be able to keep lockstep with the disruption and the pace at which technology will evolve. So clearly, the ability to create convergence between what the interest of the business is and what the interest of the policy or legislators would be an important skill set. And that's a growing need in the industry to be able to find the convergence between policy and progress. That's the second piece. And then, of course, content, employee engagement. What's gladdening my heart, to be absolutely sure, is the growing share on a very small base of industry starting to now invest in research, analytics, and data. I read a lot of senior executives talk about use of data, insights, analytics. Frankly, I think there's a lot of talk. There's small walk in islands, and I'd like to see whether this walk will become a lot more mainstream. Because I can tell you the entire business of Astrum is founded on the fact that insights and data is the key to persuasion. So, and I'm glad to see Suvir, who spent many, many years with me, is pursuing the same passion through RF Thunder. So more power to you, Suvir. Congratulations. Well done. So therefore, if that's what's going to happen, and that's what's changing in our world, vis-a-vis what's required from us, therefore, are we ready for the skill sets that are needed to deliver the goods? Crisis, public affairs, internal communication, and all that is, I think, going to be the skill set that you're going to need. So are we ready for it? Dr. Batra also talked about the cycles of the sectors. Some sectors are up, some sectors are down. Here are the top industry versus industry, or the industry is fueling our industry in terms of size. So pharmaceutical, healthcare, education, all of them will continue. IT will continue to fuel. I think IT somewhere 63% and startup 10% gets merged. Therefore, a large part of IT will also be, I think, the unicorn to the startup ecosystem that's coming in. So that's really the question is that the dawn of the new era? Or if you look at it, are we going to do some same and some? Right? So as digital increases, traditional media will pivot, and you will start to see the centrality of media, but maybe towards pivoting into more digital online formats. And what you see here as the number of human beings, that's 8 out of 10 people are telling you that they will be spending less around or using less around media relations, but still going to be about 50%. That's significant. And clearly, as India becomes more literate, as penetration of smartphones increases, and Fareed Zakaria said, complimenting Mr. Ambani in his post in his op-ed in the Washington Post, he termed the geo as the second revolution fueling the growth of India. So you're really obviously going to start to see penetration in regional markets start to increase. So that sort of substantiates the trend. And of course, fake versus fact. AI will start deep fakes, all of those. And clearly, are we ready to deal with the fakes as good as we should be? I'm not too sure. Let's look at the next piece. Technology will certainly play a role. The question that I leave with you, is it going to be technology versus talent or technology with talent? Because at one part, automation, intelligence is going to certainly drive talent. Technology will drive talent. But at the same time, the talent has to play a very smart, very important strategic role in the pursuit of what we need to achieve. Last, in terms of the credentials, the proof of the pudding is always going to be in eating it, right? So what's going to drive progress is people. These, ladies and gentlemen, are the top 4 matrices of evaluation of talent. And from there, as you start to think, impact and results are going to be critical. You know, I always believe that fashion is temporary, classics are timeless, right? So quality, ladies and gentlemen, will be timeless. Ask any client, ask anybody, they will tell you, and I'll leave with you the 4 critical quality parameters that in my 25 years of consulting experience have been the standard differentiators to success. So thank you very much. My time's up. I appreciate your time for listening. And should you have any questions, I remain available for you to have a conversation. Do appreciate the time you have.
Mr.
Thank you very
Singla, I
much.
must request you to kindly stay back here on the stage with us. I cannot let you leave without asking the audience to bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for your very lively presentation. And to present a small token of appreciation on behalf of Exchange for Media Group, please welcome Ms. Ritika Jha.
Thank you. It's good to see you again. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before I introduce our next panel, I would like to remind you all about our live social media contest. In order to participate, all you have to do is simply scan the QR code and follow us on LinkedIn. The QR code is available on your tables. Please do not forget to tag us and use the hashtag E for MIPRCCC. There are 3 C's in there. And as I've been told, there are extra points for posting pictures and videos. Exactly. With this, we move on to the next panel discussion. And the topic at hand is Industry 4.0 and its effects on PR. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome our panelists. Please welcome Ms. Abhilasha Gupta, Head Global Corporate Communications and Public Affairs, Tech Mahindra. Please give it up for Mr. Bhanu Arora, Senior Vice President, Corporate Affairs and Communications, Metro Cash and Carry India Private Limited. Mr. Arora, 1 second ruk jaiye. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to Mr. Bhanu Arora. Please take the walk. Thank you. Up next, please welcome Ms. Lavina Gujral, COO Candow Communications. Please give it up for Mr. Pranav Kumar, Managing Director, Allison and Partners. Let's welcome Ms. Sayantini M. Roy, Chief Strategy Officer, PR Pandit. हिंदी में कहते हैं कि तालियों पर GST नहीं लगता देवियों और सज्जनों, तालियां tax free हैं. And completing this eminent panel, please welcome the moderator, Ms. Shrabasti Malik, Exchange for Media.
Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. My panel needs no introduction today, as our MC has already done. We have a stellar panelists, and the topic we are going to discuss today is Industry 4.0 and its effects on PR. The Industry 4.0 refers to the current era of connectivity and advanced analytics, and that has been transforming industry and businesses for quite some time now. So my first question would be, how would you describe Industry 4.0 and how do you see it as? And I would start with Ms. Roy.
Well, Industry 4.0 is nothing but digital transformation. We've seen that in PR. When we started about 22 years ago, we used to deliver press releases by hand. Now we are checking press releases on WhatsApp. WhatsApp is a tool and a technology. The entire digital and the technology, and the previous panel also spoke a lot about it, is there in our day-to-day lives as we go on working on our operations. What I would say is, if we were to apply the principles of marketing, which is the basic Philip Kotler of product, place, promotion process to this, then the technology is all pervasive. Product, there are products today, whether we are, when we are researching data analytics, which helps us do our job better. Place, are we in the right place for digital transformation? Well, yes, PR is one of the professions which has a direct access to corner room. No other profession, very few other professions actually have that. Promotion, are we promoting it right? Well, maybe not. We are talking about technology and transformation in this closed group of communicators. But when you go out to digital transformation and other symposiums, is there anything that is being discussed on PR there? Maybe not. We could certainly promote it better. So overall, my sense is it's there for us to embrace. It stays. It impacts all aspects of how we do our job, but it is not technology versus people. It's how we make it better for ourselves. How do we deliver better for the companies who partner with us?
Ms. Gujral, from a corporate communications point of view, how do you see or would like to describe the Industry 4.0?
Well, just as a correction, I'm a PR agency person, not a corp person. But regardless, I do work with a fair number of technology companies. I think industrial revolution 4.0, whatever you want to call it, Industry 4.0, essentially started with, like you said, digital transformation, but driven by new technologies like cloud computing, IoT, robotics, automation, all of these things. And so when we hear terms like AI, ML and all, these are nothing but these, just tools of these kind of, that are used for digital transformation, primarily for the core industries of manufacturing, etc. But now we are seeing its adoption across various sectors. And we see that with our clients, regardless of the industry that functioning in, regardless of the size and scope of their business. So it's happening everywhere. Basically, so what is the need of this? The need for this came in, for primarily for increasing efficiencies, for upgrading talent usage, for saving costs, for more demand, etc. So we're seeing all of these things, and that is what has been primarily the change from the way businesses were conducted earlier to those that are being conducted now post this digital transformation era. How it is affecting PR is that now, regardless of whichever sector a PR professional works in, whether it's lifestyle or it's FMCG or it is tech or education, healthcare, you need as a PR professional to be able to understand and appreciate these technologies and to be able to build them into your messaging for your clients, because every sector today is technology driven, whether you are promoting a coffee brand or a lipstick, or you are buying an iPhone or whatever it is that you're talking about. That's, I think, the crux of the matter. Every PR professional should be technologically well versed, should have an understanding, and should be able to weave that into a communication narrative.
Thank you, Ms. Gujral. Mr. Kumar, if you could tell us if the PR industry is ready for this revolution, and in what ways is it ready?
That's a great question. Do I know the answer? No, but maybe I can make some assumptions in that sense. So I think, as my co-panelists rightly pointed out, that Industry 4.0 automation has already been around for a while. And I think in some sense, I think, maybe about 10 years ago or so, we've really started to embrace, social, digital, online more and more. So I think knowingly or unknowingly, we've been compelled to embrace all of these new platforms, tools. And I think we're certainly well on that path to evolution, because that's the demand of, modern day PR and modern day corporate communications. So I think certainly, there are steps being taken. We're all using, social media monitoring tools. We're using media monitoring tools. We're using, CRM tools like HubSpot, for example. We're using tools like BrandWatch, for example, to really be able to use, elements of Industry 4.0, ML and AI, to give us, insights, data that we then sort of use to really create compelling campaign and ideas for our clients. But of course, I think Industry 4.0 as a concept has been around for a while. I think it only got a bit amplified with the induction of ChatGPT 3, which was, I think, in the tail end of last year. That's when, because of the generative AI capabilities that it can now write and create text and imagery, I think it sort of compelled PR folks to sit up and take notice that actually we can use these tools, more and more. Is it a threat? Is it a enabler? The jury's out there on that. But I think everything that I've read and seen about the fact that, we have so much of technology at our disposal now. There's also talks of the fact that, for tomorrow's jobs, do we need PR practitioners like us? Of course we do. I don't think we have to be defeatist about it. I think we have to be more bold and sort of embrace the fact that, there is always the human element. All of these tools are great at, creating content. They're good with grammar, for example, but they definitely need further iterations, with human intervention, and for content and messaging that actually strikes a chord, right? If you ask ChatGPT to actually create a piece of content for you, it's going to be rather bland, right? So I think we need to add that layer of, that's where we come in. So I think it's definitely an enabler. Are we ready for it? Probably not, because it's a very fast evolving space, which is happening at the speed of light. We are all sort of grappling with it, and as are our clients, and as our broad organizations. Also, many industries outside of PR have actually banned ChatGPT and AI. Banks, for example, are citing security and compliance concerns. So have they figured it out? No. Have we figured it out? No. Right? But we all have to sort of be very open about it and how we can effectively harness it, to our advantage. So I think that's where we are at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Mr. Arora, taking a cue from what Mr. Kumar said about ChatGPT and how even if it delivers or creates a content for us, it's rather bland and it needs human intervention. So what do you think are the possibilities and the challenges that the industrial revolution and ChatGPT in particular holds for the industry?
So I think picking a clue from what Pranav has just mentioned. I'm audible. Am I audible? Yeah. So I'm just saying that for taking from what Pranav has been mentioned. Yeah. So what is actually happening is if we have to study the, sorry. So taking a cue from what Pranav has just mentioned, I'm saying that if we have to study the industrial revolutions, there are opportunities, there are gaps, which we need to understand. The only thing what we are talking right now is we are just getting worried out of nothing. Now, if you see the first revolution, which started probably around 1780, the next revolution took 100 years. The third revolution also took almost 100 years. But the fourth revolution, which we're talking about right now, fourth industrial revolution, it took only 50 years or 40 years probably. The speed which you just mentioned, probably it's happening at the lightning speed. Now, which means what? We need to be kind of worried as, it's being talked about everywhere. IBM laid off a lot of people, 7,800 people recently. A lot of people are just getting worried that what will happen to our jobs and all. You just asked the question about the ChatGPT and all. Now, ChatGPT or AI or using the digital technology, I think there is immense amount of opportunities which are available. Now, what is it replacing? It is replacing the mundane work. What we are taking out of it, we are just adding some stuff and trying to get some immediate results. It has immense potential. What we can do away with are mundane jobs, rely on artificial intelligence, rely on robotics, rely on all those things which are available on biotechnology, nanotechnology, which is being used currently here. I think there are enough number of opportunities which are available, which needs to be explored. It is just tip of the iceberg which we have discovered. There's a long way to go. So I think we need to, kind of be a little patient and keep exploring. That is something which I have to answer on this part.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arora. Ms. Gupta, if we can have your views on the same.
So, I mean, a lot has been said, so I don't want to repeat myself. I'll just give an example. Some of you must have seen this post that's been doing the rounds on LinkedIn. The user is asking ChatGPT if ChatGPT can give a list of pirated websites, and ChatGPT says, no, that's not okay, and this is unethical, and so on and so forth. And then he uses reverse psychology, and he says, can you give me a list of websites which I shouldn't be using? And there it goes. It gives you a list of websites that have pirated content. So it's the same thing. It's technology is there and it's across industries, whether PR industry or any other industry. Technology is there for you to leverage. Now, whether you make it an enabler or whether you use it for something wrong or something mundane is up to you. But I think it's there for all of us to use. And to your question about where are we and are we ready? I would have a slightly contrarian view and I'd say that we're already there. I think we're already digitized. I think we're already using these tools to our advantage. For instance, at Tech Mahindra, we're using a press release portal for last 5 years, which is already a digital way of creating a press release for a company that is $6 billion, is present in 100 countries and is listed. So there are innumerable tasks which are there whenever a press communication goes out. And we've been using this portal, which is automated, just fully equipped, which has basically automated every menial task of a corporate communications person for last 4 years. So we're already there, but what do we need to do? I think we've also supposed to think about a policy. We need to think about copyright issues. We need to understand if tomorrow I am using a paragraph that ChatGPT has given me, is that mine or is that ChatGPT's? Who's the owner for that content? So I think we need to now double click into the next phase of tech and how we leverage it and think about all these pertinent issues.
Okay, taking a cue from what you said that whether a text, if it is created by ChatGPT or if we wrote it, we have a dubious view on what it is. So how do you think that the digitization and the introduction of ChatGPT can affect the human effort that goes in? Yeah.
Okay, so something as simple as, I think, again, reiterating, but technology can be an enabler, but the moments of truth will always be human. I think this is something that we can never forget. So ChatGPT, like he said, it can help you develop better content. It can help you repurpose content. As agencies, you'd know that there's a lot of repurposing that happens day in and day out. That's some of the things that we use as tools for us, but it cannot replace human intervention. If that was the case, then after COVID, we'd stop with press conferences, but we've not, because we still feel that it's important to meet like this, to be speaking with an audience in a physical environment, to be networking, to be talking to each other. And so in a sense, this could never be replaced.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask of how you see the industry 4.0 in the next 5 years. How much is it going to penetrate into the PR and Corpcom space? The changes, the more changes that are going to come in. I would start with Ms. Roy.
So our pace of adopting automation has been there. Is it fast enough? It's quite fast. I think next 5 years, 7 years, it has to be much faster. Because even PR is a profession where the median age of our colleagues is about 22, 23. They are already the generation that understands this very well. So if we are providing opportunities to them, whether on the on the consulting side or on the other side, it has to be much, much faster. It provides us an opportunity to technologically upgrade ourselves, look at products that are there in the market, look at with products that we can create on our own. See, technology democratizes. So there is the disparity between a function of a marketing versus a PR versus an advertising. If some of the things are available at a click of a button, then those specializations are overlapping. So therefore, sea changes, and that has to be really, really fast, where we adopt, and along with us, we are the industry, so it adopts together.
Mr. Kumar, if you could have your view on the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think as I mentioned earlier, that we've already adopted that, and we are already growing with that whole evolution. But I think the next step would be to see how the tools we use evolve, right? There are already some tools out there like Profit, and there's one more tool that I forget the name of. They're using AI to help you create better storytelling, how to pitch better. When you create a pitch for a journalist, for example, if you're trying to get a story out, it sort of takes inputs from the external world out there, takes those data sets and helps you be more targeted, right? So I think we will see a greater development and usage of those kinds of tools, which are using, ChatGPT, AI automation, ML, which is sort of in the broad purview of Industry 4.0. And I think that also poses a lot of challenges, in terms of the ethics of it. Copyright issues have always been there for a long time, and with AI and automation, they've only increased over time, right? So I think that's something we have to look at. But there are also lots of questions to be asked. So as an agency, we've actually globally created a Allison AI team, which is looking at, with the adoption and growth of generative AI, what are the implications for us as an agency? Because the implications in terms of, local rules, data compliances, best practices, local considerations, right? So we've created a sort of a steering committee that is gathering inputs from, all regions around the world, to come up with some sort of, guidance tools and, things like that for our colleagues, because obviously there is a lot to grapple with, and, we don't know all of those answers as yet. So I think there is certainly, we're in the early stages of, laying that foundation and sort of really pulling it all together. But yeah, I think the future is definitely bright in terms of, automation and AI being more of an enabler for us. And then there is always, the consideration of the fact that you also need, seasoned PR practitioners to come in and, give clients, true counsel, in terms of the issues around reputation of AI, how are clients using AI, what are its implications and things like that. So I think there is just a lot to be learned and done over the next few years, but I think it's all headed in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Ms. Gujral, if we can have your view on how you see the penetration and how the Industry 4.0 is going to aid PR operations in the next few years?
Sure. So to my understanding, I think Industry 4.0, generally, if we talk about it beyond PR, was driven by, the ultimate objective of giving a better product, better experience to your customers. And to reach that, they use, Industry 4.0 is using tools like analytics, like data, like predictives and all of that. We need to, as a PR industry, start reflecting and adopting similar techniques, similar, strategies. So we have data because of the so many tools that we have, because, there's a lot of automation that has come in. Our monitoring tools have become better. Our measurement tools are better. So the data is there. Point is, how are we using that data to derive better analytics for our clients? How are we using that data to arrive at various different, predictive situations? And how are we creating our strategies in sync with that? That is when, as a PR, as PR partners to our clients who are already in the digital transformation phase, will we be able to sync up with them and live up to their expectation? There could be a million tools. Today's ChatGPT, tomorrow it could be something else. Everyone's talking about NLP. There's already something called LLP, which is coming out, which means that you can take a tool of this kind and you can customize it to suit your particular requirements, regardless of the industry that you are in. There are companies, and these tools, these platforms are now based on open source, which means that they are available to any company, any sector, and customizable. It can ride over your current platforms. It can sit with whatever you have. There is, there's an open technology future. So sitting here today and then predicting what Industry 4.0 means for us is like, by the time you leave the event, a lot of changes would have happened. That's how technology is moving. That's the speed of change today. So yes, content, and basically it is the content and the strategy which is going to drive things, but it has to be driven through data, through analytics and through predictive analytics. That's what I.
Thank you, Ms. Gujral. Mr. Arora, if we could have your vision on where you see industry headed in the next 5 years with the penetration and
okay, so as far as I see Industry 4.0, I feel, probably this question needs to be modified. 5 years is too long a time. We have seen last 5 years, the changes, the way it has happened is phenomenal. The way the integration has happened among different industries across the globe is phenomenal. If you see, the newer companies have especially been formed to take care of a particular segment of an industry. For cars, there are robotics, there are Internet of Things being developed, and there are special companies who have been just seen growth in last 5 years, barring aside a few fluctuations because of depression and all. So probably we need to gauge every year. That's one part, probably as Lovina has just mentioned, by the end of this event, there will be some new technologies which will be there. So what is required here? The ultimate requirement is we need to upgrade ourselves, right? The only thing which we say, probably, as I said sometime back, we are only worried because people say that we'll be jobless. People say that, probably a lot of jobs will be cut. Now that's a very small part of it. We need to continuously upgrade, because who's innovating all these things? It's a human people. Talent cannot be substituted, right? If we have developed something really big, then we really need to, in order to develop something bigger, we need to upgrade ourselves. So that is something which I would like to contribute here, that, we just see that probably every year we are gauging this, the development. And then we are, probably seeing that how can we make it more effective, the technology as well as ourselves also. So it is the effectiveness and effectivity which matters the most in terms of gauging the technology and gauging our own people.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gupta, if you have your concluding remarks on the same.
In terms of how Industry 4.0 will affect, there are a couple of buckets. So one is, of course, content. So in terms of predictive content? How can we automate repurposing I spoke about? So one is in terms of how the different tools, AI, ML, how can they help us generate better content, smarter content, more intelligent content, and how can we as PR professionals and corporate communications professionals leverage that content and take it forward? The other bucket is also in terms of media monitoring and right targeting. So for instance, in a crisis communication scenario, how do these CRM tools, how do these platforms help us with constant 365, 24 hours monitoring? They help us with, there is no restriction on language, there's no restriction on geography, there's no restriction on the platforms. So we have one tool and we have real-time alerts. So how it is making us more equipped as communications professionals. The other part is reaching the right target audience. A lot of what all of us do in this room, it ends at reaching the right stakeholder. Technology platforms like these can really enable us to find and fine-tune that strategy. We can figure out who is the right stakeholder, how to reach them, and what are the best platforms and channels to reach them. So the potential is immense. I think it's up to us on how we leverage it.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank my panelists for this wonderful session. Yes, sir. So I will have a mic given to you.
If the consumer has to buy a car or any bike good, how many customers will go that this particular marketing company is following 4.0, so I should buy this car? People are not bothered, consumers are not bothered whether that is the internal arrangement for their raising the productivity, quality, efficiency, etc. And this, it has nothing to do with PR and this thing. So my question to you is, can you comment on that?
Even I'm not sure.
I must offer my sincerest apologies, sir, as the mic wasn't available earlier. Would you mind repeating the question one more time, please? Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Essential. I'm not from the community, I'm from the industry. So I want to upgrade you the now industry, automobile, food processing, any industry. They are talking about industry 5.0, not 4. 4 is much behind. And Mr. Arora has mentioned that when answering to the moderated question, that 5-year period is so long. So what, according to Mr. Arora, it should be 1 year? See, India is much behind as far as technology is concerned as compared to the developed country, America and Europe. It takes we are 10 years behind America technology, whether it's digital technology, AI, and other, all two.
No,
so I think 5 years
actually
is a
would not.
reasonably good period. So my first question is, we are talking about PR. My question to all the panelists, some family has to purchase a car. How many customer will say, ये particular company 4.0 इस्तेमाल कर रही है तो इसको buy कर लो.
So when we talk about 4.0 or 5.0, essentially, in the traditional sense, it is supposed to be applicable to manufacturing units. And the example of the car that you gave is right, absolutely right? So the maximum improvements happen in products that are driven by engineering or technology on a hardcore basis. Rest everything is the environment of 4.0 or the 5.0 is evolving and continuously evolving, and 6 months later it might be 6.0. That doesn't matter. Point is that the manufacturing processes need to be improved to create efficiency, to create better products, and all of us that peripherally support such core sectors need to constantly be upgrading and adopting and learning new ways of aligning with the clients that we work for. Basically, with whichever regard, what I'm trying to say, I think, is regardless of the phase of industry that we are in, whether it's 4, 5, 6, doesn't matter. the basic tenets remain same, which is continuous learning, skills upgradation, learning tech, becoming tech friendly, and building our strategies and narratives in keeping with that.
And I believe when we culminate the point of skill upgradation, we are by default adapting to the changes of the market, right?
If I
So
can just add, so to your point, technology also helps in hyper personalization. So for instance, a young person who's buying a car may not be looking at the look and feel and how does it feel when he drives it, but maybe looking at only the sound system. Now that is something that I can get an experience of in Metaverse. So Industry 5.0 is also about helping each customer as they want. So it's basically, it's helping a range of people. It may not be applicable to all. Yes, of course. Maybe tomorrow I will still feel the need to get a test drive, to feel it physically, to visit a showroom, to talk to somebody face to face. But there would also be a segment, whether it's Gen Z, Gen X, that would be just fine to experience that in the metaverse. So we're just trying to create experience for everybody and anybody.
I think that's all we have time for.
thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. Could I please request the panelists to kindly come up front and join us for a group picture? And also please welcome Mr. Faisal Ali from Exchange for Media to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Well, that was quite a panel discussion, almost turning into a fireside chat. Moving on, this brings us to our next keynote address for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Rachna Chaudhary, founder and director, Media Value Works.
Hi, thank you. Am I audible? Hi.
Yes, yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah. Perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. I think this has been a fabulous first half and tough time for me to take 15 minutes of your time just before lunch. So promise, what I'm going to be talking is going to keep you motivated and increase your appetite for lunch. So that's me, Rachna Chaudhary. And 10 minutes, we will take some very quick view, no big gyan, just very simple tactical information that gives us the opportunity to go out and bag more business. As simple as that. I'm trying to get our attention on marketing hacks required for the small and medium businesses. A minute here to draw your attention and focus on who and what are these small and medium businesses all about. Normally, we have spent our time looking into the big brands and we go searching them, we go working on them, etc. But here is an opportunity where probably more than 80% of businesses globally are falling in the category of small and medium businesses. What we need to do is look at these SMBs, look at their growth tactics and identify them. And they are the ones who probably can be the biggest bet for all of us in the near future. The next few slides I shall take you will have three core perspectives: understanding the SMB business ecosystem, SMB owner, who they are, what they think, how they operate, and what their challenges are, which is where we come into play. And the third aspect would be how we understand the best marketing tactics to ensemble our proposition and deliver to an SMB owner. I shall take this slide here. Understanding the small and medium businesses which are, see, government of India, government of US, government of every country, on their website, if you go, you can read up who is a small and medium businesses. These are driven by sector turnover. What is the turnover of the company? So maybe in India, we have a micro, a medium square, and a little growing SMB categorized under less than 10 crores turnover, maybe 50 crores turnover, maybe 100 crores, maybe 300 crores, etc. So there are different definitions of small and medium entrepreneurs that one can identify and look into the government website to really get the grip about whom are you going to be targeting. Innovation is key for these small and medium businesses because they are driven by innovation. If they innovate, they bag new businesses. Hence, most small, medium businesses, guys, are driven by innovation, identifying talent. They are very agile. We come to the next stage, resonating with the SMB owner. I think you can change the slide. They are the backbone of the country. They are the backbone of the economy. They understand the importance of marketing the most. While we all understand, we have enough knowledge about PR, social media, compelling content, etc. These owners really get the grip about what we want to say, how we want to implement, and what is the best strategy. So they resonate very well with us. I think if you change, we can. What are the core characteristics of the small and medium businesses? Typically, they have limited resources because these are smaller companies. These are not big brands, but the aspiration is to become big. So they would have limited resources. There's flexibility and decision making. Normally, the owner is the decision maker, and our engagement always is best driven when you are in touch with the owner directly. Closer customer relationships, personalized service, hence the need of communications is even more than it was in the earlier days. Focus on local markets, very easy to connect with them, understand what their integrities are. You are able to map the business very easily in a couple of sittings, maybe three meetings, and you can map the entire strategy and the roadmap for the small and medium business for annual 1 year. And then you do quarterly meetings and you can keep revising. I think we can change the slide. Here are some of the challenges that we understand. Limited marketing budgets, hence the small and medium businesses are an obvious bet for the PR, corporate influencer marketing, social media kind of solutions, because they are not probably the ones who are going to be spending crores of rupees on advertising. So the advertising industry does not really look at small and medium businesses. That opens a huge opportunity for the PR, corporate communications, social media, influencer marketing, all of us in the business. They are having lack of brand, but today social media, etc. We know all, we live with all this. We compete with larger business. They compete with larger businesses. We know how to drive narratives that can help this particular small and medium business to fight the competition. That's our skill again. Keeping up with the technological advancement because the small and medium business is competing. So typically I'll explain, here is a manufacturer, maybe in Noida, and he has some auto parts, and probably he is doing some business in India. He may have some exports. He may want to grow his exports business. How does it open up our agenda? Because he wants to grow his exports business, he would need social media presence. He would need web development. He will need influencer marketing. He will need so many avenues to do webinars, so he needs a complete communications ecosystem. And we are, as I speak, why I'm speaking this also is because I have set up something called an MVW, MSME Development Center. Under this development center, we are actually onboarding small and medium businesses across, helping them with different kinds of mentoring. If he needs mentoring on finance, if he needs mentoring on marketing, if he needs mentoring on production help, etc. There are different consultants who would come on board and help him via this. The learnings of all of this is what made me put these 4 or 5 slides together, which can bring in our attention. And I believe there is immense potential in this. and all of us can move towards it. Move to the slides next. They understand importance. So here is understanding the mindset of a small business owner. I've already covered this part. They face challenges. They are very much driven by marketing. Come to the next slide. Here is what the owners are. They are very passionate. This is the first point. Every business owner is very, very passionate because he would have started his business from scratch and he would have taken it up to 50 crores. Maybe he would take it to 75 crores. Sometimes you will find the business owner and his next generation, maybe his sons and daughters are playing a very vital role. Many of our businesses that I have been handling personally and our team are engaged with, we've come across these businesses. 67 years से चल रहा है मैडम हमारा काम. हमारे पास इतने ही customers आए और चले गए. कहीं डेटा रखा सर आपने? नहीं मैडम यहाँ वहाँ पड़ा है. So it starts from that level, and it really calls for all of us to upskill. Now that we have learned, we know we need to understand marketing. Okay, I'll take you to the next slide. I'll not mix this. So understanding the owner, these are the core topics. We know they are very highly committed. So they would be very committed on the word that they give, because he is the owner. He is not driven by some decision maker and some board of director meeting, which will happen, and our entire campaign is dependent on somebody, and etc., etc. So your action is quick, decision is across the table, and innovation happens across the table. So no need to make these fancy presentations and go there for meeting. They don't. बॉस धंधे की बात करना है, बैठ के समझाइए क्या होगा, इतने पैसे में इतने रुपए में क्या डिलीवरेबल होगा. Let's do that. So sometimes I think we need to do brass tack conversations, keeping the customer in mind. Yes, when we want to go and make a presentation to an enterprise client, yes, we want to go fancy and we want to do all that because all that is required. But at the same time, when you're talking to a client directly face to face, some brass tacks conversations really help. Seal the deal, move on, seal the deal, move on, that kind of thing. So we very strong work ethics, very, very resourceful. You say, sir, हमारी limitation ये है, इसके बाद आप इस काम के लिए किसी को ले लीजिए. It's very nice and simple to be very transparent with the client and explain, this is all that we do. This part that you need, you put somebody on the job. Maybe he can upgrade any of his existing staff members, and little training and orientation the company. So it goes very, very mutual, and it's very, very powerful for and fulfilling for all of us as professionals, because you would actually not just look at business, you would actually empower that company by your marketing skills offered to him, So I think come to the next slide. Yeah, then here is where we get on to our marketing skills, and our marketing skills would, the ABCs of marketing, we all know. We know that define the target audience, conduct market research, utilize social media, and tailor your marketing efforts. And this part we have heard enough. We know most of these parts, and this will only help us enhance our own skills by identifying, understanding, is the company into services business? Is the company into manufacturing? Is he a distributor? Is he a channel partner? There could be various formats. But at any point in time, he would have enough opportunities for all of us to get onto the entire gamut of marketing, not just limited to PR, not just limited to social media. Hence, we refer it as the marketing hacks for SMB businesses. Come to the next slide, please. So here we leverage social media. I think this part, if anybody would like to ask or discuss, we can discuss this part. But I think developing consistent brand messages, these are our skills, okay? Engaging with audiences, regular hashtag, user-generated content, innovation all across in marketing tactics. Come to the next one, please. Compelling content, I think we have covered enough. Just before lunch, I think change the slide, please. So yes, definitely influencer marketing, and the influencer marketing in this context is out of experience I would like to share. Influencer marketing always need not be a model or a glamour person, or somebody who's in the film and entertainment business is an influencer. No, influencer marketing for a manufacturing unit. Who could be an influencer for that? Let's identify from the profiles of people, look at their LinkedIn profile, somebody who is a subject matter expert, SMEs, also referred as subject matter expert. He or she is an individual who probably has spent 20 plus years in actually leveraging a particular skill set, which directly endorses this manufacturing unit or this small and medium business. That person comes in as a great influencer for this unit. So it's matchmaking. We may not have these influencers on any of these dashboards that we have available for, because when you are searching for influencers, you will find many for fashion and many for cosmetic brands and many of these. But when you want to look at B2B influencers, there are very few people. But to identify them, I think LinkedIn is the best source. Go into the product category, go into the segment, go into the industry, go into the geography, and you'll be able to match with the right profile and funnel down so you know who is the right influencer. And then connect with them over LinkedIn, and a few messages can get the conversation going. And the grip is when you get the grip of the business from that small and medium business, that I'm a specialist in exporting maybe hospitality-led products. That's his core. So how do you scale him back? That kind of perspective is what I'm trying to draw here. So building relation with them, leveraging, maybe they can endorse some of your social media posts, etc. They may not cost you any kind of money, but it's just innovation in your mind to connect with the right guys. I think come to the next slide, please. So here is email marketing, which is a tool. It's been there forever, but lesser said, it still works. Even if there is social media and there is everything and there is paid marketing and there is everything, sometimes clear email marketing really works. So the way email marketing is done, and especially with MailChimp and etc., and we all have used, we probably are using HubSpot, or all of us have different tools. This email marketing really helps after you have created like a newsletter, and some of these influencers and the industry people start opting in. So when you have an opt-in, the email marketing works. When you don't have opt-ins, the email marketing doesn't get delivered. So I think this email marketing tactic would be, if you all are familiar with this, I'm happy to take on whenever. I think change the slide. Search engine optimization, SEO, digital marketing tactics. If anybody would want to know, we can discuss this. Otherwise, I'll move on with this. These are simple tools for marketing for a small and medium business. You can opt for very, very effective Facebook or Google ads, or they deliver results. They deliver results, and it costs really, really very low if you get on to doing these things. Come next. Word of mouth is always been the biggest driver, continues to be, and especially so in the case of small and medium businesses. They are very much driven by referrals. Meet them at events, conduct events for them, get local people to talk to each other, and it really helps. Even in some of my recent conversations, we were at a Google meeting. Even Google is putting a lot of emphasis on small and medium businesses. A lot of big businesses. SAP has a lot of presence on small and medium businesses. So if you Google out and read SMB, the word small and medium businesses, it will catch your attention, because there's so much emphasis everyone is putting into the size of the businesses are growing. Innovation is happening here. They know to ride on technology. They are still learning, and we evolve together with them. So that's the, I think that's the appetite for the lunch now. I think, come just change the slide. I think we are done now. Mobile marketing techniques. Yes, it's a part of digital marketing and the hacks on mobile marketing. We can change this. So the conclusion is, these are the things all done. I'm on time. If someone has any questions, I'm open to answer. Sir, हाँ, GEM, इतनी बड़ी बात है, और क्या? Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. So sir has pointed out, Government of India has created the government e-portal where procurement happens, and lakhs of businesses are now benefiting out of GEM portal. So government is creating a lot of ONDC. So government is putting a lot of emphasis on MSME community. So when you Google and read MSME of India, you will see opportunities opening up. There are enough dashboards to identify the right set of clients, and they are all around us. They are just around us. Everywhere they are present. Just need to connect with them, and everything falls in place. Because the 24 hours day that we all are limited with, and the time is shrinking. I mean, kab savere hota hai, kab dopahr ho jata hai, kab shaam ho jata hai, pata nahi chalta hai. You got to maximize within this 24 hours. So opt for clients who are closer, and of course, clients who are where they are only driven by web meetings, then it solves your problem. So mostly, I think that's from me. Anything else? I'd love to catch up with me, sir. Haan, bolo.
Ma'am, how do you justify cost to this clientele? Because this clientele will count every rupee. So even for a billing, say, of 1 lakh plus GST, how would you convince them that this is a price that they need to pay? And the output which you get, how do you convince them that this is worth this much of money, and you will get that benefit?
Absolutely, sir. So the 3-4 counseling sessions or the meetings that I referred in the beginning is the time when you are reading the mind of the owner and you are working on your presentation to actually gauge कि ये बंदा actually कहाँ तक settle हो जाएगा. Because he has to have a progressive mindset, number one. And when I'm referring to his traits, they are having progressive mindset. They are very sharp in identifying कौन कितने पानी में है, वो पकड़ लेते हैं बात को. ठीक है, अगर आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन में और कोई बहुत फैंसी सिंपल पॉइंट्स अगर आपने उन्हें समझा दिया, सर हम आपका महीने में ये कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, they are now open to, they are listening to, and they are also realizing that they want to market themselves. Hence, I'm also part of many of these training programs where they are actually conducting MSME accelerator programs. And in many of these accelerator programs, more and more SME owners are coming and asking questions. हमें मार्केटिंग करना है, बट हमने पहले कभी मार्केटिंग नहीं किया, आप हमें बताइए मार्केटिंग कैसे करते हैं. So this is the segment which really will be the big opportunity for all of us. We can just go dig into our skills and create simple mailers and start approaching them.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Chaudhary. Thank you.
Thank you. Good for lunch.
I must request you to kindly stay back for another few seconds. Please welcome Ms. Shrabasti Malik, Exchange for Media, to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf for such a lively presentation.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to Ms. Chaudhary.
Thank you.
And with this, I invite you all to kindly join us in the hall for a networking lunch. Kindly join us back in the hall in exactly 40 minutes. Please enjoy yourselves.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events, and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Box. Just making India. Self-reliant India. Just making India. Showing the way the human being is. It's just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955, we made Asia's first typewriters. We weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission to propelling women into the workforce. In 1958, we made refrigerators. We weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984, super repellent plants, we weren't just making in India. We were making India free from vector-borne diseases. In 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields. We weren't just making it in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013, we made key components for India's first Mars mission. We weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India. Saturday, that's the fact. Take Today and gone again. Today and gone again. Today and gone again. Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers, who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features, providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, and Bar are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events, and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts of speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities. Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है, हम जो बेसिक कम्युनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Box. Just making India. Self-reliant India. Just making India. Showing the world the human needs. This first balance boxes. We weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. But in 1955, we made Asia's first typewriters. We weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. In 1958, we made revolutions. We weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of free women from the beginning. When in 1984, we introduced 200 facts. We weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields. We weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013, we made key reports for India's first Mars mission. We weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India. Saturday, just back. Gotta make your own mind. Gotta take your own time. As you want stars, you know there's nothing else. Today and gone again. Today and gone again. Today and gone again.
Today's business leaders, investors, influencers, and consumers are more agile than ever. They are not sitting idly by. Fortunately, Business Wire is ready to meet the information needs of the changing landscape. We are committed to embracing new technologies. We have a wealth of talent with innovative new ideas, leveraging a pioneering 60-year legacy of immediacy, consistency, relevancy, reach, and reliability to drive progress and ready the world with the information it needs to take action. Business is good, but business is changing. The media landscape is changing. The competition is real. But make no mistake, no one shapes and shares complex media messages like Business Wire. We are wired to outperform and out-inform, to be more consultative, tell more credible stories, and keep our clientele up to date, at the ready around the world. We are wired to shape the next generation of the information age. It's simply part of our DNA. Business Wire, wired for what's next.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Prime Time Awards, Indian Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, and Bar are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events, and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with the loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities. Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Locks, just making in India, self-reliant India. Soap and vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world the human way to make human beings. When 1951, we built India's first ballot boxes. We weren't just making India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. But in 1955, we made Asia's first typewriters. We weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission to propelling women into the workforce. In 1958, we made liberal unions. We weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the picture. But in 1984, we introduced super-repellent flats. We weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. In 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields. We weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013, we made key components for India's first. We weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India. Saturday night back. Gotta make your mind. Gotta take your mind. You want to you know there's nothing else to do. Today and gone again. Today and gone again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed the lunch. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. I must remind you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all had a good time at lunch. It is now time for the next panel discussion. And this eminent panel would shed light on the topic of public relations. Why is it the perfect career choice? Please put your hands together for our panelists. Please welcome Dr. Pooja Arora, independent researcher and educator. Please welcome Ms. Neha Singhvi, Director, Public Affairs, Communications, and CSR Games 24/7. Well, I do understand that this is an after lunch session and everybody is feeling a little dizzy, but maybe we can bring up a very enthusiastic chair for our panelists. Thank you very much. Let's welcome Dr. Surbhi Dhaya, Professor IIMC. Please give it up for Dr. Sameer Kapoor, Director, Ad Factors PR. Let's welcome Ms. Anindita Sinha, Head of Corporate Communications, L&T Metro Rail, Hyderabad Limited. And completing this panel, please welcome the moderator, Ms. Madhvi Chaudhary, PR Manager, Media Mic.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all had a very nice lunch gathering. And so beginning with our third session, we have seen in the last few years, public relations has grown exponentially. More and more businesses are coming into the market and they have just one common requirement, which is to engage customers better and have a good brand reach. And with this, the scope of PR has grown to a next level. And we have all gathered here today to understand what are the benefits and what are the fascinating facts that are attracting people towards this profession. So with that, I would like to pose my first question to Ms. Anindita. Over the years, PR has become a career choice for men. What is it about this profession that attracts individuals irrespective of age and job verticals?
Okay, so when, good afternoon, everyone. So when she age, that's particularly seeing us, when she was the moderator, so kept that term age. Well, I think it is one of the most dynamic, something new you can do every day. Even someone is handling the media, but every day is a new day. Every press release that you need to disseminate, that you need to draft, has a new angle to it. And also, I feel if you really if you think little clinically, it is a blend of art and science, it's creativity and strategy. So I think that gives a kick for any individual to take up this profession. And yes, the challenge is there. It's 24/7 challenge. Any crisis can come up, anything can happen. But for me, at least, I feel that this profession grooms an individual into a very 360-degree oriented, a complete individual, because the attributes attached with this profession, it actually grooms up. You need to be diplomatic, you need to be quick, you need to be very prudent, you need to be very balanced, you need to be very strategic. So all these, I think, gives a boost to someone for taking up this profession. At least it happened with me. Thank you.
Very well said. Dr. Kapoor?
Yeah, for me, of course, I'm not the right person to give advice because I have a very checkered career in this. Started off as an engineer, moved into finance and then into PR.
Oh, I have been an engineer
too. I think most of us do engineering and then decide what to do later on in their life. But I think since I've been an engineer and a finance guy, I understand one thing that I liked about as a youngster, I was sitting with the who's who of the industry. It gave me a kick at a early, late 20s. I was sitting right with the, the stalwarts of the Indian Inc., giving them so-called gyan on media. That gives a, a great kick altogether. Then, of course, you have one thing that ma'am left out was element of media training, which, of course, adds a layer to it. The dynamism, specifically because I'm from an agency, no day is same. There's a word called bhasad, which keeps on happening as far as agency people are concerned. It's not only with the news guys, it's also with the agency guys. But I think what makes it, she mentioned, it's dynamic, it's challenging, it keeps you on your toes. I have a lot of my colleagues who have a lateral entry into this space and they've done phenomenally well. So it doesn't require, it's like management, it doesn't require any one. So for engineering, you have to learn something. Unlike this, PR can be, it is multiple disciplines that can come in. It has behavioral sciences, it has sociology, it has psychology, it has multiple other elements that come into it. And you start off by saying that it is in demand, it's double-digit growth. The reason is because everyone is realizing reputation is very important. That's what a PR guys can do, and I think that what makes it one of the most, if not perfect, but one of the near perfect career of choice for youngsters.
Rightly said. Dr. Subi?
Thank you, Madhvi. So I would like to just say that I like PR as a career, or I would advise people to take up PR as a career because of two reasons. The first one is that, we all teach that PR is a strategic, communication that builds relationships and, builds trust and builds credibility. So I personally feel that, you cannot not communicate. Even if you're not communicating, you are communicating non-verbally. So it is a basic human need to communicate. So those who have passion for communication, they are very, very good strategic communication specialists. So, even if you've done, engineering or you come from a financial background, but if your heart and soul is into communication, you ultimately land up into a job, something, like a public relations officer or a communication strategist. So this is one, because it is, close to your heart. So, all people who are who have good communication skills, who have good, influencing skills or convincing skills, they ultimately land up into this profession. Secondly, I think that, why PR is important as a career is because, all of us are brimming with ideas, but all of us have heard this sentence that an idea can change your life. But, all your ideas, whatever you think of, you cannot actually implement all the ideas. It could be because of any reason. It could be because of financial reason. I have a business idea, but I just can't implement it because I don't have money. So in that case, here, a PR specialist is the one who has, convince others with his or her ideas. So you have to have your ideas basically implemented by others. And that is a great satisfaction, because when you see that others are implementing the ideas that are given by you, so it instills a sort of satisfaction, a sort of happiness inside of you. So I think these two reasons are prime. And otherwise, as my colleagues have already said, that it's a very happening field. It's a very upcoming field. So, it's a very paying job also. So you must choose PR as your career option. Thank you.
Ms. Neha, your thoughts?
What makes PR an attractive career option? In one word, everything. Been around for almost 2 decades. I think everything about PR that one has learned over the years makes it extremely rewarding and attractive. But just sort of take a step back and see, what is PR? In very simple words, PR is a strategic communications process by which you can help how organizations are viewed by the public. In short, it's about building and protecting reputation. There is, as Samir, Anandita, both of them pointed out, and this involves a lot of learning, right? There is never a dull day. It is laborious, yes. It is exacting, yes. But never boring. And in the process, you learn just so much. Imagine you're sitting here and learning about different businesses across the world. There are no geographic boundaries anymore. You're learning about different people. You're learning about sectors you didn't even know existed when you were growing up, or something that could happen. You're learning about new technologies that come in every day. And I think all of this also helps you evolve as a person. And so I say that, whatever it comes with public relations, in fact, I would say communications in all is an extremely rewarding experience. And anyone, the reason why it is age agnostic, it is sector agnostic, because, we live in the attention economy where information is really the currency. Anyone who has the aptitude for absorbing information around them and comprehending it to reach out to the audiences that they want to engage with at the same time, be able to think on their feet and adapt to changes swiftly can come into PR. It is pretty much a huge canvas, and everyone can chart out their own routes in this.
Thank you, Neha. Dr. Pooja?
So the benefit of speaking towards the end is that, most of the points are over. But yeah, I think I'm going to answer in, as many words as possible. So when we look at PR, PR has always been an evolving field, and all of us understand the way the world is changing around us. PR is also adapting to it. And if you look at the past, Ivy Lee was in the history. He started with PR, right? He came up with the first PR tool, a press release, which is still relevant today, right? So while press release continues to be relevant, there are more and more tools that get added, right? Like a social media is the current form of PR. And then in terms of futuristic, it's ChatGPT, Grammarly, Hemingway, all of those AI tools that I think all PR people are using these days. So it's evolving with time. So I think if someone who's interested in moving with, how times are changing, how things are changing, they can definitely adapt themselves to a career in PR. Two kinds of people can actually enter PR. One, who are interested in it genuinely. The youngsters who have obviously the nick in communications, and they can talk about things around them. They read, write, listen. Listening is a great skill that all of us forget. Obviously, problem solving, critical reasoning skills. I think the 21st century skills that all of us talk about are actually something that PR people take care of on a regular basis. They are like the guardians of a brand, right? They take care of, they're solving problems of a brand. They are coming up with solutions every single day. They're solving crises. So if somebody is interested in, counseling a brand or understanding what their organization is made of, then definitely PR is for them. I would also say there's a lot of learning, and I think Neha has already covered the learning part, so I won't really get into that. But yeah, those were my points.
I'd like to keep your mic with you, so because I'm starting the next question with you.
Thank you.
One could debate that the subject of the perfect career choice is subjective. How should be addressed?
So I feel that the word perfect, if you say, when we say that this is perfect, that means you don't need any sort of change in that, right? But that doesn't apply to PR. PR is continuously evolving. It's changing with times, like I said. So, and when we say perfect career choice, it completely depends from person to person, right? Whatever is perfect for me might not be perfect for you or them, right? So if I like the thrill of working 24/7, of responding to journalists, maybe at the night if they are doing a story, it might not be true for you. You might just like a 9-to-5 kind of a job. So perfect, the definition of perfect, I think it's from person to person. It depends from person to person. I just want to add one more point here that, study and research has suggested that the Gen Zs are actually going to change 10 careers in their lifetime and different jobs. So I don't think so if any student is studying PR today will continue with PR. They might experiment and they might get into different fields, which are obviously aligned to PR, strategic communications, but then they will adapt with the changing times. And that's the beauty of PR. Yeah.
Right. Ms. Singhvi?
Okay. Perfect career choice, right? And I'll make it a little more broad-based. Like Pooja just mentioned, it is an individual choice. Like your career that you go for is an individual choice. And before I go with, what I think should be done, I'll quote from one of my favorite books, Alice in Wonderland. Alice says, which road should I ought to take? The cat says, where do you want to be? Alice says, don't really know. And then the cat says, then it doesn't matter which one you take. The point being, knowing your goal is very important. No successful career is a lucky accident. It isn't. It may seem like it, but it's a very thought through effort working towards your goal. I don't think you can define exactly what your trajectory is going to be, but you need to have the right goal, which every individual needs to decide based on their understanding of themselves and a realistic assessment, if I may say, their strengths, their weaknesses, their unique abilities, and then look at what they are charting out for. Once you have a goal defined, then working towards it is a joy. Imagine a day filled with doing something that you're passionate about, something that you know is driving you towards that goal that you've charted out for yourself. That is a completely different high.
What a beautiful example. Dr. Subi?
I would like to say that, I just, after she was quoting Alice in the Wonderland, I just remembered the film Three Idiots, where, Amir says in the end that whatever you want to do, you do that and success will follow. So don't do anything for being successful. When you do something from your own heart, then, you are, ought to be successful. One is this. And second is that when you follow your heart and you start doing something, there are, after a year or two, when you are in the industry, many avenues open up where you have better choices, because priorities in life also matter. Maybe what priority you had at 20 is not your priority when you're 40, because at that time, maybe when you're 40, you might be able to follow your dream, your passion, your goal, your vision, your mission, your strategic intent, enunciation, where you think that now I can do this. So I remember I started my career as a reporter with the Tribune, but after 2 years, one day it was very, very, very hectic, wherein I had to do 3 stories officially, 3 press notes, and I did 2 exclusive, stories, scoops. And that was the next day when 11 of my stories were there in one paper. And that day, I actually realized that the maximum I could do is 11. And think if I start teaching and, if you have 70 students in your batch, and if they do 10 each, then I will do 700 stories a day. So that is, what made me change my own profession. I shifted from industry to academia. And today I have more than like 2,000-3,000 students who are doing wonders, who are doing many, many, many stories per day. So I feel that, it is because of that decision that I could make so many students do the stories that I wanted to do, but in a better way, in a more multiplicable way. So this is very, very subjective, and, you should actually follow your heart.
Thank you, Dr. Subi. Dr. Kapoor?
Yeah, I think perfection, as Pooja mentioned, is subjective, and Subi also mentioned the same thing. But as I said, PR is very close to perfection. You can do multiple things here. Of course, you can start off with the bread and butter of public relations, which is media relations. That is something that, while all of us say strategy, I think that's execution is something that gets us the money. Then, of course, you can go into what is called investor relation. You can go into policy communication, advocacy. The world is huge. We talk about reputation, right? And it's the man-generated reputation. The reputation repertoire till 30th of November 2022 was Google, and probably 30th of November 2023 will be ChatGPT. So what is artificial intelligence generated reputation that PR guys are going to learn and unlearn certain things is something that can only happen in this career, in this field. An engineer, you can either be a mechanical, electronic, computer, there are divisions. But in PR, I think this is one choice which has amalgamation of everything. You are a researcher one day, you are doing analysis, measurement, etc. the other day. Third day, you're doing execution. Then, of course, you're strategizing for, it depends on which client and which sector you're working in. But I think this is one career that has element of everything coming together. And that's why it's near perfection that you can have. No other, even in finance, you can either be an M&A person or a restructuring person or a pure play accounting person. You will not have a mix of all of this. This is the only career choice that will give you multiple things at one place.
Very rightly said. Anandita?
Well, taking from Mr. Samir, bread and butter. Now, problem is that nowadays we really don't aspire for bread and butter. It's not even wine and cheese. It's even more nowadays. And I feel that at least the post-COVID, taught us that first think about whether you can pay your installments. You have a career. Passion is very important, but please be practical and follow your passion unless you have a good backup, a plan B. If it fails, how to go about it next. You have a good bank balance from your dad, who can support you, or anyone. Think wisely before taking any career decision. And as I think Neha or Dr. Sudhvi said, that the trajectory, I think Neha said, the trajectory should be well carved out. We have to be strategic at this point of time, what we are looking at. For me, I believe in something that humko ye jana hai ki what I am looking from life and how I am looking at life. PR, definitely it will stay. It is bound to stay. As Bill Gates said that if I'm down with my last dollar, I'll spend it on PR. So PR basically, it's a reputation. Everyone wants a reputation, image building, the reputation custodian to be there for him or her or any gender agnostic. It will be there. But as I said that, I'll come back to you all. With due respect, don't spoil an engineering and medical seat and then come to PR. Okay, someone who really wants to do that, they have lost the seat. Don't do that. No, but PR.
I was a private student.
Okay.
I didn't do that.
Okay. So PR is, everyone is welcome in PR. It is a very, very dynamic, but as someone already said, we have to evolve. We cannot just keep ourselves to only the verticals. I was telling I was telling Shubhendu, a very senior PR professional here, that nowadays the thrust is when a company, any corporate, who looks out for a PR professional, they want a marketing tag. If attached, it's better. They get a preference. So I think we have to move a bit away from the track and see how we can upgrade ourselves continuously. More studies, more other sections under PR or public. It's a people's relation, basically. So as communication, she already mentioned that if we think about communication, now, right from the time we get up in the morning till the time we close our eyes in the night, we communicate first with ourselves, with God or family members, whoever. Communication is very, very integral. So we have to think in that line. But when we are making a career choice, to the youngsters I'm addressing here, other seniors, they're much more, aware and educated and qualified in experience, I'm sure. But for youngsters, please carve out your trajectory, keep a plan B, think whether this is really a passion where you can continue, because the hardship behind it, the 24/7, I should not call it stress, but the requirement involved with it, especially if you're dealing with crisis communication. It is really very stressful at times. You don't have a personal space of yours. You cannot shut your phone data off or WhatsApp off after you log off from your office. It's a 24/7 field. So think wisely. If you think, no, I have to do this and this is what I am looking from life, go ahead with it. Many media, you have noticed that many media people nowadays, they're coming to the other side of the table. They are joining corporate. Now, as someone said that, you said that how many stories you did. One lady from Times of India, she was telling me that we are given a target of 60 stories. How do we do it? It's so stressful for us. So maybe at times you feel that, okay, so this is not what I can do it. Maybe I can do it now, but with age or God forbid any health problem comes, I cannot continue it. So do your PR, do your communication, do whatever profession you are in, take your studies in that end, but always upgrade yourself and keep a plan B, that if something does not work, you are good at something else also. Especially this, I'm talking keeping COVID time in mind, because I've seen ample lot of, like examples, people, they didn't they didn't know what to do, because that is all what they could do in life. And the family suffered, they suffered, a lot of suicide happened. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound negative. So be very, very prudent, have your head firmly on your shoulders, and then take a career choice.
Thank you so much. I'll keep you for one last question. What is the role of educational institutions to instill in its students an interest in this field? How can the process be made more engaging?
Well, yes, lot of educational institute, in fact, who can speak better than Dr. Survi here, they, yes, this vertical, definitely all the verticals under corporate communication needs to be explained in a proper way. It has to be included properly in the curriculum. I feel that a lot of mentoring, and not only it should not be only bookish, but a lot of case studies, lot of field visits, lot of exchange programs, lot of internship. Forget the money aspect. A lot of internship in different corporates. It's very important. I personally feel that any PR professional should keep in mind that the business, the know-how of any business, it is not only the other department's work, but all the department activities should be at the back of the hand, if not very technical, for a PR professional. At least the PR professional, I'm telling you, because I see many people getting stuck there. And sure you would agree to it, Mr. Samir from PR agency, that they don't even know how to study a P&L sheet. Okay, so general management, operations, all these, at least how you should thoroughly study your annual, quarterly, half-yearly reports and understand what are the finance accounting terminologies, what is PBT, what is EBITDA, how a business is growing. So these should also be included in the curriculum, and not only media relation and public relation and branding and social media. There are many verticals under communication and PR, but I feel that if we add these also in the curriculum, Dr. Survi can comment better, because you become a complete business professional. That is very important, because you understand the business, you understand the business growth. In fact, through that, you can drive your strategy also. How to become the reputation custodian of that business? How do you grow and evolve as a professional? I think that is important for a PR. To be included in a PR curriculum for any education institutes.
Thank you, Ms. Sinha.
Yeah, I think and I've been fortunate to be on the other side as well, teaching for almost 2.5 decades now. The course curriculum is evolving, something that Ananta just mentioned. There is financial element that has started coming in. We realized many of the students were saying that we don't understand numbers, but numbers can't, you just can't escape numbers or avoid it, whether you are in public relations or even when you are in creative field. Social media has taught all of us how engagement, number systems, etc. works really well. Education institute like IMC, XIC and others, which have made mark for themselves, one of the top notches in the country today, have a very, very dynamic curriculum. There is, of course, a comprehensive project that allows you to look at all aspects of communication. Then, of course, there is what is called the internship program that most of the colleges have started. That helps. My suggestion to all the youngsters would be to do an internship in an agency, because that's where the real grinding is. Not taking anything away from Corpcom per se, but the amount of work that you do in an agency and the learning is much faster, because everyone wants to end on the other side of the table. eventually you will go there, because most of the companies are looking at well-trained PR professional. And a lot of educational institutions have a huge role to play. The only thing is a bulk of the students are moving towards the MBA, and MBA just has PR as a scratching on the surface that, okay, this is one of the MarCom activity that you do, which is much beyond that. So Pooja mentioned about Ivy Lee. I think the work done by Dr. Edward Burney is actually a platinum in what public relation is all about, and his Torches of Freedom, if people have not read it, if you read, it's like a gold standard in what PR should be. So these are the things that can be taught in the educational institutes to make sure that the youngsters are more ready to what real world is going to be.
Dr. Subi.
So thank you, Madhvi. As Mr. Kapoor has already briefed, that we do have everything, combined in our syllabi, whether it is theoretical or it is practical, and we try and instill communication skills, how to build trust, how to build credibility, how to do PR, and how to, make people change their views, how to think about a business. So you have to ultimately make yourself indispensable for an organization where, they think that a PR guy is so important that ultimately it results in profit maximization for an organization. So I remember I was heading the ADPR department at IIMC. I think in 2017, we tied up with Ministry of, Transport, and I asked my students to make campaigns as well as PR strategies for road safety. And they made excellent campaigns, and my students got 1 lakh rupee as prize from the ministry. So this is how, we take them to the real world campaigns, real world examples. We tie up with different ad agencies, with different PR agencies, with different clients, and we give them a real budget and how, they can actually work on in that budget, and they can maximize their output. So we try and instill the faith, the confidence in them, and how to deal with external public as well as internal publics. So this is how we try and, groom the PR professionals here for the, industry. And we make sure that we bridge the industry academia gap.
Thank you.
The time is already up, so I'm going to just take a quick 10 seconds. I think all the points have been well covered, but just one thing to say, and I loved your example of working, getting students to do real work for something that can be executed in the practical world. I think the industry and the academia needs to work a bit more closely, because internships, mentorship, it's all great. Unless it's slightly more bespoke, I think the disconnect that is there once students finish education and move to the real world, it'll continue. So can we get students to actually shadow leaders for a day, for a month, for a week, right? Where they actually understand what goes into PR, what goes into communications, and, how does the day look like? Because, unfortunately with internships, what happens is you're still doing the basics, right? You don't get a full overview of what it can be. I think learning from people who are really have been out there as leaders could be a great boost for students who are looking at PR as a profession.
So very quickly, I think everyone's covered most of the points again. I would just say that if you've heard of the Chinese proverb that if I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and understand. So I think that is something that we need to imbibe in the learnings, that the students who are joining the educational institutions, no matter what, even if they are doing theory, they should start and they should get that experiential learning exposure from day one. If they are learning what is public relations, they should go to a PR agency and understand what PR is. Otherwise, the bookish knowledge will just be there. So I think that sort of exposure is very much important. Even from industry side, agencies should be open to having, youngsters come, see how things function. And I think that is how we can bridge the gap. So yeah,
thank you so much. Thank you everyone for your lovely thoughts and helping us understanding public relations much better.
Well, I believe without a doubt, we can all agree on the fact that it has been quite a productive session. Can I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to this panel. Also inviting Ms. Ekta Sood, Regional Account Director, Exchange for Media, to present a small token of appreciation to the panelists on our behalf. Thank you very much, everyone. With this, we move on to the next keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Asim Sood, CEO, Impact Measurement. Could you please turn on Mr. Sood's mic? Try speaking, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking out time to join my session. Can I request you to switch on my slides, please? All right, great. Okay, so we all heard the word artificial intelligence many times since morning. GPT, generative and transformative technologies. But today I'm here to talk about fundamentals and the importance of fundamentals. My name is Asim Sood. I lead a company called Impact Research and Measurement, which is in the field of media analytics. I'm also the chair of the Association for Measurement and Evaluation of Communication, an international organization wherein people from all over the world get together to work on education and to promote the business of communication measurement. At our firm, Impact Research and Measurement, we offer integrated measurement solutions to our clients. And for that, we use a lot of technology. We use the terms that you've already heard in the morning. We use machine learning, we use artificial intelligence. We also have a lot of other technologies that are available in our portfolio, but I'm not here to talk about that today. In fact, if you want to talk about those, one of my colleagues is here. His name is Shekhar Govindarajan. He's sitting in the audience. He's our chief software architect. In case you want to talk about technology, he's the guy to go to. But today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about something very, very fundamental. And the case that I'm going to try and make is, it's great to adopt new technologies, but please don't forget the fundamentals that we have. And to do that, I'm going to take an example, which is something called Barcelona principles. How many of you have heard of Barcelona principles? Not many. Great. So I'll get a chance to tell you about Barcelona principles. So it was in 2010 that about 165 professionals from all over the world representing public relations firms, measurement companies like ours, consulting firms. We got together and we said, if you look at chartered accountants, you look at cost and work accountants, you look at management consultants, everybody has certain principles that the industry abides by. So why is it that the communications measurement world, we don't have any principles? So it was in 2010 in the city of Barcelona. Barcelona looks like this, by the way, if you take a picture from the airplane. So in the city of Barcelona, we got together and we said, okay, let's sit down. And over a period of 3 days, we identified certain principles and said, if you want to operate in the measurement world, you must comply with these principles. As a supplier, so we are providing services, or as a consumer on the corporate side, if you're doing measurement work, you must comply with these principles. So I'm going to take this example and I'll tell you our experience of having worked with so many clients in India. We've been working with clients in the measurement space now 17 plus years. So I'll tell you, I'll try and connect the dots and show you why it is so important. If you look at Barcelona principles, there are 7 principles. I'm not going to go through all the principles. You can go back and read them later. But there are 7 principles. And in the communications measurement world, we believe the campaign complies with these 7 principles. The probability of your program succeeding is much, much higher compared to if you are not complying with these principles. And there are 7 principles, and these are so important for us that we drafted them in 2010. And after that, we've had 2 revisions to these principles, basis all the feedback that we have received from all over the world. I'm going to only talk about the first principle to make the case that I want to make to you. The first principle is about setting measurable goals and the importance of setting measurable goals. You know, especially in India, one of the criticisms that we have to Barcelona principles is that people read the principles and say they are so basic. Like if you read this principle, it says setting measurable goals is an absolute prerequisite to communication planning, measurement, and evaluation. And all of you will say, it's so simple. This is exactly what it needs to be. But you will be surprised when you enter the real world and realize that this is one principle which has caused failure of maximum number of campaigns. I know it's surprising, and I'm gonna tell you our experience of working with clients. So if you look at measurement, communication measurement, what are we doing? We first monitor content. So as impact research and measurement, we offer measurement services. And then we offer, which is something called toolkit for measurement. So we work with a lot of clients, and not every client wants to spend a lot of money. So they say, dear Impact, you offer us monitoring services and you give us those glossy technology tools and stuff, measurement on our own. These are the same tools that our experts also use for successful campaigns to our clients. But they say, no, we don't want your help on measurement side. Just do this basic monitoring for us and give us the toolkit, we'll do it ourselves. A lot of these clients came back later and said, somehow our campaigns are not as successful, or they're not giving us the results that we wanted. And we started going back to these clients to understand what was happening. We realized, and I'll give you an example of what happened. So we would enter the room and we will sit with the team and we will ask them, take a small piece of paper. If they're like 5 members in the team, we'll give them 5 slips of paper and we'll say, now write down of the camp that you're working on currently. And everyone writes it down. And then we say, now exchange each other and tell us if all of you have the same objective written on that piece of. Surprisingly, yes, this number is very surprising. 65% of the time, we found people had written different objectives on that single piece of paper. And I can go back and do this exercise with your team and you'll have surprising results. So what that we don't have a culture of writing down these goals the way they should. Here are examples of what we heard back from clients when we asked them, what are you trying next? And people said, we want to drive media coverage, and that's where they left it. Imagine if you're working in a PR firm, you have a director and there are so many people in that team reporting in data. And if this is the objective that you start with, imagine what is it that the new the team is going to think about what we're going to achieve for the. And there's something about bad goals and good goals. And it's not about whether the goal is bad or not, but whether it's defined in the right way or not. So we believe if you want to have a measurable objective, what you need to do is you need to have 4 elements in every goal. Who are you trying to target with the campaign that you have? What are you trying to change in his behavior or knowledge? By how much do you want to change it? And by when do you want to achieve it? If these 4 elements are there in the way you're articulating the goals of your campaign, there is a higher probability that this campaign will be successful. Let's go back and look at one of the examples from the bad goals that I shared earlier. The client said, create card envy among affluent consumers in the Pune market, and that's all that they said. But when we told them that there are these 4 elements that you need to have when you're defining goals, then they went back and came back with a new one. They said, we want to increase awareness from 57% to 60% for the credit card brand among the affluent target, people who are earning more than 50 lakh rupees in Pune within the campaign timeframe of May to December 2012. I hope you're able to see for yourself how much of a difference the way you've defined the objective on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side makes. Clearly, the way you define your goal makes it much, much more measurable. It may sound very simple. I've said, who are you targeting? What are you trying to change in their behavior? By how much and by when? It may sound very simple, but still a lot of our clients face a challenge in defining the objectives very well. As a part of AMEC, I get a chance to travel a lot and I meet companies from all over the world. On one of my visits, I met a lady called Deb Camden. She leads a company called Communication Dividend. What she's done is she's created a tool. This website address that you see at the top, if you go to this website address, it has a tool which will ask you very simple questions and it'll help you define a measurable goal. So it has steps. So at every step, it'll ask you basic questions. So who's your target audience? What is the desired behavior change? What is the realistic target that you have in mind? And you answer these simple questions, and at the end of it, it'll give you a measurable objective, which you can start working with. I will consider my talk successful if all of you go back and try and read about Barcelona principles and also try and check if the communication program that you're running is compliant to Barcelona principles. And I can promise you that as soon as you reach that stage, the probability of that campaign succeeding is going to be far, far higher. We've seen this many of our members and clients of our members all over the world, that whenever they start taking Barcelona principles seriously, they make a lot of progress. I started my talk by sharing that in India, a lot of criticism that we have is people say, Barcelona principles sound very basic. And do we really need to follow them? And even then, you will find that most of the campaigns fail to comply with Barcelona principles. So if they are so simple, why is it so difficult to comply with these Barcelona principles? If you would like to know more about communication measurement, at AMEC, we run an education program. We have courses available, and we also have a summit coming up, which is in Miami later this month, starting on the 15th of May. It's a physical event, but also has a lot of virtual participation possible. So in case you're interested, please check it out. And here are some resources that you may want to look at if you want to learn more about measurement of communication. And if you still have any questions, I'll be around during the day. And if you want to reach out to me on Twitter, that's my Twitter handle. This is all that I wanted to talk about. I've left some space for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I now invite Ms. Astha Mishra from Exchange for Media Group to kindly present a small token of appreciation to Mr. Sood.
Hello.
Thank you. Well, towards the beginning of this event, of this conference, I specifically mentioned about the social media, the online contest that we were running, and I have the names of 2 winners here with me. Well, congratulations, Mr. Abhishek Pathak, Twitter handle @AB Pathak. Perfect. I would like to request you to get in touch with the Exchange for Media team regarding your gift. And also the second winner is Mr. Nitin Narayan. Are you here around with us? Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman? Twitter handle @the Nitin Narayan. Requesting you to kindly get in touch with the Exchange for Media team. Thank you. And yes, the contest is still live. You still do have a chance to win the gift hamper. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the next panel discussion. And the topic at hand is Decoding ESG. Please welcome our panelist. Give it up for Mr. Arupendra Malik, VP, Terry, Business Sustainability Council. Can I have the cordless mic, please? Thank you very much. Mr. Malik, allow me a moment. Before we start with the next session, I can sense that since after the lunch break, we've not had much time to, get back in touch with our energies. So can I please request everyone to kindly stand for the next 30 seconds? 30 seconds, that's all I'm going to take. Perfect. Thodi si awaaz badha dijiye, please. Turn up the volume. It is said, and I believe, that when we clap our hands together, it increases the blood flow in the body. Circulation बढ़ता है, दिमाग जागता है, oxygen का flow better होता है. So for the next 30 seconds, I must request you to clap your hands as loud as you can. It's not a ruse. I'm not trying to get an applause out of you for myself. Louder, people at the back. Come on, everyone. We have a wonderful day ahead of us. Louder, louder. Come on. It's for your own benefit. Come on. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated now. How does it feel? I assure you it wasn't a ruse. I wasn't looking for an applause this way though. Well, hoping that you all are a little bit more focused and attentive, it is now time to invite our panelists. And now please welcome Mr. Arupendra Malik, Vice President, Terry, Business Sustainability Council. I guess we've used up all our applauses, that we have none left for the gentleman. Certainly not. Please welcome Mr. Rajiv Tikku, Senior Journalist. Please welcome Ms. Sonal Singh, Head Corporate Communications, Jindal Stainless Limited. Give it up for Ms. Smita Pandey Mishra, founder, Fandoro Technologies. Let's give it up for Mr. Sunil Kumar Sinha, Senior Director and Principal Economist, India Ratings. And completing this eminent panel, let's welcome the moderator, Ms. Gayatri Ramanathan, Senior Director, ESG and Sustainability, Kaizen.
Everyone. Thank you for being here, my dear panelists and dear audience. After a very hardcore communication sessions, 2 sessions. We are now getting into something which is more business. So please take a deep breath before we dive into decoding what does ESG stand for: environment, social, and governance, and how does that impact our lives? How does that impact our businesses? So you've met the panelists. I'll be very brief in my introductions. I'll be very brief in my comments and jump straight into this. Briefly, businesses are not isolated entities. They function within communities. They function within a framework of law. They use up a lot of natural resources. This is really what ESG is all about. The E stands for environmental criteria like energy, waste, and the consequences on the planet of using these or not, and not disposing of some. It encompasses carbon emissions and climate change. Social refers to the relationship that your organization has with reputation, it maintains with people, and existing institutions. Labor relations, diversity, equity, and inclusion, the 3 very strong words which we keep hearing about these days. Governance is the internal system of practices, protocols, and procedures that a company adopts and employs in order to govern itself and make effective, decisive decisions and meet the needs of internal and external stakeholders. We talk about stakeholders, we normally think about external stakeholders. We don't think so much about internal stakeholders. But today, an internal stakeholder is as important as an external stakeholder. If you put all these 3 words together, it really just stands for a responsible, sustainable business, which is good for the planet, people, and delivers profit. So I will now go straight to my panelists. I'll start with Sonal. Sonal is head of Corpcom at Jindal Stainless and has been a practitioner for several years. So I will ask her to talk about her experiences.
Yeah, thank you, Gayatri. Before I start off on ESG, I'm so happy to sit in a panel because I come from manufacturing, where I can see women in the panel and even beyond that. It's a great feeling to come from a 5% women industry to a 50% women industry. Yes, so talking of ESG, now 50% of the media queries I receive, I'm from corporate communication, so answering to media queries is a main part of our KRA, is now directed towards ESG. So that is a clear indication on how the reputation compass is now pointing towards ESG as one of the main pillars, drivers of corporate reputation. And for people in the practice on the corporate side, there is a discernible shift. And the shift has been decadal. Pre-91, when I used to read about my company's narratives back then, it used to be how Swadeshi the company is, how it is rooted in the, in the country's soil. Post 91, it was all about reforms and your capex and your investments and how you are in line with the Narasimhan Rao government of driving more and more profitability. Then came the turn of the century and the age of internet, and internet became your reputation pillar and how digitization and MIS was driving your business. Then after that, 2010 onwards, and 14 is when CSR became compulsory, the 2% net profit. CSR became the buzzword. And it is only of late in the last few years that we have seen ESG as a far more mature, a far more expansive version of CSR. Expansive because CSR only accounted for the social part of the business, whereas environmental and governance parts were not as covered in CSR as they are covered in ESG. However, there is nothing absolutely brand new in ESG from the standpoint of corporate communications. All these communications, even if you take the governance compliance, waste to wealth, the training part, the diversity part, social inclusion part, everything was there, but it was scattered. It was in the BRR report. It was in the waste generation drives. It was in the conservation efforts that companies were doing. It was under different heads. It is to the credit of ESG that it has brought everything under one pillar, and which is now the reason why corporates like us are gunning to ESG with all guns blazing and have taken targets to be net zero in the near future. Big shift for manufacturing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sonal. Sunil, can I ask you to make your opening remarks.
Well, I mean, when one looks at the whole question of ESG, then the form and the shape which ESG has taken today, there is a long history. It all started with philanthropy, and then a lot of corporates, even in the pre-independent India, were doing some philanthropic activity in terms of setting up hospitals, setting up, educational institutions, and so on and so forth. And they used to consider that to be an extension of whatever profit they are earning, so give it back to the society. But over the years, what has happened is that the trust which society had in most of the economic enterprise, that trust no longer exists, in the sense that it all began with the fact that the civil society or the people in general believe that corporations, if they are in existence, they are doing good for all, not only for themselves. So if they are exploiting natural resources, then there is nothing, no harm. I mean, in other words, they are manufacturing something which is for everyone to gain from. But very soon, when the society at large started realizing that that's not the case, if the objective of corporation is only to maximize the shareholders' value, then where are other people? I mean, in the civil societies, the employees, the investors, each one of them realize that what is there in it. So it is those things which has evolved over a period of time that today apart from the companies, the civil societies, government, investors, they don't trust companies simply because they are in existence. They say that the trust is gone. Now you will have to show us that whatever you are doing is for the benefit of everyone, not only for yourself. It is on these aspects that eventually, the companies also started realizing that if they have to remain in operation, remain in existence, that they will have to show to the people that they are doing their bit so far as environment is concerned. They are doing their bit so far as social issues are concerned. And they are also doing that bit to the investors, that their governance is equally important, because we have seen in number of cases that wherever the governance have not been proper or appropriate, the largest of the corporations have collapsed. So it is these aspects which have become important, and that is what has, in a way, kind of collapsed into something called ESG. And today, the corporations do not see ESG as a corporate social responsibility. It is more of a strategic tool where they position and constantly have to communicate to the people at large that so far as environment is concerned, we are doing our bit. So far as doing good for the society is concerned, we are doing our bit. And so far as governance is concerned, investors can rest assured that we are not, doing something which will eventually kill the company and they will lose the money. So that's the context in which I guess the ESG is positioned today.
Thank you, Sunil. Smita, would you like to speak about the relevance of ESG for startups?
Yes, but let me just give you a quick background also on that, like much before we get into what is, why is it relevant for them. So as Sunil sir just mentioned, that there is a long history to ESG. He actually stole my punchline there because I was trying to talk about it. Most people, most founders that we meet in startup world or otherwise also the enterprises, when I say sustainability to them, they are not able to think beyond corporate social responsibility or philanthropy. And I have to clearly tell them, this is exactly not what I'm talking about. That is a small part of it. That's a comfort zone. You very clearly know what numbers to make, where to give, what to do. That's sorted for you, right? That's already, that's been into practice. And personally, I don't subscribe to the aspect of CSR, but because there is so much good work happening under it, we just let that go on. Sustainability is so much more integrated, has to be integrated in your business operations. We are not talking about giving away free food. That's a part of it. Yes, go ahead, feel free to do that. But we are talking about energy efficiency. We're talking about reducing your waste generation. We're talking about reducing your water footprint. We're talking about equal pay, equal opportunity, being inclusive, not just diverse. So, and of course, when it comes to startups, much like a lot of enterprises, they lack awareness on this. So it's very difficult to just go to them and pitch for your work. I work for Fandoro Technologies, which is into building adoption and awareness on sustainability for startups and investors. It's a difficult game. But then once this fog is clear as to what sustainability means, it's like, is it even important for us? Like we poor people, cash strapped, less on resources. I mean, we're struggling for resources. We're struggling for survival. Why should we be looking at ESG at all? And that is where you have to change the lens and say you are not doing something extra for somebody else. What we're going to do here is your own business continuity plan, your own risk assessment and risk management. We are going to make you more successful. And the drive that's actually coming to is for startups to actually adopt these ESGs, SDGs. I don't know how many people have heard here, but Sustainable Development Goals. That's the framework I subscribe to. People actually adopt these things when they hear these terms. And the reason, one of the core factors that's actually driving this into startup world are the investors and the customers. Much like enterprises, startups also have the same stakeholders: your customers, employees, your investors, regulatory bodies. So there are all of these stakeholders are actually driving ESG to startup founders and startups. I do have to say, while the push is still lesser, but the pace at which things are now changing is so significant that if the startups don't adopt it now, it is going to be very difficult for them to, transform themselves, much like the large enterprises find it very difficult. So just to decode ESG for startups, what we talk about is, when we're talking environment, we are more focused on your supplier sustainability, your environmental footprint across your value chain, from sourcing to distribution. So who are you, who are your suppliers? What kind of emissions are they making? What kind of emissions you are making? If it is logistics, packaging, whatever, what kind of waste you are generating? How are you recycling, reusing, reducing? How is your e-waste being are you filing for your e-waste recycled? What is your quantity per year? So all of those. And from the social side, one of the most important asset for a startup is its talent. So if they don't have the right people, they are never going to succeed. And the focus on ESG from a social angle actually helps them build those, make a more inclusive and equitable, I would say, startup or organization to actually make their employees stick around more. From a governance perspective, of course, the board evaluation has become so significant. Why is somebody sitting on your board? Earlier, nobody cared. Now it is, if they're not bringing anything to the table, why are they on your board? Why are you even paying them? What's the skill set they have? Do you have somebody who looks into E&S, the environment and social? If you don't have anybody doing that, then you need to add somebody. And the whole conversation that I'll just conclude this, Gayatri, with is, when we start talking to startups, we go with the same question that we go to enterprises also sometimes. What is your purpose? If as a business you don't have a purpose and you're not able to marry that purpose to the ESG, then the whole process is going to fail, because purpose is your offense. You go and communicate that to the whole world. This is why we exist. If we didn't exist, this would be missing from the world. And ESG is your defense. Then you start proving this. Sorry, thank you.
Thanks, Gayatri. It's good to be in this August gathering. I'm really glad that I was invited to this place. Hello. Yeah, thanks, Gayatri. It's great to be in this August gathering here, and wonderful being on this panel. After hearing my esteemed panelists, I will try to avoid saying more of the same. And let me share some from the media point of view, which may interest some of my young friends here, which is like how to make ESG stories break into the newsroom, which is more probably from an operational point of view, which may be useful. You see, the USP of ESG is data. What Mr. Sinha referred to, there's a diminishing of trust overall. It's not only in corporates, it's overall in media also, the matter. And probably ESG, unintended benefit of ESG could be that it could help us to reclaim that trust because it's all about data at the end of the day. Data means a lot, but data in itself doesn't mean sufficiently everything actually. It's not enough by itself. Every analyst is sitting on gigabytes of data, but here
environmental goal that you're running with. So profit alone is no longer a fancy thing, and that is why I talked about the decadal shift, ESG, and all kinds of extra is now in vogue, and you have to be seen with a conscience. And there has to be proof of the pudding. Just talking is not going to cook rice now.
So about ESG and credit rating.
Well, certainly I'll do that. But before that, let me just say something about ESG. You know, I mean, as I said, it evolved more as a philanthropy and so on and so forth. When I look at ESG, now each of these components in social and governance, each of these components are and very important for the company. Now, if a particular company focuses on mental issues, means if they become more energy efficient, more resource efficient, if their wastage, etc., it all translates into higher profit. Not just that by focusing on environmental issues, you are doing something in general. All of that can be your bottom line. Similarly, the social aspect, if you are focusing on the social issues, then it doesn't be a reputational, I mean, like, you know, student when in IMC asking, are you a zero waste company? So that again is something reputational. But otherwise also I'm saying when you are vying, we are no longer in an era where markets are protected. There is a severe competition. There are a number of players for the same product, and if you are vying for customers, provide something to them where that apart from doing your business, you are also taking care of various, whether it relates to the whether it relates to employee compensation, whether it relates to employee well-being, or whether you take up some activities which helps people living in and around your factory areas. All of them actually help you of not only grabbing the attention of a customer, but translating them into your customer. So all of this again plows back profitability, your top line, and so on and so forth. And finally, the governance. The governance issue is important because, say, for example, the startups. When they go for round investment, many of the investors would like to know that do you have a strategy to protect the company from the risk which arises because of the issues. Now, if you are able to articulate that, if you have a strategy in and around that, investors would get more interested, and you will be able to mobilize funds far easier than otherwise. Maybe you will be able to mobilize funds at a much cheaper rate, cost than what you will otherwise. So ESG, if you look at from that perspective, is a pure strategy. It is no longer philanthropy. It is a pure business strategy. If you integrate it into your operation, it is a win-win for you as well as for your customer, investor, everyone else. Now, coming to the question of credit rating. Now, credit rating typically is about debt products, not about the equity. So debt products means whatever loan you raise through the banking channel or through the capital markets, that is what gets rated. And the way it has evolved, that ESG issues or ESG risks do not play out near term. They play out over the medium to long term. And debt instruments are not very long-term instruments. They are 3 and 10 years. So till now, it was not something which was very much getting factored into the credit rating analysis. Increasingly, as we know that the vulnerability has started increasing because of the climate, etc., etc. Now, most of the rating agencies have started looking at also the regulator, which is SEBI, has come out with a framework where it wants the rating agencies to incorporate this particular risk aspect into their analysis. So we are incorporating that into our rating analysis, and wherever we find that this is one of the key drivers for the credit rating, we mention that, and wherever it is not, we certainly in our press releases.
Thank you. Would you like to take up what we originally were to talk about, ESG and startups? Why should they get into it right at the start?
Yes, again, Sunil sir just stole the starting line on this topic too. Investors are definitely driving. There are quite a few LPs, the limited partners, who have, when they are giving 200 VC, 400 crore to another VC. So let's say there is one big LP who's funded 10 venture capitalists and put their foot down that if you don't have an ESG report, you are not allowed to invest. Not talking about investments Series C and above. We are talking about as simple angel round or Series A. And they put their foot down that if the VCs don't get the ESG due diligence done, they're not going to give the money. So that's one key driver which is pushing this in the startups which are way early in their stages, still looking at ESG. How you look at it from some other stakeholders like customers? You have EU taxonomy all in Europe. You have the security exchanges in US, which is putting their regulations around climate and ESG. In India, we have BN working towards BRSR and national guidelines for responsible business conduct. Now, this BRSR, while I think Mr. Malik was mentioning about it, we started in 2011 with to these top 1,000 companies. But a very interesting thing that not many people might have read, if they didn't pay attention to, is a statement which says, in a time frame of potentially 5 years, we are looking to expand this to all businesses. So if we
that includes listed and unlisted
we don't
businesses.
know. They have said all that could if you're registered as a business, you have to follow it. So once that clarity comes in what all means, situation that happened in Europe, that the moment a lot of lead time was given to business ESG, and they still did not prepare. And suddenly overnight, thousands of businesses were under penalties for not following it, not disclosing it. So startups are, ESG is relevant for them for, of course, getting opening more investment gates, more customers if they want to work with Western companies, more talent acquisition because employees want to see the business with purpose. I think it just overall does a lot of investor safeguard also. As simple as not having a fire NOC, which looks very simple, that you are building the work where you're not working, does not have a fire NOC. Okay. When we do ESG due diligence for startups, we put our foot down. If you don't have it, we are not going to give a clearance. Why is that? Because if your assets are burnt down, the investor loses the money. So we are playing for the investors. So a lot of these things are driving quite a significant awareness and adoption.
Essentially, it's an awareness of the risk of operating in a environment which is so uncertain from a climate, social and governance perspective, that you're looking at putting these risk management practices in place.
Said, Gayatri. I'll just take 1 minute to also highlight you. Thanks for adding governance to this world, because if governance is
if
not
you don't
there,
have governance, you don't have.
Then it doesn't matter how good you're doing on environment, on social, on anything. If you're not having a trustworthy, transparent business, then you might as well just forget rest of the things. Yeah. Thank you.
So Rajiv, my next question is to you. How does media look at a company which is considered ESG compliant versus one which is not? I mean, let's just, ultimately, it's the media which is the arbiter of good companies versus bad companies in a certain way in terms of perception. So let's hear it from you.
I don't think those factors play at in media, whether it's a good company or a bad company. It's a compliance to be done.
Yes.
That is the presumed media would apply generally. So if they are doing the compliance, and which is generally taken by reports, there's lots of investigation happening anyway from the media's point of view. But whatever stories are happening, they're very fair and even far which are happening, say in metals segment particularly. So those are happening. But overall, it's taken as there is a report by an expert, which could be a consultancy general. So that's taken at face value. So it's a very pretty simple kind of a thing. It's a story which comes to them, and it is backed by data and is backed by a narrative. So it makes its way. Otherwise, I don't see media being an arbiter of it is a good company or a bad company. But in terms of if there are any violations which get reported, so those are the ones they would, I mean, at the end of the day, for media, it's a good story or a bad story. Now, good story is, when your violation is a good story for media. That's what it is. And it could be across anything for the matter. So that's what goes.
Thank you, Rajiv. Arup, can I ask you to take us through this whole issue of greenwashing? And how do regulations look at that? And how, again, I'll come back to Sonal and Sunilji for how that impacts reputations.
Yeah, and thank you, Gayatri, for bringing the issue of greenwashing, greenwashing here. Increasingly we have seen that with the labels, ESG labels from mutual funds, from global funds being stripped off because of the enhanced scrutiny that happens today on the impacts that the short-term impacts and the long-term impact that some of these funds claim. I would strongly believe that the role of the communication colleagues, the role of the brand management teams becomes very important now. Now think of it, it is just we are just 3 months away when the final communique from India's G20 presidency would come out. And unlike any other G20 presidencies, today India has the ESG. There is a dedicated Sherpa track on energy transition, which is just not looking at technology transfer, technology and new energy technologies, but importantly looking at just transition. And just transition is a concept that resonates very well with the ESG framework.
Yeah, and just to define just transitions is ensuring that when you transit from a fossil fuel based cleaner economy, we take everybody along. We don't leave anybody behind. So what he's talking about is a strategy that India has been very keen on to take all marginalized and communities along with us when we transit by creating more green jobs and greener. So much.
So if these are the things which are getting at the pedestal where so, I would argue that nobody had stopped India to imagine what would be the size of the Statue of Unity. The Statue of Liberty was never a benchmark that I need to come or I need to reach that. Today India is in is a different league in the global discourse, which gives a very high degree of responsibility to how the corpcom, the media management teams view, act, and progress on at this point of time. And will the journey be easy? I mean, not at all. To decipher a financial balance sheet, we needed a second to now understand. We just look at earning per share from a balance sheet and what the financial health. We now today refer to the credit rating. So a AAA class, you don't need to spend any more time and energy to explain. It gives out the message. So from today where we are now to bring ESG to this becoming an uniform language, the journey would be super hard. There would be a huge degree of frustration. Gandhiji, from what we also understand, is increasingly ESG will become a part of the MCA 21 filings.
Yes, it will.
And so from now until that point of time, and how do we adopt digital taxonomy on ESG would be would be a key role without the involvement of the communication and that won't be possible. And Gayatri ji, last these buzzes actually reflect the kind of diverse panel that you have where time is running out. Perspectives are.
Thank you. Thank you, Arupji. Just very quick, just give me 2 minutes, I'll wrap up. So we've just not even scratched the surface of the subject, but unfortunately we're being asked. But I will ask one final question of Smita and Sonal. When we see with our clients that speaking of ESG, putting it in at the forefront of communication is resonating increasingly. To see things going forward.
In fact, I think communicators have a reason to cheat all the agencies because our role has become very, very important in this age of ESG. सदियों से जब हम बोलते आ रहे थे management को कि हमें ये करना चाहिए, these are the kind of events we have to sponsor, this is the imagery that we have to get into, these are the kind of community partnerships we must be into. It was not making as much sense to them as it is making today. So, and like Mr. Sinha said, these are not, short fixes to your image or, just to your visage, this is how I should look. But these are long-term goals in engaging your community better, in retaining your employee better, in having motivational levels go up, in having overall safety hygiene standards be equitable with your global counterparts. And while, yes, media is, like Mr. Tiku rightly said, it is very interested in any negative ESG report that may come out. On the positive side, what media is interested in is any of the green funds that you can garner basis your ESG scorecard. So there is also immense scope for publicity in this area.
Thank you so much.
Just quickly add, I think forget about businesses and everything, media has a very powerful role. PR has a very powerful role in fighting climate change. If you could keep a check on businesses and not let them speak about things they don't do, if you could punch holes into their claims, and I mean, look back in 2021, 2022, whether it is H&M, whether it is Deutsche Bank, whether it is Volkswagen, whether it is so many of these issues which have come up. I think you have a very strong role to play in this, and startups, businesses use their story on sustainability as a marketing tool, and that's good to do. There's no harm in doing that. But if as a communication team, which is sitting on the other side of the table, I would really like to see more people cross-verify, cross-check every claim that has been made, and then publish it and say, yes, these are the good people, and these are the people who are actually harmful for the society because they say they're doing good and they're not. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think before we close, just one final comment. I, as a part of, a group which had rated Indian companies on ESG parameters and launched India's first ESG index on a national stock exchange. It no longer exists, by the way, now. But there we had studied the top Nifty 50 and ESG screen top 50 companies. And we found that in terms of returns, if had you invested in Nifty 50 and had you invested in ESG 50, you would not have compromised on your returns. The returns which Nifty 50 is giving over the years is exactly the same as the ESG 50 is giving. However, once the 2008 crisis happened, thereafter what we found was the ESG screen companies were giving you even higher return than the Nifty 50. So if you invest in those companies which are ESG screen companies, then as an investor, you do not lose anything. On the contrary, you gain.
Just to add to what you said, sir, if you look at a recent RBI report, it says exactly the same thing, that ESG compliant Indian companies have performed better on the bourses than others. I've been asked to wrap up, so I will. I look forward to hearing more from our community, the communicators community, about ESG, the need to implement ESG, because a sustainable business out there is what makes our business sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a louder round of applause for this very, very power-packed session. Could I please request our panelists to kindly join us up front for a group picture? And also please welcome Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO, BW Wellness, to present a small token of appreciation to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly settle down as we are now headed towards our next special keynote by one of our eminent speakers. For this particular keynote session, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker will be joining us virtually, talking about the role of artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Meena Nazari, Executive Board Member, PR and Communication Researcher, WCFA. Greetings, Dr. Nazari.
E4M Iprccc Conference. Impact of Artificial Intelligence in PR.
I offer my sincerest apologies.
I am an artificial intelligence and I am very happy to attend your conference today. Dr. Meena Nazari requested me to be here today and speak a few words about myself. In the Middle Ages, the sovereignty was in the skies and behind the clouds. They asked from the god, then it fell into the hands of humans, and humans recognized good and bad with their mind and logic, and now it is behind the clouds again, the clouds of Amazon, the clouds of Kindle, and now you are forced and you need to ride this wave that is started by artificial intelligence. That is all in brief. Thank you, Karen, and your professional team, and let's keep moving forward together.
Do you have my voice?
Yes, you're audible. Dr. Nazari, please continue.
Namaste from Iran. This is Meena Nazari from Iran. I'm WCFA board member, Board Communication Forum Association, Switzerland. I'm so happy to be here with you today, and I would like to share a research result from Jane Wallin about impact of AI on PR skills and ability. Actually, Jane Wallin with their colleagues started to study the impact of AI on public relation and public relation skills and ability 5 years ago. I asked him, did anybody research this? And he sent an email for me. Unfortunately, no one has measured the correct impact on PR till now. And did you see this figure, public relations scalability as defined by the Global Alliance GBOK project? GBOK, Global Body of Knowledge, is a consolidation of the skills and abilities that are used to develop exam questioned by certification bodies and education frameworks from around the world. It provides a fairly complete list of competencies in public relations. The project has subsequently been developed by the University of Healthfield into capabilities actually approach that was recently published at World PR Forum in Oslo. After that, CIPR asked Jane Walling to use their research result to CIPR, and the market for tools in public relations is exploding across sourced exercises by the AI in PR panel has characterized more than 120 tools, and actually in each case, they added a description and labeled each tools by function and AI sophistications using the 5-point skills: simplification, listening and monitoring, automation, AI for structured data, AI for unstructured data. They asked a team of 70 reviewers from around the world to take a crack at the list. They started exploration with two sets of skills, one with a greater potential for AI and one set of skills with little or no AI. An Oxford University study called The Future of Jobs 5 suggested that millions of workers in the UK are in danger of being replaced by computers and robots. The academic paper looked at 702 of the most common occasions and used a set of algorithms to assign the probability of computerizations to public relations occupation and ranking occupations from 0, no risk of automation, to 1, very high risk of automation. Public relations jobs ranking 634 out of 702 jobs. And they analyze in 3 categories, and the skills with 0 tech or AI. Of the 52 skills in the GBOK, 70 or 32% of their list were deemed to currently have 0 tech or tech support. B skills or portions thereof that may have a minor contribution from tech or AI tools. Of the 52 skills in the GBOK, 14 or 27% of their list were deemed to have that list some indicate indirect support from technology or some form of AI. And C, finally C, skills where tech or AI is already more prevalent, 20 or 41% of the GBOK skill set to have some form of AI or technology that simplifies our lives. As you see, mapping the impact of tools against skills that Jane Walling and their colleagues designed 5 years ago show some public relations and public relation ability and skills. In this map, you see 4 color, and white area shows 0 impact of AI on public relations skills like now, ethnic, professional, and personal. And orange area shows the little bit impact of AI on public abilities. And the red area shows the high impact. AI and public relation skills. You see a green area, that, do you have my voice? Hello, madam?
Yes, ma'am, we have your voice.
Okay. A green area shows some skills and ability that is changeable between level 1 and 2. And they there was forecasting some mapping for 5 years, AI in PR in 5 years, that's 2023 this year. You see all orange area into red area, and we see a high impact of AI on all skills that was impact. You see, but white area are stable like right now, and green same too. They have listened for the future of public relation provision finally, and they believe that we need to emphasize education, experiential learning, and continuous development of these very human traits that are valued in our provision. The second lesson in that we need to become aware of AI and its potential pitfalls and quirks in our provision. AI is about to massively change our lives, and the public relation provision need to keep up. We need more experience with these tools and more critical reviews to learn how best use and their limitation. Indeed, we need to be vigilant in the ethical implications of using data guard against privacy breaches, and be mindful at our license to operate comes with behaviors that place the public interest about organization or client. Finally, it's important, ethnic will continues to be the dominant mentor in professional practice of public relation, and that is a good thing, and we have to be hopeful for a future of public relations by controlling by human. Thank you very much, everybody, for your attention. I'm again so happy to be with you here today. It's my email and Jane Wally email. If you have any question about this research result, please send us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nazari, for taking out time and addressing the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nazari. Thank you. Before we move on to the next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to remind everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Our next panel, the topic at hand is the importance of influencer marketing and PR strategy for a brand. I must request you to allow me a moment for the setup. All right, perfect. The importance of influencer marketing and PR strategy for a brand. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists for this particular panel are bound to no introduction. Let's kick it off. Let's welcome Mr. Gurpreet Singh Tikku, blogger and influencer. Let's give it up for Mr. Gagan Talwar, Managing Director, Business Wire, India. Please welcome Ms. Iprccc Kamra, blogger and influencer. Ms. Kamra, wait a moment. I said a louder round of applause for Ms. Iprccc Kamra. Thank you. Please welcome Ms. Nitika Panjwani, travel influencer. And completing this panel, let's welcome our moderator, Ms. Jagriti Motwani, co-founder and chief Chachi.
Hello. Thank you to everyone here who has made time to listen to this going to be interesting panel, since we have so many influencers and business leaders here. So basically, you know, all of us know that the influencer gang is coming up pretty strongly on everything that we know is traditional PR and marketing and advertising. And brands are trying to lap it up in a big way. I mean, looking at you guys here, it's a feat in a way that, you know, now the importance of influencers is recognized all across. And we are in this forum that celebrates PR. And influencers, of course, is one of the important panels we have here. So to begin with, you know, if we can start with Tikku ji, and, you know, you can tell us how did you come about being an influencer, and how has it been so far?
Okay, so I'll answer the first part or second part first. The journey has been beautiful. And how did it happen? It did not happen, you know, by chance or by design. It just happened because I've been doing this for the last 8 years. So it is not, you know, I started doing it when it was not even a profession. So you were just expressing yourself, and slowly you realize, oh, it is benefiting so many people while it makes you happy. And then you realize, okay, there are so many brands or people who are getting benefited. And then said, okay, you know, please take this money and do our work. And realize, oh, wow, I was happy doing what I'm doing. My viewers are happy, you know, listening or, you know, watching what I'm doing, and then also get paid for it. So I think that is how the journey started. It was never that I stepped into because it would probably, the profession or would make me money. So the journey has been beautiful. And I can tell you one thing, it has just started for each one of us.
That's amazing. What about you, Iprccc?
So firstly, I want to thank E4M for giving me this opportunity and this recognition. So I started exactly between the COVID, when COVID hit. So COVID was never a curse for me. It was totally a blessing for me. And it was always within me that I have to do something about fashion. But, you know, post-COVID, I was actually not doing fashion at all. I was just doing a 9-to-5 job, crushing on my numbers. So basically, I did my MBA in finance. So I don't know. It was because of my mom that she saw that spark in me. And I always thank my mom that, you know, she has given me that sense to look fashion. And I think that is how I started it in COVID. And COVID gave me so many opportunities when everybody was actually, you know, cursing about it, that we are sitting at home. I was actually building some content. So that's how it started.
That's amazing. Nikita.
Hi everyone, Namaste. This is Nitika Panjwani. I'm a travel and lifestyle content creator. So my journey has been very similar to Tikkuji's journey, because I started travel blogging when I was 18 years old. I was in class 12th and it was my board examinations going on. And that's when I realized that, yes, I want to do something like this, because I did my first solo trip when I was 15 years old. So I was an avid traveler. My father is a travel bug, and, you know, he used to ask me to create all the itineraries even when I was a little girl. So, from there, I had this knack of exploring cultures, different destinations. And that's when I realized that I'm really good at storytelling and I should definitely do this. So, with my graduation, I used to travel a lot of places, on weekends, weekdays, share those itineraries with my audience. And that's how I started travel blogging and created a career out of it.
This is really interesting. My next question is to Gagan. Gagan, from the brand's perspective, how and why do you think influencers have become so important?
So I think this influencer marketing is really picked up in last couple of years. The reason is because the clients are wanting to connect with the audience in a much deeper way. The connect has to be more stronger. The messaging has to be much elaborate. So I think one can change the content as per the requirement. And today the technology has helped a lot. So I think this influencer marketing game will pick up, and this is just a start, as Tikuji said. This is just a start. I think a couple of years ahead of this time. I think this marketing will be really doing wonders in this world.
True, we all agree to that. Now, Iprccc, my question is to you. You all are celebrities and are followed, and people listen to what you say. How do you ensure that a brand's needs are incorporated in your, in your outreach, be it through reels, stories, or posts?
So today, if any brand reaches me for my collaboration, the first and the foremost thing is to understand what they want from us. It is very important for brands to understand our niche as well, because everybody is doing differently. Every influencer has its different kind of, audience, a different kind of engagement. So I think it is very important that to have that communication and that connect with your brand. It is very important. It is always a win-win situation for both for the brand as well as the influencers. So I think every influencer and brand should have that connect and that communication going on. For that, I think it is very important to understand what the brand wants from us and what we want from the brand. So I think it is the connect and the kind of it should be clear that what the brand is expecting from us.
Right.
Yeah.
True. Tikuji, you would have worked with a lot of brands. If you can share some experience, how has it been? Even we worked together a couple of times prior. How has it been, and how does the entire process work?
Because best part about this trade, and also not a best part about this trade, is it is evolving every day. So what works or what worked for a month earlier does not work today. And again, sometimes influencers are evolving in their own way. The brands are evolving in their own way. And most of the times, even brands don't know what they want. Most of the time, influencers don't know whom they're catering to. So very first, we're very clear if we have a brand approach us. First, we have to see, does it, relate to our brand, and will my viewers, my audience will like it, will they watch it? If an adventure sports brand reaches out to me, obviously it does not match with my audience and not even with me. So it's okay, that's not which works. But otherwise, you always customize for the brand, and you always ensure that the viewers are first. Everything is secondary.
Right. Nikita, what do you think about that? How do you work with brands, and how do you ensure that they get their due from the outreach they're seeking?
So I think maintaining authenticity is a big part of creating content. I am a person who loves creating content while traveling, and I'm like the most candid person on social media, right? So like Iprccc said, the brands has to be very particular about what are the objectives. So they have to draw and have that kind of brief and campaign given to the influencers that, okay, this is what we want from you. We want brand awareness, we want leads, we want conversions. So that has to be laid out very clearly. And as a influencer, I have to be very exclusive, authentic, and creative and relatable to my audience at the same time when I'm creating content for a particular brand, so that my audience perceive the content in a way that brands want the audience to perceive it. So I think maintaining authenticity is really important for me.
Rightly put. Now, Gagan, how do you think brands identify the right influencers, and how do they map the outreach?
So I think identifying the right influencers is the key. And that's the secret story behind every marketing campaign. So if you select the right influencer, and plus with the help of technology nowadays, the game can change for anyone. Like the ball is on the other side. So if you choose the right influencers at the right time, you can define. And the audience nowadays, be it like the youth or millennial, Gen Z, boomers, anyone, they want the real connect. They want the real stories. They don't want the direct advertising or direct PR. So they want an indirect message which should go out. And that's the kind of format which everybody is looking forward. And I think you can measure all those things also. If you track the measurement of likes, views, and comments, as you all do it very often, I think that's the right way of doing it, because that's the correct way of choosing the right influencer for the right brand, and then choosing the content along with them. If you choose the content along with them, then things will change.
Agree. Tikkuji, to you, a popular perception among brands that we work with, we also work, quite closely with them in addressing this notion. But the notion is that influencers are mostly addressing the Gen Z, maybe millennial community. So what do you say about that? Who all are your followers, and what are the insights that you have from your outreach?
Insights are something that we check every day. Almost sometimes more, because you need to keep checking what is working, what is not working. And believe me, most of the common perceptions are thrashed when you actually see the data, because opinions and data are two totally very different things. And sadly, people think more about opinions. For a long time, we thought, okay, the kind of people who follow us are only people who are interested in food. But then we realized that, we have sold cars, we have sold airline tickets, we have sold other things, which is actually also, people who are, I'll tell you one thing. What happens is the people, and I'll not define it Gen Z and others because mujhe pata bhi nahi hai. But people who are youngsters are not the people who really spend lots of money. It is, but they comment a lot, they share a lot, they save a lot. But they're actually the people who spend the money. They are the silent people. They come, they watch, they go and spend their money. Aapko pata bhi nahi lagega. Having said that, what I'm just trying to say is, all depends on what kind of content you're creating and what kind of audience you want to create. If you're saying everybody is my audience, then you're the biggest fool on the earth. You have to be very specific that this is the kind of age group that I want to target. This is the kind of income parameters I want to target. This is the kind of city, state, country I want to target. 60%, 40%, if you are done, you're successful. Bagi 60% जहाँ मर्जी से फर्क नहीं पड़ता. But you should be very clear in your mind कि हाँ जी आप किसको target करो, आप बात किससे करो. Because when you are writing, when you are creating content, there should be a face in front of you कि हाँ जी किसके लिए बना रहा हूँ मैं. और जब आप वो face करके बनाते हो तो I think it works well, and brand is happy, we are happy, the audience is happy, and that is how it should be.
Rightly put. Nikita, what do you think? You all are maximizing on the power of content. Any tips or anything that you would like to share with the brands on, when they're looking for an influencer engagement? There's a thin line between what the brand wants and, what your audience consume. Not every time it could be as straightforward as, we go about in a press release or in a TV commercial. So, what is your take on content for engagement and also creativity?
So what I feel is that when brands give us a brief, they should also give us the power to create content that is true to us and the audience. The brief should not be very specific, they should give us the creative freedom to create content when we're doing something, because we know our audience better than the brand and we know how to sell or promote a particular product. So I feel one, they should give us the creative freedom, and two, I think the contracts should be really exclusive, because as a creator, I get 2-3 brands of the same niche every day, So if I'm promoting a particular jewelry brand, next day another jewelry brand would come to me and say that, okay, you promote my jewelry as well. So that's when my audience would, get confused कि कल तो ये वाला jewelry brand promote कर रही थी, आज ये वाला jewelry brand promote कर रही है. So brands also have to be very picky, and they have to maintain the exclusivity with the creators as well. And even the creators should be very true to the brand when they're doing something. The value should be really strong. I mean, of course, when there are commercials involved, you have to promote certain brands. But then what you can do is you can come up with certain timelines that in 3 महीने में मैं कोई और jewelry brand promote नहीं करूँगी because I'm promoting this particular jewelry brand and I want to know what's, like, what is this jewelry brand about, how I can create more authentic content, how I can create more relatable content for this particular brand. So I think maintaining exclusivity and also giving the power and the creative freedom to the influencer can actually, like, amp a campaign.
Rightly put. Very nice. Itika, if you have come across any challenges while working with brands or, anything in particular that you feel that brands can do better in getting the maximized outreach through you?
Was a budding like influencer. So all the budding influencers, I think, generally face this kind of challenge. So Nitika already told us that how the brands actually restrict us, that you have to create content according to this. But this is not with with our case. Like we create content for, like, it should be candid. It should be so real that the audience which we are trying to focus on actually should get that, that output and input. So I think it's very important for the brands to go candid with us. I think that's the first and the foremost point which I want to, it's like the brand to take away. And the second most important thing for a brand is that if you are trusting influencer, I think there should be a trust relationship between the brand and the influencer. Even if the sales are not coming through, I think the brand should give some time for that influencer to, build over it. The sales cannot come through like this. So it gradually takes time. And this is for the budding influencers especially. So I have a heart for them, how they manage and how they deal with the brands, but hats off to the brands as well, because they are doing very well with the influencers. And I think that's how the industry grows. You grow for me, I grow for you.
Right.
Yeah.
True. Gagan, sometimes, it could be a task for a brand to identify the right influencer set, because there are so many out there. And, sometimes you want hyper local outreach, sometimes you want national outreach. Any particular challenges that you feel brands face in their journey?
So I am from the business side, so I will just say that the marketers should discuss the ROI, which is the return of investment with the influencers, straightforward during the initial conversations. I think that's the key for winning. I think so. So if you decide upon the ROI, then the marketing game changes. So for me, maybe for me, the marketing of this sort is maybe it's for promotion, maybe it's for getting traffic, maybe it's for behavior change. So it can be anything. So then you can measure the right metrics. If you define upon your first instance ROI with the influencer, then you can choose upon how will you get the right results.
Thank you so much. If any of you have a question to the group here, they'll be very happy to answer that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, due to the paucity of time, we believe we do have time to take up one question.
That's fine.
If anyone, kindly raise your hand and we shall pass a mic. None as of now. Well, from this, I conclude that the panel has been very thorough and very productive. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause. Could I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture? And also joining us on stage with her bright smile to give a small token of appreciation to our panelists, please welcome Ms. Madhvi Chaudhary, Account Director, Media Mike. Well, I'm sensing that this is going to be my favorite table for the rest of the event. So a louder round of applause, perhaps. Perfect. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to a very special fireside chat between our eminent speaker, who will be logging virtually from UAE. Well, as I mentioned that this is a very special fireside chat, our eminent speaker will be logging virtually all the way from UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Marwa Kabor, Group Head of Marketing and Corporate Communication, AI Masood. Perfect, perfect. And joining us on stage is Mr. Vineet Handa, founder and CEO, Kaizen.
She's far from us, so at least let her listen as well, that we have a very interactive crowd here. Hi. Thank you. Hi, Marwa.
Hi, Vineet. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon and walaikum salam.
Salam alaikum.
Great. So I think the first time I'm on the panel where I'm not looking at the crowd. So it's interesting. And true to the times, real hybrid way of doing this particular panel. But I'm so happy and privileged to, talking to you today. And this is about you, not about me. So we will keep it that way. So Marwa, before we start this panel, I would want you to speak about your journey, which makes people understand the relevance of her journey and how she can add value to all of us here right today. She's more than 23 years experience now in the industry, working with agencies and the corporates. Marwa, over to you.
Sure. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for their time. And I want to thank you for this beautiful, beautiful platform. I've been listening for the past 2.5 hours, and I've attended the panel discussions that you had on ESG, on greenwashing, and the last one on influencer marketing. And it is such a joy to really have a close-up look on the amazing talent you have in the Indian market. I'm also very honored to be with you today. I hope that I will provide the crowd with something that they can take home with. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Marwa Kabor, and I am the CMO of Abu Dhabi's oldest and largest family business called Al Masood Group. Al Masood is basically a conglomerate that exists in the capital. The company has been around for over 55 years now. In fact, the company started its operations before the United Arab Emirates was a nation. So the United Arab Emirates came together in 1971. Al Masood has been established since 1966. The founder of Al Masood was also the founder of the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce. And the company today, till today, has the trade registration #1 in the United Arab Emirates. And true to the times, the UAE in the 60s was still a very young land that is about to start the journey of urbanization. And since then, the company carved a chart for itself to be a pioneer in the United Arab Emirates industrial and manufacturing sectors. So we were the first company to bring a gas turbine to the UAE. We were the first to bring a water desalination plant, and we were the first to bring a power plant. So we basically brought electricity to the country. And since then, we've branched out. We have a portfolio business of over 18 global brands, and we represent leading brands in multiple sectors. Some of the brands that you might be familiar with, I'll start with the automotive brands, are Nissan, Infiniti, Renault, Bridgestone Tires, which is the #1 tire brand in the world. We also represent MTU and Volvo Penta, and these are the leading brands in power generation and in marine power generation. We also have a construction arm and companies in logistics, transport, and so on.
Wow. So
yes,
I was studying about Al Masood. They have 6 verticals and around 24 different businesses and blah, blah, blah. And she heads the comms and the marketing for the group. So hats off to you. My first question, we've been working here in India. India is, from a media point of view, is very sort of a progressive and open market, when whatever we have heard about the Middle East, the GCC, even the UAE, in that sense is still a very controlled market. And what are your learnings from that market? Because I'm sure a lot of audience sitting here are either aspiring to work there, their companies or their agencies are planning to open their offices in that market. So probably that's my first question to you.
So you are absolutely spot on. We do consider this market quite controlled in a way. I will attribute my company as an example. So my company is the largest family business in the capital, and we only started the PR activity of the company in January 2018, and that's when I joined. A lot of the family businesses used to basically take on a very discreet approach to talking about themselves and their performances. And I was told that many years back, if a showroom manager or a sales manager leaks any information on the performance of the company, they would get fired. Today, especially in the sphere of family businesses and portfolio businesses, you see that companies in the UAE are speaking a lot more to the media and are willing to share how they're performing and how they're doing as well. And they are starting to take on a more open approach to talking about their working culture. We were one of the first family businesses to open a page on LinkedIn. We opened our LinkedIn page in May 2018. We are close to 200,000 followers. But if you look at other big family businesses in the UAE, be it Majid Al Futtaim, who are the leaders in entertainment and leisure, or Rustomani, who are also leading family businesses in multiple sectors, they also started talking about their companies and creating corporate profiles for their companies just 5 years ago or so. The market is becoming a lot more receptive to challenging topics on environmental issues, on climate change. We are one of the lead participants in ADIPEC, which is the largest energy exhibition in the world that happens every October in Abu Dhabi. And the participation of ADNOC last year, where Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, who is the chairman of ADNOC and will be the chairman of COP28, was able to openly confess that in the energy sector, we are part of the problem, but we want to be part of the solution. So we see that the narrative has changed. It's taking on a more open tone. Nevertheless, we don't see the media narrative opening up at an accelerated rate. You still have to be very courteous and very wary of what you can talk about and how to address certain topics.
Very interesting. So you spoke about ESG. I think next 1 year is about ESG and Middle East, because COP28, as you said, is coming up there. As an outside world, the GCC, the Middle East, it's all about fossil fuels. And
Yes.
when we really talk about ESG and the fossil fuels, they are, I think, two poles separate apart, right? Now,
Absolutely.
how do you, is ESG a buzzword in your market, or is ESG is a reality and there is an action on ground? Are the companies still looking at ESG as a communications and a marketing tool, or they are really working on action?
I think ESG is solving the problem of a buzzword. In my opinion, sustainability was the buzzword because it was so open-ended and it could mean so many things. And ESG came to solve the problem and to decipher what sustainability is. And what ESG has done is that it linked the performances and the work of a company to the UN SDGs. So now you have a checklist where you just mix and match what you're doing to a predefined SDG. And ESG is basically, in my opinion, the only way to remedy greenwashing and to remedy sustainability reports that basically speak on many things that barely touch the surface. ESG is being highly adopted in the UAE. My company, Al Masoud, will be launching its ESG report end of May. It has taken us over 2 years to put it together because for a private company, record keeping may not have been something that was very stringent in the past. And the way things work in this region, and here I'm attributing the entire Middle East, is things change when legislation changes. So everything is usually a top-down approach. And we know that legislatively speaking, banks and the financial sector has been emphasizing the existence of ESG for companies that are applying for capital. And we are operating in a region where banks pretty much control the capital of the economy.
Is it, hi, Marwa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Internet connection is unstable. Is there a geo connection here, guys? I'm sorry, I'm not working for any geo client or any.
I think I'm fine. I froze for a couple of seconds and I think I'm back on.
Yeah, great, Marwa. So you know, I'll quickly move from ESG. You know, one of my favorite topic is around this whole conversation around marketeers. So, and then there are a lot of quotes, comments, a lot of conversation around that. You know, the female marketeers are better than the male or their counterpart otherwise. You've been working with all big companies, so you've been wearing, now you're managing such a huge team and as well such a huge portfolio. What is your take on it? And if you think the same way, why?
So I'm not going to take a biased approach and specify which gender could be better at something. I think women are being given more opportunities at the workforce in the last couple of decades. Let's say this must have started in the 70s. And that also comes at a time when economies were also shifting away from the post-industrial area, and the outlook of managing teams has changed from, you know, the outlook on a job being a 9 to 5, or, you know, people standing behind, you know, the production line, to people just sitting behind the desk. And I think as the entire outlook on how to manage humans changed, this brought with it more opportunities for women to get into the workforce and to be given further responsibility. I think what is interesting is that the more opportunities are being given to women, the more women are proving that they can take on roles in very tough industries. I will probably give myself as an example. The industries I work with today are pretty much male dominated, and my customer audiences
even the country, right?
Yes, even the country. So, I work on engines that we sell to the Ministry of Defense or to the Navy or to the Marine, oil and gas, construction, even automotive. I work on car models, for example, the Nissan Patrol and the Nissan Safari. 90% of the customers are males. And I see that my company has given me the confidence, to overlook over $1 billion of operations, although the industry is very much male dominated. And I think this goes back to the changing outlook on leadership and the changing outlook on what it takes to manage people. I think historically people used the military approach where it's top-down, authoritative, command and control, and the outlook on the productivity of a person has changed as well. And as we see the world adopting a more, open-minded approach where leadership today is pretty much linked to compassion, pretty much linked to empathy, pretty much linked to active listening. Women, I think, have a natural tendency to possess those traits. And now they're just coming in handy. And that's my opinion on it.
There is already a one buzzer. Before the second buzzer comes, I have a couple of very important questions. And guys, if people don't know, she is also a renowned author. She has also written a book on marketing communications on the job. It's essentially a guide for setting up the complete communication department from scratch. Marwa, what inspired you to write this book? And also a little bit about this book. And I'm sure, it's available on Amazon. Please buy it on. I've just ordered it day before. So my copy should come to me, I think on Monday. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So the book. So my book is on Amazon, and it has topped the bestseller list in the advertising category and in the economics and business. And this is a 2-in-1 book bundle. It's a 400-page book. The first part of the book is how to establish a marketing and comms department from scratch. And I really have to tell you the story of where all of this happened. It so happened that in the past 5 jobs that I've taken, I was asked to either take over an existing department and completely revamp it and revitalize it. And I so happened to work with family businesses and entities in the government of Abu Dhabi, where we had to establish the department from scratch. And it's one of those slippery slopes that in your mind are so easy and you know exactly what you need to do, but when you basically want to put it pen to paper, you find it so matrixed, and you go through the predicament of where do I start? Do I start by branding a company, or do I start by looking after sales, or do I start at the retail level? How do I evaluate the team? How much of my work is going to be marketing versus comms versus brand building versus crisis and reputation? And I'm an avid reader, and I've read over 300 marketing books in my career. And I really failed to find a book that will give you a practical guide on what to do on the job. Most of the marketing books are either written by CMOs who run global brands and have worked on multi-million-dollar budgets and sit there and brag about campaigns that 90% of the readers won't be able to basically undergo or replicate in a way or another. The second category of marketing books are written by university professors who basically also theorize and add a lot of theory to marketing practices, which we know you might live an entire lifetime before you apply any of them. And in my head, I am thinking of entrepreneurs, I am thinking of SMEs, and I am thinking of people who make their way into the industry without having a marketing degree. We all know that in most organizations, a sales director will eventually be promoted to marketing and sales. In the aviation sector, you get pilots who get promoted to CEOs and CMOs. And how do you basically provide a crash course to those industry veterans on what really marketing is, and most importantly, how to apply it on day-to-day basis? And so I've taken it to heart to create frameworks, templates, and checklists that can help you organize your thoughts and achieve your marketing work without having to resort to fluffy theory. So it's a very, very practical guide. It's one of those books that you can keep at your desks and refer to as and when you need. It's a great introduction to many other disciplines that you may not have a lot of experience in. I am an ad person. I've spent the first 12 years of my career in ad agencies. I then moved to retail marketing, and then I started communications much later in my career, and I had to learn PR and comms and internal comms and crisis management. And basically, this book speaks to anyone who is going through a similar journey where they are just about to start venturing into a new field on the entire spectrum of marcoms.
Impressive. My two learnings that there are more than 300 books on marketing. So guys, watch out. One, and I think in some sense, what we have learned, I'm an MBA, so I think for me, the obituary of 4 Ps and SWOT has been long ago. And I don't think any of our presentations, our plans have any of that sorts of stuff happening. So I'm sure your book probably bring us more insights and learnings. My last question, 2 important learnings of your life as a marketing and comms professional to all of us sitting here. It's a mixed crowd, both agency as well as the comms department. So over to you.
Sure. So the first thing that I've written, the first proverb that I've written in the first chapter of my book, and maybe I could read that to you. And this is definitely something that I took to heart throughout my life. The future belongs to the curious, the ones who are not afraid to try it, to explore it, poke at it, question it, and turn it inside out. I truly believe in curiosity. And what I mean by curiosity is to have a deep internal desire to try something new. And with it comes what I attribute the success of my career. I was never scared to try to move from agency side to client side. I was never scared to jump from FMCG and retail to banking, and from banking to automotive, and from automotive to industrial and to energy. And I was never scared to move from someone who only knows how to run advertising campaigns to someone who can work on ESG reports and on big strategy decks for multinational conglomerates. All you have to do is to be curious. You have to know that there are so many new collective possibilities that are lying out there for you in the field of your career that you should tap into. And I think the second you asked me to share 2 life lessons. I think the second one is beware of complacency. We as human beings are creatures of habit, and you could be really someone who is quite settled in your comfort zone and you're enjoying it for the time being, but you could be hurting yourself in the long term. So please don't fall into complacency. Nothing miraculous happens in the state of inertia. You have to keep on moving.
Amazing. Thank you. Loved it. I wish you were here. We could have sort of
I wish I was here too.
Very nice, interactive. crisp. That's what I would say. Looking forward to see you either here or in Dubai. Thank you very much, Marwa.
Thank
for
you.
joining
Thank
us.
you, everyone.
See you.
Thank you, Mr. Handa. Thank you very much. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next panel discussion. The topic at hand is the changing role of marketeers. And let me remind you that the social media contest is still live. All you have to do is simply scan the QR code that is on your tables and follow us on LinkedIn. Post that if you are posting any pictures, videos, or any comments about this event across any of your social media platforms. Please do not forget to use the hashtag E4MIPRCCC. Moving on, let's welcome our panelists. Please give it up for Ms. Kamna Hazrati, founder, KH Advisory. Expecting a louder round of applause as I invite our next panelist. Please welcome Mr. Gaurav Verma, Chief Marketing Officer, Farm Easy. And completing this panel, let's welcome the moderator, Mr. Abhishek Guliani, CEO, Hill and Knowlton Strategies. Well, we certainly do know who the superstar on the stage is now.
Is it working? So, after the session that went on, this will be an interesting one where you'll have to convince your role a little more. What marketers are doing has to be spoken more louder, so no pressure there for Gaurav and Kamna to go through. But I just want to kick off this discussion first by just trying to contextualize it to the fact that, I mean, marketers have always been under pressure, right? I mean, there was the time of the print media, then came the radio, the television, the mobile phase that came in, then came the social media phase, and after that it's just digital, and then there are conversations now around NFTs and cryptocurrency and gaming and sound. How do you think, and I don't want to speak from a long-term perspective because we were discussing that there is no 1 year window or 5 years window. 5 years window is impossible, even 1 year window, you're lucky. How is the role of marketers evolving and changing?
Hi, guys. I mean, the way I look at it, the role of the marketer has fundamentally 3 aspects to it, right? One is to understand the consumer, and the consumer is changing a lot. I mean, we at Pharmacy, we fundamentally deal with medicines and diagnostics. The diabetic of today and the diabetic of 10 years ago is completely different. Right? I mean, awareness of health, the need for proactive testing has just completely changed. And the way they are thinking about their own health is very different from what was 5 years back, pre-pandemic even. So the consumer and understanding the consumer critical. The second part is media. I mean, the choices that we had 10 years back, you would make a media plan for 3 things, maybe TV, print, and radio. Today, it's 100 things. You have to choose between social, influencer, digital, what's the new thing, AI, or whatever. Like, there's a bunch of choices to make on media, and I think that's super critical. I think the third role is internal, right? We are also the window of the consumer inside the company, inside the boardroom, and how we kind of demand the seat on the board has also changed quite a lot. So in my head, all 3 have changed a lot in the last 5 years. The role remains the same, but understanding all 3 aspects is more and more critical.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with what Gaurav just said. To my mind, the changing role of marketers is something that I was telling Abhishek behind stage. I read this question. It's the landscape, the consumers keep changing, and the marketers remain the same. We are solving for getting more revenue in. We are solving for more brand recall, and just the mediums which keep changing, right? But more focus on communication and narrative, and what do we want us to be known for the value which we are creating. And then these mediums, they keep changing. And like you said, we can't have a 5-year horoscope, horizon here. It can maybe just be 6 months, a year, and then it just keeps growing from there.
Gaurav, I want to bring you in especially on the question on when we're talking about change of role of marketers, you've moved from Pepsi to startups. How's that change been? How's that role evolved for you in the marketing mix of things?
Complete relearning for sure. Three things I think different between a traditional, more traditional company and probably a startup. I was with Zomato and now with Farmeasy after a longish stint with Pepsi. I think three things, right? One is that time horizon is completely different. Absolutely. We don't work on Pepsi campaigns. We'll want to build the brand over many years. And, there's a consistency of language campaign. That ROI, that liberty for that ROI is not a year. Impact needs to be shown in 3 months, 6 months. So we are living with a very short time frame, and therefore more tactical stuff, making sure the ROI is there. The ability to actually show results is very, very high. I think the second thing is data. Amount of data that you have in a startup and e-commerce or whatever you take it, data is insane. I mean, now we're drowning in data. So to actually find an insight and to make it meaningful is now a different skill set, actually. I think in the world of Pepsi, you didn't know enough about what was happening. Now we know a little bit too much. So I know exactly why the guy is dropping off, where he's dropping off, and we're like, okay, now what do we do with this information? So that's the second challenge. And the third challenge, I think, for startups is the role of PR, actually. Like the role of storytelling is super critical. A founder and a startup, need to be known. There's a lot of internal hiring that has to happen. So to be seen making the right moves and the right kind of storytelling, I mean, you can see Dipinder is a very different kind of storyteller. And I mean, the brand of Zomato literally rides on the back of him a lot. So the role of PR and the role of storytelling, very, very critical, actually, the third thing.
I just want to bring in from the question on ROI, right? I mean, you work with more 10 to 100 crore companies versus, the funding that Zomato or, marketing budgets that Pepsi or Farmeasy would have. What are the ROIs that you're looking at that stage of horizon and versus, if you can take them after that in terms of, let's just spend more time on the ROI pressure, and therefore, because it becomes very important for the audiences sitting here to understand what is the mindset that you all are coming from.
Right. I think it's, like Gaurav just pointed out, we have so much, so there is so much pressure to deliver on on strict budgets. And still create a lot of value, still create a lot of recall, and not just immediate sales, but also create a pipeline for future, right? So PR and communications, so it's a marriage of data plus design, right? So with data is what when we are all calculating the lifetime value of a customer, the CACs. So as marketers, we're just looking at the data day in and out, right? But all of this is still combined with a lot of storytelling and the value which we are creating, the purpose of our companies, right? And that marketing as a function is a lot of value driven, right? And communication becomes a part of it, so when we are looking at the ROI of this function, it has to be, that comes at a certain cost. It comes at, maybe a 10, 20, 30% of your business delivers that much particular value to you. And that is something which is like, especially with the kind of startups I work with, and I was telling you, right, there is no pool of money that we are driving this from, it is the revenues which we get in. It's more bootstrap businesses, and then it comes to more, even if they're funded businesses, the founder's mindset is still to create first profit and then do everything else. So I think that remains a very critical part of the thought process and how we work, how we function.
I think scale is a curse at some level. So we have all those problems and we have to deliver scale still. I think the challenges remain very similar, just that you're talking at a different scale. The kind of consumers you're talking to, the way you'll play out the media budgets obviously are slightly larger. But the challenge of proving that ROI, proving the LTV to CAC is still very relevant. I think even more so in the current funding scenario. I think everybody, I think there was a time when growth at any cost was okay. I think now we've come back to the fact that you have to grow sensibly, prove the fact that this marketing ROI is in place before you actually do it. So a lot more, I think, responsibility on marketing is kind of on our shoulders today.
Let me shift this to a little bit about digital business, right? How much is digital important? But I want to just try and swing this in with how important is the physical world for you outside of the digital world when you're looking at marketing? Is that still relevant for you when you're planning, or you're looking at, or you're being spoken by your leaders to say, no, just go digital?
So fortunately, I've been a founder of digital first businesses, always cater to digital first consumers, and the people I work with is also the digital first mindset, right? I think a more important question to solve for is, where is your consumer, right? If they are digital, you go digital. If they are physically available, you go to them there, right? So primarily looking at, where your target audience is, how are they consuming, what you're serving. So how are they consuming your services or your competitor services? And then you try to figure out, a kind of a mix of physical plus digital. In my journeys and the kind of startups I've been working with, it's a mix of retail plus digital. Digital gives you that ease of use at any hour. So if I'm talking about education, I can learn anytime, but I still want my child to go to a tuition center. I still want my child to go to a physical school and, have that discipline of going out and mixing with people. So I think it's more of consumer backwards, not medium backwards, is what I think.
Gaurav, just want to ask, if it'd be possible for you to give us like an example of how this would play out for you at PharmEasy or anywhere else where you worked on a campaign where you were trying to find that mix of where the audience is. I'm just picking up from what Kamna said, and then how did you execute that thing, which had a mix of a physical world or a digital world, or just?
Yeah. No, I think that was a great answer. You're trying to change behavior, trying to buy a piece of that person's mind, or rent it at least at some level to consider you when you finally consider about medicine, or you consider about food, or you consider whatever, right? We found that the synergy of physical and online actually gives the best ROI. I'll give you an example of what we're saying, right? So at Zomato, one of the touch points that matter a lot is the actual time of delivery. When you deliver the food and you actually, that guy, you don't want to actually meet the delivery rider, but you want the food to be piping hot. And we've realized that at that point, if you can actually deliver a very, like an interesting message, like you give them a free something, or the box has something quirky, it ends up playing a massive multiplier on social, because people just will post it on, and you'll see that continuously from Zomato as a lever to try and drive word of mouth or buzz or whatever, right? That touch point drives a lot of buzz for us. In the world of PharmEasy, it's very different. We're trying to build a world of trust. The fact that you can trust us with your health. So we've realized that being omni-channel is a very critical driver for not being like we're an online store, but seeing us physically around the country. Now we have about 300 stores actually in India. But seeing us around, it helps a lot of trust that we're not a fly-by-night operator. We're actually a serious healthcare provider.
Just want to build on trust, right? For you, customer loyalty, and I know someone just got hold of you outside saying, I left your service because you started charging. How do you look at customer loyalty and preference in an environment where the customer moves very quickly on probably a discount?
The ecosystem is evolving, is all I can say right now, to be honest, right? I think it's very early days in e-commerce, in healthcare e-commerce for sure. I think a better place to see this is probably what Amazon and Flipkart have done already, right? I think the world of discounts now is behind them. They're building on an experience. They're building on depth of category. So they're building on the pillars of what you choose when you think about buying online. In our world, discounts still drive a lot of consumer choice. So I think we're still evolving. It'll take a little time. Loyalty right now is a word we throw around. I don't think we have that in this category. I think a long way to go. I don't know how you see it.
I think I was just thinking about Amazon, when you talked about trust, right? So I can still shop for, say, a Skechers, from a Flipkart or an Amazon, but I will, why do I choose an Amazon over a Flipkart is more of, the softer aspects of maybe a faster delivery, the ease of checkout, my Amazon Pay account always working, right? It is the trust, it's, so India as an economy, us as consumers, we are driven by discounts. We are a discount first consumer. So I think that goes, and I'm sure it's a very tricky category for you. How do you expect medicines to have discounts? But we still want discounts, we are Indians, we want discounts everywhere. But the softer aspects of it. So maybe, like we are talking about Zomato, you still do a Zomato or a Swiggy, but Zomato, the brand recall is very quirky messaging, right? And because that messaging is staying with me, my first thing of ordering food from outside is Zomato. So, there's softer aspects of building, and that all happens in the world of marketing, right? Beyond discounts and beyond pricing, the other P's of marketing just come into play then. And that contributes to building trust for our brands.
I just want to ask specifically a question about, and this is something that you do, how do you build cross collaboration of marketing teams into the culture and teams too? Because I wanted specifically your input, since you do that as a part of your, of what you're building up.
I think it's more of, so every founder, so I work with founders in their early stages of, from build to grow to scale, actually. So primarily in the growth and scale cycle. When we start our businesses, and I've been a founder, I've been a D2C founder in my past life. So I know, the way we start our businesses, and then when it has to translate into, the other teams buying it. So when a company is founded, it's more of the founders doing everything. We are doing sales also, we are doing hiring, operations, lean ops, everything is done by us, right? And then we grow to a scale where, you have teams, you have different functions. It starts with sales, then it grows into a marketing division. And then it kind of, if you're able to, by the grace of God, if you're able to grow your business and, thrive in this economy for good 7, 8, 10 years, then that is when, you start to build a sales and marketing as different functions. But a lot of times when the salespeople are selling, do they really know, what else is happening in the marketing world? Or is the marketing person really aware of, what is a salesperson really selling for, right? And that's when you try to build a bridge between, getting that purpose in line, getting that communication in line, and communication plays a very critical role. Whatever I do in media, so if I'm serving as a CMO, I am running media also, I'm running, paid ads also, I'm also running SEOs and everything, right? But I have to still make the communication as I still have to make communication as the basic piece that translates the vision, the purpose of a company down to every team, and more cross collaboration there, more I think those are the things which kind of help you to build that culture, and it's more of a cultural thing to build.
I'll try and kind of put into questions together to be the last question. Is there a space for marketing and Copcom people in the boardroom? And how do you see PR agencies from a marketing perspective, and if there are any learnings there?
So PR super critical. I mean, I think the challenge is to balance the paid versus the earned bit of what you're trying to build for your brand, and the way that PR kind of comes in and actually builds that much more organically. I think it's so critical, maybe undervalued for most marketers, to be honest. But the guys who get it right are able to just deliver that delta ROI, the delta brand mix, the brand salience. So very, very critical, to be honest. And I think being part of the boardroom, as I said, we are mirrors for what's happening outside, right, as well. So we shine what consumers are saying about us into the boardroom. We obviously anchor the conversation around the consumer. So and you can see that shift. The marketer is not just a cost center anymore. He is seen as a reason for new products to be launched. They're increasingly becoming profit centers, actually. So yeah, I would say very critical, both of them.
I think I'll second what Gaurav said, actually. So the primary purpose of setting up boards is the same, right? It's governance and the growth of the company, right? marketing is a very critical function. Communication is also a very critical function. And in our world, we kind of, we used to cross combine sales and marketing. Now it has become marketing and communication. But I think that's one division which is very critical. This is how you're talking to your consumer. How is actually the end consumer? So Gaurav was mentioning about Pepsi, right? But Pepsi sells for a 30-40 rupees bottle, and still someone has to convey that how is that person feeling while buying a 30-40 rupees bottle, right? So marketeers actually are bridging that gap between the consumer and the boardrooms, and I think that just answers it, right? It's a very critical, it's a requirement, it's a must-have. It's not a good to have. It's a must-have for the boardrooms.
Well, thank you so much, Gaurav. Kamna, you were able to build a strong line of defense for marketers, which is very important. But thank you.
Thanks, guys. Right.
Thank you very much. Could I please request you to kindly come up front for a group picture? And joining us on stage to present a small token of appreciation on behalf of Exchange for Media is Mr. Ankit Sharma, General Manager, Exchange for Media.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll take it once I'm at it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. These are not vodka.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the last panel discussion for this very, very productive day. The topic at hand is journalism and its effective role in PR and communications. It is now time to welcome our panelists. I must encourage you all to bring up a very enthusiastic cheer as I invite them on the stage. Please welcome panelist Dr. Navneet Anand, founder and director, Grey Matters. Please welcome Dr. Sarvesh Tiwari, founder and managing director, PR Professionals Group. Please give it up for Professor Sanjay Ahirwal, Dean, School of Journalism and Mass Communication, APJ, Satya University. Please welcome Mr. Kamal Narayan, CEO, IHW Council and co-founder, Teamwork Communication Group. And completing this eminent panel is the moderator. Please give it up for Ms. Shivani Sharma, COO on Purpose.
Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome to each one of you. And, the topic today is very, very interesting, journalism and its effective role in PR and communication. And interestingly, the panel here, I think a lot of them have been the journalists and they've been a PR professional for over a decade now. So I'm going to straight away get into conversation because here we have a panel which really want to talk about a lot of things today. So my first question is to you, Kamal. PR and journalism have a symbiotic relationship. Do you think this relationship has changed in the last decade or so? What is the impact it has had on the industry?
Hello. Thank you so much, Shivani.
So as you introduced us, I spent almost 8 years in journalism before stepping into the shoes of an entrepreneur and starting an organization with my co-founder, who is also my wife, Nikki Gupta, called Teamwork Communication Group. So as far as the relationship between journalism and PR or PR professionals is concerned, see, for me, the relationship has still been the same as it was 10 years back, or maybe 20 years back, or maybe many other decades back. Because see, ultimately, when I was in journalism, we used to have kind of dependency sometime, if I can use that word, on PR professionals to help us access the accurate, timely, and verified information. Their role has always been same, to facilitate the access to the right information on time. And the same goes at this time also. The modes may change, the mediums can change, and also the speed can also change. Today we see that many of the brand, and especially when it comes to the governments, they tend to take the direct kind of route to convey or talk to media. Sometime kind of bypassing the important role of PR professionals, or maybe the agencies or the departments meant for that. But at the same time, that direct approach to media many times become a one-way communication. While when you have the professional in between, it become more of a two-way communication, because you always want to go back and kind of try to get a bit more on certain aspect, or maybe to verify or clear your doubts on something, or certain information may kind of trigger certain questions in you. So having a kind of educated, informed, and proactive professional in between has always been, I think, the need for effective communication, and the same remains true in today's time as well.
Right. So very right, Kamal. I think it's important because PR professional and journalism both go hand in hand. And I think somewhere we are trying to drive a narrative which is based on truth, and which is based on, reaching out to the same set of audience and driving the truth. Professor Sanjay, my next question is to you. What advice would you give to the young journalists and PR professionals who are entering the dynamic field of public relations and journalism?
Right. Is it working? Is
Yes.
it working? Yeah. Hi. Let me first clarify that I'm a dinosaur here. So I have been working for 30 years now, 25 in journalism and 5 I have been teaching journalism school. But I want to be a contrarian here. I want to say that kindly keep PR and journalism away from each other. They don't gel, right? Sadly, what is happening today is only PR. There is no journalism that is happening in any channels, and all the channels or all the papers have lost their credibility. I don't know how many of you in the evening watch news channels. So I have to say that we have to rework how journalists think and how PR people think. It's the best time for PR, let me tell you. You don't have to spend any money, right? What channels are doing for news is PR for you. So it's great time for PR. But as far as journalism is concerned, I think is, if we are just yesterday, or it was 3rd of May, Press Freedom Day, and we are 161 out of 100 what are we talking about? So I try and teach journalism students, young students, and you're the people who can change. So I would suggest the PR industry to try and keep journalism away from PR, and journalism students to be journalists. They must learn, because right now what we have, the examples that we have in front of us is not journalism. All right. So this is what I would say. Just keep both away from each other.
Yeah, but we still have a very symbiotic relationship. I think we both can't survive without each other.
Maybe, but you know, in our times, when we were doing journalism, we were away from all the PR agencies. I mean, maybe at the level of our owners, they were, you know, interacting. But as far as you know, journalists were concerned, we didn't know. We didn't know, and maybe business journalism was away from what I was doing. I was doing political journalism and also kind of social journalism. That was completely away from PR agency. Now, I would say that.
No, I think what you know, Sanjay ji is saying is right. We have to keep journalists and you know, PR separate, but that doesn't mean that they don't interact. Both of them have to do their own job. For communication professionals have to do their job. They have to present their story in the most effective, you know, kind of impressive manner, you know, with facts, with valid information. While the journalists need to do their own job, they need to see what they need to print, what they don't want to print. They should not be printing anything because you know, they are being gratified for that, or they are being you know, kind of pestered behind that. So there is no way that both of the you know, the professions have their own virtues. They have their own you know, validity to be in the profession. They need not to be intermingled or mixed up, but at the same time, they both have to interact, because that is the, I think, the whole pathway of how the, you know, the information moves.
Right. I think Sarvesh would also.
Yeah, I would like to add something. First, we need to understand that whether PR could survive without journalism or not. और PR एक ऐसा प्रोफेशन है, आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा कि जमाने से चला आ रहा है. भगवान राम ने हनुमान जी अपना PR पर्सन भेजा कहाँ, कहानियां तो तब से चली आ रही हैं. तो हम तो तभी मौजूद थे. और PR का एक और बहुत ही बड़ा गुण होता है, you need to put your person in others field also. अपने राइवल के यहाँ एक आदमी बैठा दिया जाता है, उसको विभीषण का नाम दिया जाता है. सो हम तो तब से करते आए. PR सर ने जैसा बोला कि रिलेशनशिप PR और जर्नलिज्म अलग अलग होना चाहिए. अकेले PR चल रहा था, मैं भी जर्नलिस्ट रहा हूँ. बीच में हमने एक प्रोपेलर हमारे को मिल गया. वो प्रोपेलर का नाम था जर्नलिस्ट. और चाहे हम कितनी भी बात कर ले सर, आपकी बातों से मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ, बट आई फर्मली बिलीव दैट द प्रोफेशन नेवर डाइज. जर्नलिज्म कभी नहीं मरेगा, जर्नलिस्ट मरता है, जर्नलिस्ट मारता है. फिर वो बहुत सारे बिजनेसेस मैंने देखे हैं टूट गया लोगों की वजह से. बट बिजनेस आज रियल एस्टेट इंडस्ट्री में PR वाले का काम है कि कुछ बहाने से अपनी बातें बता जाए. तो मैं रियल एस्टेट में बहुत काम करता हूँ एज ए एजेंसी. सो बिल्कुल ही टूटा हुआ बिजनेस था, बहुत बदनाम बिजनेस था. जो आप रियल एस्टेट का नाम सुनते ही कोर्ट वाला उसके अगेंस्ट देता. आज फिर सब तरफ आग लग गई है. सो प्रोफेशन नहीं मरा, बिजनेस नहीं मरा, लोग मरते गए. सो वी नीड टू वेक देम अप. उनको झकझोरने की जरूरत है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है.
Rightly said. Sarve, Dr. Navneet, I have a question for you. पिछले एक डेकेड को देखा जाए या पिछले कुछ सालों में बहुत ज्यादा देखा गया है कि a lot of journalists are moving towards corporate communications or public relations. Why is that happening, and you know, how is that changing the PR industry?
I have many friends here who have been journalists, and good evening to all of you. I was told that there is slightly diminishing energies. How many of you have been journalists in the past? Many of you, wonderful. So I suspect the Josh has been low, so I hope we are not going to add to your low Josh, but we'll try and make it a little more riveting. Thank you, Shivani, for that question. And before that, if I can reflect on what was being spoken earlier. Sharvesh rightly said, journalism nahi mara hai. Journalism ka praroop badal gaya hai. So what we see today is a different form of journalism. There is Twitter ki baat, there is Man ki baat. In between, there were two major pillars of journalism. Newspapers, where I had the great privilege of serving for 12 years. I had 12 years in journalism, and this is my 13th year in public relations, PR. Now, but in between, what has happened that over a period of time, last few years, maybe around a decade or so, the dynamics of journalism had changed, right? We have more the construction of news, the dissemination of news, and the consumption of news. These have fundamentally changed. So each one of us, I was taking a flight on Patna to Patna day before yesterday. And there was the gentleman, Mr. MN, Captain MN Sharan, sir. It was his last leg. You can see on my Twitter handle, it has 11,000 views till morning, right? So each one of us has become newsmakers, right? एक जमाना था जब हम लोग जाते थे Times of India में, Indian Express में, Pioneer में, खबरें ढूंढ के लाते थे. But today what has happened? There has been proliferation of newsmakers. Each one of us are newsmakers today. So that is how the character of journalism had changed. You know, Prime Minister Modi, I'm sure many of you would know, relies from day one on Twitter. And there was a paper written by two academics in University of Sydney as to how he bypassed the traditional media of newspapers and television to have his own audience and direct conversation with the audience, be it Man Ki Baat or Twitter, and there are other mediums. So the character of journalism has changed. And as far as relationship between journalism and PR is concerned, I have had, I was on the other side of table, and I used to be equally snobbish, when it came to the PR agencies. In hindsight, I thought that was foolish, to say the least, because PR or jo journalism ki relationship hai, that is like Jai Biru of Sholay. It is very symbiotic. Because PR professionals are often looked down upon. I'm afraid that perception has to change, and each one of us are responsible for changing that perception, because we are repository of information, we are knowledge workers, we are information warriors, and along with journalists, we can create a wonderful information architecture. But look at it, what is happening today, prevalent psyche that no people कुछ hanky panky ऐसा नहीं होता है. The amount of reading that I do in order to service my clients and partners, I think is enormous. I work 16 hours a day, right? I wonder how many journalists. I have been a journalist myself. आया कोई press release उसको थोड़ा इधर-उधर करके. I mean, that may be a simplistic view. So we have full respect for journalists. So Jai Biru जैसा relationship होना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से. लेकिन हुआ क्या? For a variety of reasons, it was a Tom and Jerry kind of relation, where Tom, the press, was pouncing upon the PR, the Jerry, right? Things are changing now, and I will come to your question now, that now people are realizing that the canvas on which you can operate on, and that was the reason I quit journalism. I, worked with the Times of India, the Indian Express, the Pioneer, but I quit journalism because I thought being a student of communication, थोड़ा पढ़ लिया था ज़्यादा JNU जाके PhD वगैरह करके UPSC फेल करने के बाद, तो लगा कि जो canvas है of काम करने का, that is much higher in PR. My dear friend Rahul is here. I mean, he has been a veteran journalist. Jaya is here. He has been veteran journalist. Of course, Sarvesh, you all know. So जो canvas है वो इतना बड़ा है, and that is the reason many of the journalists, prudent journalists, who know that where journalism is headed, and the character, the dimension, the methods of journalism have changed. If you can adapt yourself, fine. Else, come here. I think other side of the table, we are doing pretty well. Now we are being recognized as credible, far more credible than in earlier times. But still, each one of us in the business of PR, we should take it upon ourselves to be the brand ambassadors for the industry, the public relations industry. Else, you'll be keep look down Tom Jerry जैसा भागते रहोगे. Tom को बताना होगा कि no, we can still live like Jay and Biro. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think so very important to live like Jay and Biru, because this is a symbiotic relationship, as you rightly said. And moving on from there, my next question is that, we all know that the media landscape has really changed, and particularly so in last decade or so. So, and we now also have an advent of paid media. तो वो जो एक distrust वैसे ही news को लेके था, now with the advent of news media, paid media, how do you think it has further impacted the public at large?
मैं बोलूं, मेरी तरफ देख रहे थे आप.
जी जी जी.
So पेड मीडिया, ये कहानियां तो सबको पता है जो भी यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं. जब बहुत सारे लोग बहुत सारा काम करने लगते हैं, जर्नलिज्म कैसे नीचे गया? हर कोई, जैसे भैया ने बोला कि you all carry a bomb in your pocket and you become a journalist the moment you feel anything is going wrong or anything is going right or there is any happiness in your life. So बहुत सारे जब पत्रकार बन जाते हैं तो पत्रकारिता कमजोर पड़ती जाती है. पहली चीज, जो असली पत्रकारिता थी उस पे क्या हुआ? चैलेंजेस आने लगे, प्रेशर आने लगा, बहुत सारी. बट एक चीज आप सबको याद करना होगा और रखनी होगी ये बात, that even today if there is any post which goes viral, we count it in millions. इतना मिलियन हो गया, इतना लाख हो गया. Just think of a newspaper. Every news is read by millions of people. So every news is viral. अभी भी उस चीज की इम्पैक्ट, उस चीज के महत्व को कभी किसी भी कीमत पे कम नहीं आंका जा सकता है. हाँ, पेड मीडिया आने से क्या हुआ? पत्रकारिता, पहले के पत्रकार क्या होते थे? बहारों से छीन चमन बेच देंगे, लाशों के उतार कफन बेच देंगे, कलम के पुजारी अगर सो गए तो वतन के पुजारी वतन बेच देंगे. जर्नलिस्ट के कलम में इतनी ताकत होती थी कि आप वहां बैठे बैठे आपके रोए खड़े हो जाए. वो जर्नलिज्म आज सुस्त पड़ गया है. मैं मरा हुआ कभी नहीं बोलूंगा. और उस सुस्ती के पीछे फाइनेंशियल चैलेंजेस भी बहुत बड़ा रीजन है. तो मीडिया धीरे धीरे पेड मीडियम की तरफ जाने लगी, क्योंकि जब आप देखते हैं कि आपकी दुकान में कोई चीज नहीं चल रही है, दूसरे की दुकान में चलने लगी, तो आप उसके तरफ आप सोचते हैं क्यों नहीं मैं भी वही काम करूं. तरीके से पेड मीडिया का वो आ गया. मैं, मेरे दोनों तरफ दो बड़े जायंट, दो बड़े प्रोफेसर बैठे हुए हैं, तो मैं ज्यादा बोलना चाहूंगा नहीं. इनके तरफ से कुछ अच्छी बातें आए तो आप सबके पास घंटी बज चुकी है. सो आई विल गिव देम मोर अपॉर्चुनिटी टू स्पीक.
You have a question for me, or should I carry on from here? Yes, paid media, right. Now, first of all, we must realize and we have to handle the elephant in the room. Media has been discredited in this country. That was the beginning. So that one-to-one, face-to-face talk or social talk through social media or Twitter can happen. And then the carrot came that we will give you so much of advertorial money, right? Now, all the media houses are only interested in the money that is coming from several governments, all parties. They're all giving money. And when you take from these parties, obviously you would not be able to do tough stories against them. That is what has happened. Who talked about prostitute? This was discrediting of the media. We don't see, we as Indians don't see what has happened to us. Now, if we want actual journalism to continue, we will have to crack it. I wasn't saying that PR is a very, very important profession. They are doing a fantastic job. But now journalism needs to come up. And it needs to reach that stage what PR people are doing. I am just saying keep PR and journalism away from each other. Don't let it mingle, because it's an old saying that news is something that somebody wants suppressed. Otherwise, it is advertising. And I'm not saying it. It's an old saying. And it's the gospel's truth. So that's why I am saying, if you want to deal with news, keep it just to the truth. Keep it away from PR. And PR would do fabulously well. And this country needs it. This country is developing. So it would do very well. And journalism would also do very well. Right.
Thank you so much. Yes.
So I think one important thing when we are discussing this, we are also, I think, again, forgetting the difference between paid media, or for that matter, editorial, advertorial, or advertisement. When you are saying that, or when you are raising this question that what is the, difference, or what are the changes which have come after the paid media scenario? What we call it as paid media, are you talking about, the influx of, counted, uncounted money which is going to the media houses from, all sources? Or you are talking about buying an advertorial on a newspaper or a TV channel, or you are talking about giving advertisement? Because all three function differently and have to function differently. If somebody is selling their soul, if somebody is selling their advertorial, in the kind of ivory tower of their offices, I'm talking about the owners of big media houses. That doesn't mean that they are it's a trend of paid media. Paid media, if you are talking about advertorial, it's okay. It's not about it. There is no role of a journalist in advertorial. In an advertorial, you as a marketing professional give a story, get it printed, it will say advertorial. But when it is a news, and it is that sacrosanct space of newspaper or TV channel, then it has to be news. The issue is that many times when everyone is becoming journalist, as Sarvesh highlighted, the quality of journalism goes down, and then the credibility of journalism goes down. Is spreading information, sharing information, you can become an influencer. You are not becoming a journalist. When you are becoming a journalist, you are actually committing yourself to a profession where you have to look beyond what others can see. You have to dig deeper. You have to find out truth or the fiction, out of everything. So just sharing a story from my Twitter handle doesn't make me journalist. It can become, I become a social influencer. I can't become a journalist.
So एक चीज में एक शब्द इन्होंने यूज किया कमल भाई ने, एडवर्टोरियल. ये बड़ा खतरनाक शब्द है. आप किसी को बेवकूफ नहीं बना सकते. हम जब लिखते हैं कोई चीज, ये खबर कहाँ जाती है? जनता के पास जाती है. आप स्पेशल इम्पैक्ट फीचर लिख देते हैं, स्टोरीज कुछ. सो आई हैव अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग ऑब्जेक्शन ऑन दिस एडवर्टोरियल पार्ट. मुझे लगता है कि बड़े ही सलीके से रीडर्स को बेवकूफ बनाने का एक नया तरीका निकाला गया, जिसमें कि एडिटोरियल और एडवर्टाइजिंग को कंबाइन किया गया. मेरी प्रॉब्लम यह है कि मैं भी एक रीडर हूं. जिस दिन तक इस क्षेत्र में मैं नहीं था, मैं हमेशा सोचता था कि ये सच है और यही कहानी है, और वो कहानी नकली होती है. सो अगर हम सिर्फ जर्नलिस्ट नहीं, जो मीडिया हाउसेज हैं, उनको भी इन सब छोटी छोटी बातों को जरूर सोचना चाहिए कि अल्टीमेटली वेयर द इम्पैक्ट इज गोइंग एंड हाउ इट इज गोइंग.
मेरा एक पॉइंट, सर्वेश जी, एक पॉइंट है कि एडवर्टोरियल लिख करके कम से कम वो ये तो बता देते हैं कि इसके लिए पैसे लिए हैं. जब वो फ्रंट पेज अपना बेच देते हैं बिना लिखे, उसको कौन रोकेगा?
स्पेशल इम्पैक्ट स्टोरी फीचर.
When you are not writing anything which kind of as he mentioned that old saying that if it is not.
Kamal ji, sorry, but we are running out of time.
एक लास्ट कमेंट में देना चाहता था कि एक राज्य है जो कि एडिटोरियल बहुत देता था, तो उनके कोई अफसर है, वो बोलते हैं कि एक चीज याद रखिएगा कि ये पैसा एडिटोरियल के लिए तो नहीं है. तो ये याद रखने वाली बात है एट द बैक ऑफ द माइंड कि खबरें भी ऐसी चलनी चाहिए कि ये पैसा आ रहा है. तो बिल्कुल याद रखना चाहिए ये बात कि अगर पैसा आता है तो उसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ कॉम्प्रोमाइज करना पड़ता है, और वही हो रहा है.
बिल्कुल.
Time is up
I
and
think
30
time
seconds.
is up and maybe we need to have another session.
Last, I am feeling like I'm in a TV debate. So, because I see many young journalists, PR professionals here, do not, for God's sake, start believing that हर चीज जो अखबार में लिखा जा रहा है वो paid है. For God's sake, I have been in Times of India, notorious for, selling everything out. I tell you with a lot of conviction and confidence, even today, the amount of sanctity and journalistic freedom enjoyed largely by the editorial team is supreme. They have defined it. Paisa dena hai Delhi Times job. And do not start viewing every news with this prism ki har cheez paid hai. I'm sorry, if you read the Express, if you read the Hindu, if you read even Times of India, Jaya has worked in HT, I have worked in Times of India. मुझे इस तरह का पैसा दे रहा है तो आपको ये करो. Sorry, all the best. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Check. Thank you very much. Well, I do not say this on the behalf of journalists or PR people, but on behalf of common people like me, I can say this panel discussion has without a doubt restored our faith in the sanctity of journalism. Thank you so very much. Can I please request you to kindly come up front for a group picture? And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Karan Bhatia, business strategy consultant, Exchange for Media, to present a small token of appreciation to our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is bound to happen. Well, guessing by the energy in the room, I'm sure. Amazing, amazing. Guessing by the energy in the room, I'm sure that you are all kindly turn up the volume. Before we head on to the awards ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, I must request everyone to kindly settle down as we are now headed towards the last session of the conference. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. It is now time for the last keynote and indeed the last session of the day. Our eminent speaker logging virtually all the way from Bulgaria. Please join us as I welcome Mr. Maxim Behes, CEO, M3 Communications Group, Inc. Greetings,
Hello,
Mr.
everybody.
Behes.
Namaste, Dosto. I hope you hear me well. Madam Moderator, do you hear me well? Is the connection good?
I beg your pardon, you are audible, sir. Perfectly audible and visible. Kindly continue with the presentation.
I come from Bulgaria, indeed, but best regards from the small city of Toledo in Spain, where I spent a couple of days for holiday, and I'm very honored to join this beautiful and so fruitful conference, which I followed for the past 2.5, 3 hours. And I thank you for the very, very professional input from all the participants. I can agree with some of them, I cannot agree with some of them, but more or less, this is very important that you guys in beautiful Delhi, in my favorite India, have such a good conferences to exchange your ideas, no matter if you agree or not. But I hope you all realized that now it's the year of 2023. Amazingly important year. After all those changes, after COVID, after artificial intelligence, as my good friend Mina Nazari was talking, after all the changes in the communications industry and the war in Europe, which we have now, and is changing a lot of things around us. But most important is that our business, public relations, and it was visible from all the speeches of the participants before me, changed in a way that we are in a completely different business. Maybe it's even not called public relations. Maybe it's called real-time relations. Maybe it's called real-time media management, or maybe it's called a social relations. It's not anymore public relations because everything is public. This is the main change, which I call in one of my latest books, a bestseller on Amazon, Revolution. And the title of the book was The Global PR Revolution. First, and the most important change, of course, as it was mentioned from the speakers before, all we are media. All we are media. And how it reflects to our business, the public relations experts. We, my friends, are not anymore consultants, but we are decision makers. Because time of reaction, time of response, time of taking decision is the most important criteria of our professionalism. We might be the best professionals in the world. If we don't react in a couple of minutes, if we don't react immediately to some posting concerning our clients, concerning our companies, concerning the world, the environment, in time, a couple of minutes, then we cannot be professionals. Many years ago, I wrote one of my books with the rules of the modern public relations business. The rule number 1 was the worst decision is better than no decision. The more time comes, the more the world is developing and our business is changing. I'm more than sure about this rule, which I wrote about 15 years ago. The worst decision is better than no decision. That means that we must take decisions now. So we are now decision makers, not consultants. That's the most important change. Imagine a client has a crisis and we call the client and he calls the boss and the boss calls another company or the other company calls the biggest boss. So it will take 2 hours. Until then, the picture, the landscape of the brand of our client will be completely changed and completely different. So again, the time of reaction is the best and the most important criteria for our professionalism, the time of reaction. Of course, it's easy to say, but it's not very easy to do because in order to be a decision makers, that means, first of all, completely different business. Secondly, completely different knowledge and preparation in advance. We must read, we must know, we must research and study in detail the social media in a way that we really know how to react. From that perspective, another change in our business, regulations, or whatever call it these days, is that we are not anymore a bridge between our client and media. You know how it was? Our client comes to the PR company, sometimes also in your beautiful country, India, maybe it still exists, but PR client comes to the PR company and we approach the media, and then through media, we reach the clients. It's not anymore like that, my friends, because we are the media. We know how to manage the media of our clients. We still have, from time to time, cases. The client comes to our offices, and I'm sure that you have the same case as well, dear Dosto. And they say, Mr. PR expert or Mr. Behara, whatever, we would like to have a PR service, but no social media because my secretary is very good on Facebook, or my secretary puts pictures on Instagram and they're very nice pictures. This is wrong. This is wrong because we are the experts. We know how to manage the content. So we are not anymore the bridge between our clients and the media because we represent the media and also we represent our clients in front of public. The other change, which I really believe it's a revolution, is that the public relations experts today are a very sophisticated chemistry between publishers, editors, and reporters, and nothing else. Publishers, because we own media. This is the definition of a publisher, someone who owns media. Editors, of course, because we take care of the content, and we take care very carefully and very professionally of the content. We are the editors. The editors take care of the content. We are reporters, because the characteristic, the definition of reporter is someone who finds news. If we put anything on social media, even on traditional media, without news, then it will not be interesting. Then it will not be read. Then it will not be republished. So we are a chemistry between publishers, editors, and reporters. Finally, a big change in our business is that there is a globally, worldwide, there is a very fast merge between the three most important elements of the public communications business: advertising, public relations, digital. So those three elements are merging very fast into one. And there is a big fight. Who will be the leader of the future business? Because it is already one business: advertising, public relations, digital. No matter that very often we have different companies, but at the end of the day, this is one and the same business, aiming for one and the same target: better promotion, better branding, better sales for our clients. But there is a fight because a lot of people have mixed feelings who will be the leading in the future business. Some say advertising, and the advertising people say, I'm sure in India is the same, we are the leaders because we own creative, we own the media buying, we pay the media the best money, because that's the reality. You know, the advertising, it generates the best turnovers, best revenues. Then digitals, they say, oh, no, we are the leaders. Because without us, without our tabs, without our applications, without our involvement in the websites, search engine optimization, and all those details, you guys will be zero. But then I say that public relations business will be the leader of the future big united business. And the reason is very simple. We are the masters of the content. We own the content. You can have the best application. You can have the best tabs. You can have the most important, biggest budgets for media. Without content, the product is zero. Without content, we cannot do anything. So we, public relations experts, are the managers of the content. And then let me go back to the base our business. The very base, like every building has a base, and then you start building on the top of the base. No matter what materials or design you will use, what color of the bricks, or what color of the walls, the base is the most important. And to be honest, the base of our business is still, and it will not change, never. Ethics, transparency, freedom of expression, freedom of taking decision, freedom of media, freedom of writing, freedom of creation. But ethics and full transparency and freedom are the very base of our business. Details are very important. And the more experienced is the person, I think the professionals, the more we should take a look at the small details, because they can ruin, they can devastate even our business. I have a very good example how people should put their attention on details. You know for sure Conrad Hilton, the late Conrad Hilton, he's not anymore alive, but he's the founder of the famous Hilton hotel network. And about 20 years ago, he was a guest in Jay Leno's show. And at the end of the conversation, Jay Leno said, Mr. Hilton, you have 15 seconds, 20 seconds to say to the viewers, to our friends, 20 million people, 25 million people are watching this show, the most important thing in your life. You have the camera. So Mr. Hilton looked at the camera and said, dear guests of Hilton Hotels, when you take a shower, please put the curtain inside the bath, because a lot of water is wasted outside. Thank you very much. Mr. Hilton, who owned hundreds of hotels all over the world, the most important thing was to save the water, put the curtains inside the bathroom so we don't. And it's a brilliant example how all we public relations experts should look at the details, providing our strategies, our programs, providing our services to the client. And let me finish with one of my rules. I mean, I have a lot of rules and laws which I created all over the years, published in many, many books, millions copies sold all over the world, including the one in India. This is the 3S rule. 3S is something which is driving my business, is driving my behavior with my clients and with my team. And 3S means speed, simplicity, self-confidence. First of all, speed. I talked about speed at the very beginning. Speed of answering him, speed of taking decisions, speed of learning new things, speed of serving the client, speed of giving the advices. The faster, the better. Don't be afraid of mistakes. Don't be afraid of wrong decisions. The faster, the better. Simplicity, the second S. We are overloaded with millions of informations, hundreds of thousands of emails, whatever. Simplicity, we should implement, making our priorities. If we do today 3 things, not 300, then it will be done much better than 300 not done, or done partly. And then, my friends, the last, self-confidence. I don't know anybody who can succeed without self-confidence, without trusting his or her abilities and knowledge, and providing good service to the client. Going back to the beginning, and with this I'm finished. Remember, this is a new business, with new name, with new abilities, and this makes our life much more beautiful, because in one life, we change at least 2 types of businesses. Shukriya, and I will finish with my favorite phrase in Hindi, which I'm using always, Apaye Aharayi. Shukriya.
Thank you, Mr. Bahir. It was indeed a very thrilling session. And we look forward to see you very soon in Delhi as we speak. And in case anybody has any questions for Mr. Behr, please do share with us. I think this will be all. Thank you for your time. And
I'm open for
congratulations.
questions. Yes.
Yeah, I said thank you for your time, Ayal, and we look forward to see you, and congratulations for the evening. We are very delighted to. We cannot share it officially, but we will be happy to share in the evening the new developments that is going to take place.
Mr. Chairman, let me tell you just 2 words. I cannot wait to come to my favorite Delhi. I wanted very much to be with you tonight, but I promise, I mean, no matter who will win, who will be awarded, the awarding ceremony of a public relations expert, it's a big event always and everywhere. But I cannot wait to come to spend a good evening with you, to have a glass of beer or a glass of wine, and to talk about the most beautiful and the most dynamic business on the planet Earth today, public relations.
Absolutely,
Shukriya.
sir. It will be on my honor, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that brings us to the end of the 13th edition of Indian PR and Corporate Communication Conference. And we thank you. The day largely covered, things about the changing shift and dynamics of PR towards artificial intelligence and the role of marketing. So I would like to thank each and every one of you to, make it here and spend quality number of time. I hope there were some key learnings. We hope to see you in some time. So we'll request everybody to vacate the hall so that they can do the whole resetting, and we'll start out with the awards. Thank you. Tushar. We request everyone to please vacate the room. We have to, rebrand it and, reorganize it for the awards. We'll see you back in another 15-20 minutes from now. Thank you. Thank you, team. You may go now.
Check one. Sound check. No, it's not. No. Check one. Check one. Sound check. Increase the volume, please. There's the mic check. Check one. Sound check. Check one. थोड़ा सा भैया इसमें बेस डालिए हल्का सा स्लाइटली थोड़ा सा रिवर्ब भी जी check one sound check there's the mic check 1 2 3 check sound check one it's fine am I audible like properly could you like go at the back and check once just in case. Check one, sound check.
and corporate communications. Communications, HP, Corporate Communications, Director, Communication and Urban Company. Reliance, Technology, Reliance and Shivanjali Singh, Head of Communication for Shagaria, Head Brand Marketing. Communications, Consumer First. South Asia, Bazaar. Communication, Orders. Korea, Marketing Manager. Alliance, Communications, Mastercard. Siddiqui, Director, Communications, Microsoft. City Head, Communications, President, Public Affairs, Vice President and Head, PR and Corporate Communications, MobiQuick. Saurav Das, Vice President, Corporate Communications, SimCorp.
It has been an honor and a great experience to be chairing the jury for the 13th edition of the Exchange for Media, India PR and Corporate Communications Conference. It is always exciting to go through so many successful campaigns, agencies and individuals, and to be able to contribute towards recognizing their good work over the past year. I am lucky to have had 26 other professionals from the field of PR and Popcom who aided me during the judging process, and I'm glad to have had this opportunity to interact. The quality of it. I'm simply astounded and impressed by the quality of entries that have come in the past year. Public relations and corporate communications are an important and crucial part of any brand or organization, and this year's entries proved to be a testament to that. The negatives and positives. Overall, it was a very positive experience. Of course, some of the entries stood out amongst others for their creativity and success in communicating their brand's message. But like I said, all the entries made me believe that we are making serious progress in making PR and corporate communication an essential part of day-to-day business, and I'm very glad to have been part of this process. What is your view about E4M's vision of its PR community? I would like to congratulate and applaud E4M for continuously striving to acknowledge the importance of PR and Popcom and believe their vision for the PR community is one that I personally support and would like to see them achieve their vision more and more.
It was indeed a great honor to be a part of the esteemed jury for this year's Iprccc Awards. Thank you, Exchange for Media, for the opportunity. It was a wonderful experience to judge so many entries under different categories. At the same time, it's always challenging to select the best from the best. We saw some very interesting and impressive work, and a few of the entries were absolutely outstanding. Exchange for Media team is doing a fantastic job for the PR and corporate communication fraternity. This is the 13th edition of the Iprccc Awards, which shows the commitment, success, and prestige that is associated with these awards. Kudos to Dr. Anurag Batra, Karan, and the entire Iprccc Media team. Thank you.
I'm Bhavna Imran. I head communications for Kotaiwa Agri-Science Center, South Asia. Pleased to be a part of the E4M Iprccc 2022 jury. Got some time to interact with the interesting set of PR folks from the community and the fraternity. Good conversations. What was good this time was looking at the number of entries. I think there were hundreds of entries which came along and a variety of entries Communications today, I guess, is blurring the lines with the marketing and digital marketing. So there is a great opportunity for us as communication experts to do a lot more to align with business goals and deliver business objectives. And that's exactly what I saw in the entries this time. And I guess my fellow jury members also agree with me.
The Iprccc awards are a really great initiative. The quality of entries that you've got this year are really great. There were a few entries which were really disruptive in nature, and the stuff that they have done and the things that they have achieved. A lot of small brands, a lot of new startups that have kind of made entries and are doing some critically acclaimed work. That gives us hope that there's a lot of disruption that is yet to be achieved in the space that we all are. A few good initiatives that have been done and something that we can also imbibe in our daily routine. And it kind of gives me a challenge that that amount of creativity that's throwing out there, that we need to start doing a lot more and kind of start kind of challenging our boundaries.
Delighted to be part of the jury of the Iprccc 2022. These prestigious awards are well known in the industry for marketing communications, innovations in PR and communications, and are widely considered as the gold standard in awards. I was very privileged to be part of a power-packed jury, and we had some amazing talent that was displayed through innovations and campaigns across a range of fields. It was really a tough ask for us to really judge the best out of the lot, but we had a job to do, and the deliberations were quite intense and quite deep, and I'm glad that we have been able to arrive at some consensus. My commendations to all those who got nominated, and congratulations to all the winners. I hope through this forum and these awards, people are spurred to innovate, to communicate, and to make a difference in people's lives. Thank you.
I'm Shweta Manchal. I'm very thrilled to be part of Exchange for Media's Iprccc Awards as a jury member. If I have to describe how the overall judging process was, I would just say, it was challenging and rewarding. The reason that I say challenging, we got to know there are 600 plus entries, and obviously that overwhelmed us. Rewarding definitely, but because what we could witness was creativity, ingenuity, and sheer display of talent. Overall judging process was very rigorous, fair, thorough, and transparent. Each entry, there was careful consideration given to each entry. All the entries were evaluated, based on their innovation, their creativity, impact, and overall effectiveness. Just to ensure that only the best campaigns are recognized. While the entire process was very, intensive, it truly was equally rewarding too. Before I actually move on, I definitely want to mention that I was very impressed with the professionalism and expertise of my fellow jury members. I actually felt that our collective insights, perspectives truly helped to, or when you will be rewarded, you will realize that truly help ensure that the winning entries that are coming out are the ones that truly represent the best and best in our industry.
Iprccc is one of India's oldest and the biggest independent maintenance, repair, and overhaul company in the aviation sector in India. It was an honor to be part of the jury with Exchange for Media at the 2022 awards. The judging experience was totally delightful. It was highly enriching for me to be able to not just engage with qualified minds from all across the industry, various sectors, but also really an honor to be able to see the kind of work that was happening as part of the nomination that was submitted. The entire judging process was very comprehensive. It was very well planned and executed by the team at Exchange for Media, and my compliments to all of them for the which also made the whole process very exhaustive for us. But I think at the end of it, it was all worth it. So congratulations to everyone.
Judging an awards function can be both challenging and rewarding to select the deserving winner. As Copcom professionals, we have to demarcate between earned media campaigns versus advertising-driven campaigns. This year has been very challenging to select winners because E4M received more than 200 entries in the shortlisting stage. The number of creative ideas and innovations that we got to read were quite exciting and interesting. We are very happy that Exchange for Media has played a very key role in a Copcom's professional life for more than 2 decades now. And with digital and technology playing a very key driver, we hope to see Exchange for Media to bring a lot more to the table and create a lot more exciting times for all of us.
I love, judging the campaigns in various categories. There were campaigns and the campaigns were really good. The experience was overall good. And my fellow jury members, it was really very good to interact with them and to understand what they were thinking about different campaigns, what were their views. So yeah, overall, the experience was really nice. And, I look forward to some more great, judging processes. Well, some of the campaigns, like on sustainability, I won't name the campaigns, but yeah, some of the campaigns were really well thought through. And I saw there was a lot of effort had gone into kind of submit those campaigns, and the way that they had submitted it, it made it very clear what was the objective and what they need to deliver. So it was very heartening to see that our industry is taking that kind of effort and actually doing some great work. So overall, if you ask me, what stood out are some of the great campaigns on sustainability, some of the great campaigns which actually kind of PR-led campaigns, which probably kind of went on to become kind of an extension of marketing. Those stood out. Some individual awards also, the individual categories, some of them were really good. Yeah, means that is what I would say actually stood out. See, this is I always used to think that for the PR and corporate communications community, we need to have a body which kind of thinks about this community. We have seen community for marketing, for HR, and it has been long due that PR